Let's see. Come on. Are we on YouTube yet? There we go. All right. What's up to the YouTubers? What's up, Rodney? Ethereal, to the YouTube mods. I want to shout out to all of the mods that help keep this space safe, that keep it interesting and rocking and going. I appreciate y'all more than you know. Joshua, thank you so much for all of the gifting that you do all night long. I appreciate you more than you know. We gotta. Me and Dudette and Lala was talking in our group chat, and we're trying to find something special to do for you because you definitely show up for us over and over and over again, and we appreciate that. And we want you to know that we do see you and we do appreciate you. Hey Tina, how are you? What's up, La? I'm working on the Blood of the Ma'am shirt. That shirt has to be it has to be the one. Like it can't just be anything. So I haven't found the right design for it yet, but it's gotta speak volumes. So I do want you to know I have a couple of designs that I made and I'm like, nah, that still ain't it. So I'm still working on it. What's up, Dudette?
Hey, I just decided to come up until Queen Lala arrives.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
yeah, I don't know where she's at, but also to mess with you. I forget what you just said, but
Blood of the
well,
Ma'am.
no, Wednesday. The way you said Wednesday, you sound like my
Oh, how did I say
grandson.
it? How did I say it?
I can't
Wednesday?
repeat it, but my no, you had a little twang to it.
It's Wednesday. It's Wednesday.
Because my grandson, he says candy, and that's kind of how you said Wednesday. Can I have a piece of candy?
It's my southern twang.
I
Like
know.
sometimes that southern twang will come out. Like I'm so used to doing like public speaking and like talking in that voice, but sometimes like that southern twang will come out. Especially like if I'm mad, like if I'm relaxed and I'm mad, that southern twang will come out like a motherfucker. But
Yeah, I hear it every night though. With some of the words you say, I just don't type it in the comments.
and the crazy thing, like when I say Wednesday, in my head I hear Wednesday because that's how we were taught how to spell it.
Spell it. Uh huh.
And yeah, Wednesday. Like and I still to this fucking day, when I write Wednesday, I write Wednesday. I don't think they should have done that because like it's just stuck in my head.
Yeah. Same.
In Mississippi,
Oh yeah.
M-I, crooked letter I, humpback, I,
Hmm.
yeah. Having to spell it like that. M-I,
It's all
crooked letter
good.
I, crooked letter I, humpback, I. Who else learned how to spell Mississippi that way? Did you learn how to spell it like that?
I did. I did.
And it's so crazy how like we're all in different states, but we all learned how to spell and do things the same way.
Hmm.
Like that's crazy.
Word
Yeah.
travels. That's why
Mm.
Christians, when they say there are 8 million Christians around the world, that doesn't mean anything. I mean, word travels. Like you said, we're taught to spell Mississippi the same way. Somebody came up with that song and it just passed along. So
Hmm.
same
There
thing.
was a black lady that just recently passed that made a lot of the songs that we knew growing up. And I saw one video. She made the Miss Mary Mac, all dressed in black
Oh,
with
I forgot all
silver
about
buttons,
that.
buttons,
Uh-huh.
buttons, all down her back. She asked her mother for 15 cents to see the elephants jump over the fence. I can't believe I
Hmm.
remember that.
I do.
But she died this month.
Oh
But
wow.
I also Ella Jenkins, thank you, La. I also had no idea that it was like a song made by like a black woman. I just thought like it was something that kids made up.
Right.
y-
I didn't
while
know
they were
that
playing with
either.
each other.
Yeah. Hmm.
It's very interesting, the things that we learn. Y'all know the rule. The first guest comes up when we get to 100 shares. We're at 59 shares right now. So and then we only at 181. I've seen the views today were really low. When Christina was live, she never got above 200, 180, 190. Justin was live today, and he never got to 500, which is not normal for him either. And right now we're sitting like 188. So if we could just remember to throw the team bracelets and the team heart me's, and then get the shares to 100 within the first couple of minutes of the live, that would be helpful. But I have noticed today that the views in the lives were really low.
I've heard a lot of creators who go live saying that.
That the views were low.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, TikTok is always doing something. I don't know. We are at 100 shares, so that means that the chat is ready to begin. Are you ready to do that?
I am. But I need y'all to also get these likes up. Y'all know how anal I am about that. And I don't want to have to turn the comments off, but I will. I shouldn't have to put adults in time out, but I will. So tap the motherfucking screen now. 50K. 10 minutes. Chop chop.
Nelly Nell is in the house. Oh my God, TikTok, are you going to make me press the button twice? So you're going to make me press the button 3 times. Damn, I'm trying to bring up Nelly. What's up, Nelly?
Hey, ladies, how y'all doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, I'm a little bit tired. I just got off the road, so I'm doing my little 10-hour break. So I'm good though.
All right. Well, I hope you are getting rest during that 10 hours.
Oh
Are you
yeah.
sleeping?
No. I sleep, but I don't need that much sleep.
You sound like me. I'm trying to do better. Yeah, you sound like me.
Yeah, I like to work.
Yeah, yeah. Is it Viagra? Viagra?
Vajra.
Viagra? What is it?
Vajra. You hear me?
Vajra?
Yeah,
Vajra.
Vajra. There we go. I ain't see no eyes in there, but that was a first for me. How you doing?
It looked like that's a J?
I mean, I think so.
Okay. I'm sorry. My I'm far away from the screen, so it's real small. I apologize about that, but you said Vajra?
Vajra, yeah.
Vajra.
There we go.
Okay. All right. Um is what language is that?
So Vajra is a weapon in most Hindu religions,
Okay.
right? It's a weapon of God, is
Oh,
what it
okay.
is. But
Oh, so
depending on
you're
where,
saying you're a weapon of
depending,
God?
depending on where you look at.
Okay. Do you practice Hinduism?
No, I don't. I study most religions.
Okay. Are you a believer of the God of the Christian Bible?
I am.
Okay. It's odd that you would name yourself after a weapon of a different God.
So there's only one.
Yeah,
When
but
you
the
look at
Hindus don't. Yeah, but I get what you're saying, but I'm saying the Hindus don't think that the Christian God is their God.
so I don't look at what their beliefs are and say whether they're right or wrong. To be
Okay.
100% with you, I grew up in the church. As a matter of fact, if you back out of my grandmother's driveway, you're gonna back straight into the parking lot of the church.
Hmm.
So I have a very in-depth understanding of the Christian Bible and what's going on. I know that my God is the only God. So
Well, that's your belief, right? Like,
right,
a couple of
exactly.
weeks ago, yeah, like a couple of weeks ago, I had a question up asking Christians who come in here making that type of claim. Um, and I asked them, what has your God done here in the physical world in the last 2,500 years to prove that he is the one and only God, right? and
Right.
most of them try to go to like creation. Oh, the sun rises every morning, or Jesus died, right? But and when I say the last 2,500 years, I specifically said that time frame because it's after the time that they date. This Jesus died on the cross.
Right.
But I would like to ask you that question, like with that claim, like without using the Bible,
Right.
without using creation, is there any way that you can kind of like minimize the background noise?
Oh, excuse me. You shouldn't even be able to hear that.
You have on noise canceling headphones?
Yeah, I do. I'm a trucker, so my headset should
Oh, okay.
cancel all of that out.
Nelly's a trucker. Nelly, do you know how to tell him how to minimize the noise?
No, it ain't no way to really to do that unless you got the noise cancellation headphones, or I mean not headphones, but headset.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Hopefully he's working on it. It's raining, man.
Is that noise any better?
That's a lot better. Thank you so much.
Excellent.
Thank you. So yeah, I would like to ask you that question, like without using the Bible, without going to creation, like what has your God done in the last 2,500 years to prove that He is the one and only true God, outside of you just making a claim of it?
So it would have to be on your perspective of what God is, right? I believe
Well,
that
then,
when people look outwardly for God, they're not going to find God because within any of these Bibles or any teachings, they're going to tell you to go within to find God, and then you'll see God everywhere.
mm. So again, so it's a claim then, right? It's a belief. It's not something that can be proven. Like,
Sure.
yeah, a friend of mine has a God named Doug, and Doug is a pet rock of his. But to him, Doug is a god, right? And like he claims that Doug, right, is the one and only true God.
Right.
But neither of you can prove that claim, right? It's a belief.
I mean, I would
So,
have to, I mean, to cut your wisdom at all. I would have to want to prove it. I don't have
well,
any
not. I mean, not really.
will
You're
to
making a
prove it.
claim. Like you're making a claim, right?
Mm.
You came in here and you made the claim that your God is the one and only true God, and that it doesn't matter what the Hindus believe about their God, because you know that your God is their God, despite of what they believe. So, like in your statement, you dismiss an entire culture, right?
Not,
And
not at all.
you're kind of doing the same thing that the Israelites did in this book when they went into Canaan, took over their culture, took over their gods, renamed them, rewrote their stories, right?
Mm.
The same thing that the Romans did with the Hebrews, with the Jews, took over their
Mm.
stories, rewrote them, and made them about them.
Right.
And then the Europeans did, right? And then you take that into other cultures, right, and say, this you have to believe. Forget everything you know, right? Because our God is the one and only true God, and you have to follow this God.
Nah, I don't believe that at all. I don't believe anybody has to do anything that they don't feel or desire to be what their will is. Outside of that, I won't push anything or push my preferences or what you say are my beliefs on anybody. I accept everybody for whatever it is they accept themselves for. You want to
So
be a
when I
turtle? Be a turtle.
so when I made the statement that it's kind of odd that you named yourself after a Hindu god, after a different god, after a
No,
weapon of a different god, you came back and you was like, no, you was like, it doesn't matter to me because I know my God is the only God, the only one true God.
yeah,
So
so who's to say my
when you say
God
that,
isn't
give me
their
just a
God?
second, Vajra. Can you 1 second?
All
Um,
right.
when you say that, when you say those words, right? Like, it doesn't matter because I know that my God is the one and only true God. How is it that you don't hear that you're dismissing their beliefs because they don't believe that your God is their God?
Who's my God? What was your name again? Who did I say my
You're
God was? Thinker.
You said that the God of the Bible is who you serve.
No. You asked me,
No, I
what did you
asked you
ask
about
me
your
about the
name.
book? All right. What did you
About your
ask me
name.
about? What did you ask me about the Christian Bible?
I said, do you believe in the God of the Christian Bible?
Okay.
You started giving me this story about, how you were raised in Christianity and you are
Right.
ingrained in it and you know all about,
Nah, I didn't.
that God. You did. You said
My
that your
grandmother's,
grandmother's house.
yeah, it was right across the street. If you leave her driveway, you go straight into the parking lot of church, is what I said.
Yeah, but is your God the Hindu God, Vajra?
They're all the same God. There's only one.
So your God is Buddha.
They're all the same. I don't call them Buddha.
Well, do you see how you're just saying that they're all the same, but the
Yeah,
the Hindus do not believe that?
that's okay.
No, it's not okay. You are
Why not?
dismissing because first off, you're not Hindu. And for you to
Yeah.
speak for people who do practice Hinduism and say that their God is the same God that you serve, you are dismissing the beliefs of an entire
Mm.
culture that you do not practice and that you are not a part of. You
So,
are you are attempting to usurp their God with whatever God it is that you have in your head, and that is
right.
very disrespectful.
So I don't intend to usurp anybody's beliefs, and whatever it is that they believe is what they believe. I don't discount their beliefs. I believe my God is their God, and their God is my God. There's only one. So whatever name out of
I
any
don't
Bible,
how do you not hear what you're saying?
no, I hear exactly what I'm saying. How do you not hear
No,
what I'm
because
saying?
you're saying that you are not disrespecting another culture.
Not at
But
all.
yes, you are. You really are.
Not in the slightest. I have Hindu friends that we
Like,
can talk
Oh my
it
at any
doesn't
goodness.
point in
matter. Like,
time.
you know what? You sound like tokenizing Hindu friends. You sound like white supremacy. That's a white supremacy trope. Like when we talk to, like, literally, no, I'm not racist. I have black friends. Like throwing in, like, I have Hindu friends. Like, what was the point of that? That do you think it changes because you have friends that are Hindu?
You're muted. You have to come off mute.
Okay, I don't know how that happened. Yeah, that's cool.
I
Yeah.
muted you for the over talking.
So at what point am I supposed to respond, or are these blanket statements just supposed to
Not
be
when
the
she's
cover for
talking.
everything?
Not when she's talking. When she stopped
Excellent.
talking, that's when you respond.
All right, so give me a
Also,
cue next time.
I also have not issued a blanket statement. I'm talking
No,
directly to you about you.
for sure, but about my
What blanket
beliefs
statement?
and what I'm saying,
What was the blanket statement that I issued about your beliefs?
that basically everything that I'm saying is disrespecting other cultures.
I didn't
Point
say
out,
everything.
oh no.
I told you
So
specifically what you
what point?
said. I did
Right.
not I did not say everything that has come out of your mouth is disrespecting other cultures. I told you specifically what was disrespecting other cultures.
So, and what do you believe, and how does that make you the person to defend or say that what I'm saying to different cultures is disrespectful? Are you Hindu?
I can tell you what I hear, and that is you saying that
So,
your God, that your please stop doing that because I'm gonna tell you what I won't do. Okay,
yeah.
what I don't feel like is arguing with people today. I don't feel like that. Yesterday was a motherfucker, and I'm not trying to have two motherfucking days in a row. Okay, so I speak, you speak. That's how conversations typically go. All right, now I know what I hear when you say the words, my God is the one and only true God. My God is everybody's God, even if they don't believe it. I know what I hear when you say that. The question is, do you hear what you are saying? Or do you understand what it means when you say those words? Lily Blooms, you just got yourself blocked. Like, if you don't understand how a host runs alive and you want to complain about it, then you shouldn't be here.
No, he doesn't know. Would you like me to explain to you what I mean?
Yes.
What I
But the
mean
question that
is,
I asked you was, do you hear what you're saying and do you understand what you are saying when you say the words, my God is the one and only true God, and my God is everybody's God, even if they don't believe it? Do
that's
you
why I just
understand
asked
what
you,
you're saying?
yes, would you like me to explain to you what I mean?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So, like your friend with the rock, who believe that that's the one and only true God. God, for most people, is based off the perception. But to look and try to quantify what God is or where God is, you can never do it, not in these bodies. It's impossible. God is unfathomable. Of all things, at all places, at all times. If anybody would like to say omnipotent or spell it, that's on you. But regardless of that, for whatever perception you have, your ability to perceive anything, that's on you. So I don't believe that anybody, for the most part, if you're a believer of anything, is wrong about who they believe God is. Trying to prove who God is where people go wrong, especially if you claim to be a believer of any sort. It
Let me
doesn't
ask you a
really matter.
question, Vajra. Why did you join this stage? Why did you
It's
join
live.
tonight? Yeah, why?
I like the questions.
Why?
I think it's interesting conversation.
But why?
I like the questions. I think it's an interesting
I
conversation.
understand you like the questions. My next question was, why do you like the questions? Why do you think they're interesting?
Hmm. Let's read the questions. The devil belongs to believers.
No, 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 no.
I'm reading to
Okay.
answer your question.
He
No,
can't even
no.
follow the
Yeah.
conversation.
I'm asking you very direct questions, right? Why do you think the questions on this board are interesting?
Hmm. They're very direct statements. What's up, John? That's why they're interesting. They're very direct statements. I had to change the trailers.
Okay, so you joined the stage because you saw very direct questions, and that's
Hmm.
why. Okay,
They're statements. They're not really questions.
there are questions and statements there.
Okay.
Yeah. And you don't believe that having conversations about proving who God is fruitful.
No, that's not what my
You
statements
you
were.
you did say that
So
there's
based
no
on your
point in
perception,
having conversations about proving who God is. You
nah,
just said
people
that.
find problems when they're trying to prove or quantify who God is.
Right. Like, why are you repeating the same
That's what I feel. I didn't say anything.
that? Like, that's what you just said that, right? Every
Hmm.
question on this board is discussing who this God is.
Okay.
Every question on this board, every statement on this board is making an assumption or taking a stance on who this
Right.
God is. But you don't think that that's fruitful, right? You don't think there's any point in you having to do that. So why are you here on this stage?
You join the conversation. I think it's
A
interesting.
conversation that you don't think is necessary.
So again, what I believe is what I believe.
Well, then
Hearing your belief.
she is trying to see if you qualify for the conversation, and it doesn't sound like you do. You're making shit up with the two brain cells that you have left to rub together in that big ass forehead of yours. I don't know who you thought we were or where you thought you were, but don't come up here fucking with none of us. You're annoying, and those two cells that you have left are about to die. That's why you're laughing. You're
I
ignorant
don't
as
think so.
hell.
Unfortunately,
You're not qualified
unfortunately,
for this
Vajra,
conversation.
Joshua has paid to drop you, so and we must obey. So I hope you have a good night.
Bye, fuck ass face. I can't stand men like that. I cannot.
Joshua said, he said my name and I answered.
Okay, do that. Tell us how you really feel.
All the time. That's why I don't like coming up here. Because he was getting on my ever loving nerves.
Like, that was crazy.
I can't stand a
Like,
dummy. I cannot stand a dummy. I can't. And then to be so smug about it. Like, ugh, that's why I don't like men like him. Ugh.
that's about the only sound we can make now is ugh.
It is. It is.
Diva Motive. Hi, how are you?
Hello, peace to my beautiful people.
Are you a Christian or a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
Okay. Ooh, let me see. How do I describe? I've had a lot of spiritual experiences. I don't call myself a Christian, even though I guess I was raised like that. But I would just say I'm a believer.
Okay.
I'm a
But
believer.
you follow the teachings of Jesus
I don't call him Jesus, but even though I grew up calling him that, and I do know there's
or
power in
Yeshua?
name. I don't say, I say Yeshaya because I had to say a prayer to ask him what he wanted me to call him. So I call the Father Ahaya, which is I am in Hebrew, and then I say Yeshaya, the Messiah. But
Are you a Black Hebrew Israelite?
no, like when I first started getting started, like I thought I was gonna be, like I used to wrap my hair like da 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 da, but then I started like paying attention to certain little things. So no, I don't fall under no category. I just say I'm in the way, the order of Melchizedek. Like
Okay.
I'm just a
So
believer.
you're a follower of the way.
Yeah. And I do
Okay.
believe the Bible is real. So that's it. And I do
Okay.
know.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you do qualify for the conversation.
You know
Which
what?
topic did you
I
want to
qualify.
discuss?
Hey. Do I get
Yeah.
paid? No, just
I'm gonna start. I'm gonna take a couple $1,000s out of my savings, and every time somebody comes up here and can't just answer the question directly, I'm just gonna pay to drop them, or I'm just gonna send you money to your cash app.
what? Do you have
I can't do this
Harris's?
roundabout. I
What
can't do this roundabout
happened?
too much.
Okay.
No, I don't know. I call them.
Okay, that's
God
fine.
damn.
That's
Sorry,
fine.
I'm
Do
gonna keep
that. Do
quiet.
that. Do that. Yeah. Do no. You don't have to keep quiet. Do that. So like a lot of times, Diva, when we ask Christians or believers, like very simple, are you a Christian or are you a believer of the God of the Bible? We tend to get like long answers that doesn't necessarily answer the question. Eventually, you did answer the question, but like when we ask that question, we're just trying to find out if you qualify because we don't discuss like spirituality on here. We don't discuss Islam or any other type of religion. Like this is basically about Christianity and the God of the Christian Bible, about that God and Jesus, right? So we have to see who qualifies for that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. And so it's difficult sometimes when we're trying to get that answer. That's all. And Dudette is like at her wits end with it. To be honest, I am too. But like I have a little bit more patience than Dudette does.
I don't have patience or empathy. Remember that.
Yeah, okay. I keep forgetting to do that.
And you know what, you guys? I just came up here. Like, I didn't even read the room, honestly. If you look, I have my glasses on, and I'm about to be 50. I still can't even read the little things right here.
You about to be what,
So,
girl? You look like you're like in your 20s on your profile picture.
no, I'll be 50 in April.
Oh
Yeah.
wow.
And my back and knees tell me the same. So,
I feel you. I
but
feel you.
yeah. But if you guys have questions for me, you can ask me, or if you want to drop me, hey, I'll just be in the comments. But
No. It's okay. You do qualify to be
okay.
on stage. And then we do laugh, we joke. we do not believe in this God.
Yeah, it's fine.
Just want to
Yeah,
let
it's
you know
fine.
that. And so we do have fun in here. Dudette is very. I'm a direct person. Dudette is more direct than me, and I did not think that I would meet anybody more direct than me. But I think that's why we like just mash so well. Me, Dudette, and Lala. Like we're like one person almost. Damn! Did I just describe the Trinity?
Yes, you did.
You
You
really
did.
did. You really did.
I wasn't trying to, but
Effortlessly.
yeah, but no, we're just very direct people, and we're all like neurodivergent, so it just like mashes well. So, just letting you know where you are. But if you could pick a topic on the board, and we can get started.
Oh Lord, let me see if I can see. I don't know. I want Duda to pick one for me because I can't see. Like I said, I have my
Don't I'm gonna
glasses
tell
on.
you. Don't say the name. Don't say her name.
Well, I
Don't
want her to
don't
do
don't
it.
mess with her.
I'm
Ooh,
an
don't
Aries,
mess
so
with
I
her.
have no
She ain't
fear.
nobody to
So
mess with.
No eggs, no
Just keep
bacon,
it
no
calm.
ham,
come
no
on,
ma'am.
Duda. No, I want her.
N-
I want her.
No eggs, no bacon, no ham, no
Come
ma'am.
on, let's
Just don't
go.
pick it.
Let's go.
You have to
I want
pick
some
it.
grits on the side with mine, but
Oh
don't
God,
put no sugar in my
she
grits.
think we playing. She think we playing.
No,
Uh,
I know y'all not playing, but I'm ready for
yeah.
it. But don't put
You
no
have
sugar in my
to.
grits, though.
You have to pick it yourself. One of the
Okay.
questions.
Okay, let me see. Really, you guys think I'm playing? I can't see nothing.
I can
Okay,
read it
Riri,
for
I'm gonna
you.
pick the I'm gonna pick the
I'll
third
read.
one. 3 is my number. What's the third one say?
Do you want me
Why?
to read them for you?
Just the third one. Read the third one.
Why doesn't God? Okay. Why doesn't God stop harm done in His name?
Okay. Now, okay, y'all. So I ain't no preacher, pastor, little da 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 da. Okay, but if I just have to go off my spirit and like what I feel and what I know, like my relationship, because everybody has their own journey. Okay. The reason why I would say he doesn't stop anything because from my understanding, we all have free will, right? So he can't stop us from doing anything. If we want to
Okay,
go kill like a whole, huh?
go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought you were
Oh,
done.
no, I want you to say it. Go ahead. Say what you're going to say.
I was getting ready to ask, like, what, like, you're saying that you have choices that you can make, right? That's
Yeah.
what you mean when you say free will.
Yeah.
So, like, you
Oh, yeah.
have the choice to kill or not kill,
Yep.
right? But what you don't have is the option to kill and not either be killed back or go to jail,
I
right?
wouldn't say that. You do. Like, there's consequences to everything,
No,
right?
I'm saying you don't have that option to not face that fate, right?
Yeah, you
Like,
don't.
yeah. So,
That's
like,
where wisdom kicks in.
just your action, right,
Mm-hmm.
is most likely going to prompt a different action and a different set of options or choices for somebody else. That is called choice and not necessarily free will, right? When you have free will, like your God, right? You could kill and there are no consequences, right? There is no fate attached to your God just wiping out an entire earth, right? Your God has this free will, but you don't. You have choices. And I think like that's what y'all mean when y'all say you have free will. But for some reason you need to call it free will. And so you're saying that because you have choices, right? Put in front of you, your God will not interfere in you making a choice. Like he won't influence in you in any way on what choice that's the what choice to make from the options that are presented in front of you. Is that what you're saying?
I still hear you guys.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, because somebody tried to call. Okay. So I would put it in, because I hear everything you're saying. Trust me. Um, Let me see. Just like in this government, right? Because like look at it as it's always like a rulership, right? I don't care what planet you go to, what dimension you're in, because trust me, I know about all that type of stuff. There's always going to be some type of rulership and rules, just like there's rules of, even if we want to leave the name God out of it and say universal laws, right? Laws of attraction, karma, or whatever, right? There's rules to this. So basically, I'm gonna step out the box and I'm gonna say, if there's
Hold on one second,
because
y'all. The
I'm gonna say it just like this.
TikTok is making me verify the
What?
live already.
What?
Yeah,
What?
like
What do you mean
we've been live
verify?
40 minutes. Yeah, ain't that
What do you mean
like we've
verify?
been like it's saying you've been live too long, verified due to inactivity.
What?
Like that is yeah, and we've only been live for 40
Well, if
minutes.
you have to go out and come back in, I know I'll come back to you. So
No, I
sometimes you gotta like
verified
do
it.
stuff.
I've already verified it.
Okay.
I just letting y'all know, right? Like, so there's going to be some glitches tonight. I guarantee it because it's already like
Did I
doing
say
that.
something that made them say that, or
No, it said that I had been live too long, but I've only been live 40 minutes, so hadn't even been an
and there
hour
be
yet.
people here all day? Okay, they trying to
Yeah,
hate.
but go ahead.
Okay. Okay. So where was I at? So what I would say, like, there's laws and everything, right? So stepping out of the box, I'm gonna say it like this. So if there's a creator of this world, right? If he created the world, um, and he, of course, is like a government, right? So he has like angels, little sergeants, like it's levels to this, right? Different type of people have their own little, just like in a company, you have your president, your CEOs, or I don't know how this stuff goes, but y'all know what I'm talking about. Your workers, your da da da. Everybody has a position to play. Whoop de whoop whoop. Everybody within that corporation has a choice to do their job right or do their job wrong. They can follow the rules of the company, follow the company policies and da 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 da. And now if they don't, what happens? They get fired. Now, if they steal or whatever, they go to jail, right? That's how I see it. Does that make sense?
Not really, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because
Okay.
what you said was that the God won't stop or interfere with your free will or choice, right? In that analogy, there was no CEO, right, stopping or not stopping your choice to follow the rules of the company.
Because if you think about it, if you're on the job, how can somebody stop you from doing something? Especially if you're working in your office by yourself. If you want to like embezzle some money or you want to sexual harass somebody, whatever, you could
Well,
do
if you're
all
in the
that
office
behind
by
the
yourself,
CEO's
how
back
could you? I mean, here's the thing though. There's always someone that's going to hold you accountable, right? So your
after you make that choice.
one, your
So
analogy isn't analogous because your God is a immaterial being, right? That you believe is everywhere, all at once. A CEO is a finite being here in the material world, much like yourself, who can only be one place at a time, and they're not all knowing, right? So once that CEO comes into the knowledge of some behavior that harms their employees or harms the company, then that CEO will enact whatever fate is attached to that behavior, to the disciplinary action for that behavior, right? So then that CEO at that time is intervening. They're stopping the harm that employee is doing in their company's name, right? To harm their company, to harm their company's name, right? They're doing something about it. The question is, why isn't your God doing anything about the harm that is done in its name?
what makes you think he's not doing anything about it?
Well, what is he
That would
doing?
be my question.
Well, then my next question
Because
would
one
be,
thing
what
I
is
know,
he doing?
okay, so I think like how you're seeing is like you're not, you see there's a lot of wicked going on, a lot of little stuff, and you don't feel like he's stopping all that, but he's stopping. Okay, I can only speak for myself, right? Because I don't know if Africa exists if I've never been to Africa. Okay, don't worry about it. I don't know if this world is round, if I haven't traveled at all and seen it from whatever.
I'm sorry.
Right? These are
Can
all
you get to
philosophies.
what is he doing? Can you just tell me what he is doing to stop the harm?
Okay. He's not going to stop the whole harm. It's already written that things are going to happen. Like, he gives everybody their own choices.
Wait, so you
and there's a
asked
lot of people
me,
running.
what makes me think he's not stopping it, and then you come back and says he's not going to stop it. And this is the second time that you've said he's not going to do it. So now I would like to know, why did you ask
You know
me
what? You're
what?
right. Let me correct
Hold
myself.
on,
Let me correct myself.
hold on, Diva.
Okay.
The interrupting, right? We can't have that on this stage. As I explained to you earlier, that we are neurodivergent in here. I need to have conversations, right, in a straight line. I try my best to not have to interrupt you when you're talking, and I just ask that you don't interrupt us. Okay, that is a rule in this space. All right.
And that's respect.
Thank you. What I am asking, what I would like to know is, why did you ask me that question? If you yourself believe that he won't or can't stop the harm, why did you ask me what makes me think he's not?
Why did I say that? Okay, let me see. I can only speak for my individual self. So, like I said, I don't know how to really explain it to you guys, but basically he can't stop people from doing things, because right now we all have free will. So it's like all being played out, right? But it is going to come to an end. Now, does that sound cruel? Yes, it does. But everybody has free will. He's trying to see who his children are. He's testing hearts. Like, do you love me? Are you willing to live in this this new world that's about to come? You know, like, who's worthy of coming? Some people call it heaven. Some people call it the new world, Zion. But who's worthy of going there? That's what's happening right now. And I
So
understand what you're saying, because it's like, you feel like it should just be peace on earth right now, right? Is that what we're saying? Is that where we're going with it?
no, absolutely not.
Okay.
So there are times in this book where your God does stop sin, right? But let's go past the time, past Jesus' time, right? Since, the new covenant has been enacted, Jesus has died, death has been defeated by Jesus, and you now have this opportunity for this reward, right? And your God is testing hearts at this point to see who deserves to go to New Jerusalem, right? Or heaven, whichever one. And you're saying that he will not stop somebody or interfere when someone is sinning against him, because he's testing hearts and he just wants to sit back and see who deserves to go to New Jerusalem. No matter if they sin, he's just like checking off names and saying, nope, this person doesn't deserve to go. I'm not going to get involved. Is that what you're saying?
No. When I had read the part when he had saved the Israelites from the Egyptians, and they're going through, he split the Red Sea, right? So splitting the Red Sea, and I don't know how far you guys, believe it or whatever, but I do.
I don't know why are we back in
because I'm trying to
ancient
make a
Israel right
point.
now?
Just making a point.
I'm asking you
And
to clarify what you said. Can you clarify
what
your last point before you make a new one?
what
Colin,
last
Christopher,
point?
you gotta go. Don't fucking tell me to let her finish. I know how to run my stage.
Yeah, you guys, let her talk. Like, don't do that.
I don't. The last point that you made that I clarified, right? I don't understand that point. So I need you to clarify the last point you made before you make a new point, right? So the last point that you made was that your God will not or cannot intervene, right, because of your free will.
Well, I
And
didn't say
right
can.
now,
I said will. Okay.
well, you did say can't. the first time that you said this, but that's not important. That's not important.
Okay.
But he's sitting back, right? And he's testing hearts to see who deserves to go to the new world.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why he's not stopping harm done in his name, right? Because you're at this period of him testing hearts to see who all loves him for real, who deserves to be on the new world, right? That's what you
Yeah.
said.
That's what I feel, yeah.
Okay. So
Now,
now,
anything that
and
I'm saying,
why
you
did you?
guys, is not in concrete. Huh?
Right. No. This is all just conversation. Okay.
Okay.
So why did you say no just a minute ago when I said that's what you said? Why did you say no? That's not what it is.
Well, when you said, I said he can't.
No. Prior to this, I repeated to you this same thing, and then you said no, that's not it, and then you started to talk about them in ancient Egypt.
Oh, that's because I was trying to, because you gotta remember I'm kind of tired. But no, what I was trying to say is the whole point is having free will. You know, that's, I can't answer why this system is set up the way it is, but we all have free will. It's not that he can't stop somebody, because I'm not going to say he can't stop somebody from doing something, because if you're going to oppose harm onto one of his children, he will intervene on that. Like, if it's not that person's, like, if they have a purpose to set something forth and somebody tries to come and kill him or put witchcraft on him or da 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 da, he'll protect him, and he won't let that happen because he has to let that person finish their purpose. Does that make sense? But as
No,
far as
not
like
really,
stopping
because there's
the
a
whole
lot of
world
people.
from doing, huh?
Nope. Let me explain something. Let me share something with you. Okay. So my father was a pastor, right? And he told us that God told him that he was to preach to a large group of people. Like his church was to grow to 3,000. He said God gave him the number 3,000, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so he was holding on to this promise that his church would grow to 3,000 members. Now, a drunk man killed my dad.
What?
Okay. Now, I don't blame a God for
Yeah.
that. But based off of what you just said, that this God would intervene to stop harm.
Oh gosh. Okay.
It's okay, Diva. That was 16 years ago, 17 years ago, 2 days ago, 3 days ago. I'm good. But
Okay.
here's the thing, right? You just said that this God would stop harm done to his children, especially if they have a purpose, right? Except the God did not stop my father from being left on the side of the road with his mandible crushed, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to sound sad. I'm okay. Like
No,
this is
because you're breaking
the
my
first year
heart.
I didn't like cry or feel guilty. Like it's all good. But based off of what you just said, right? My dad had this promise from this God. As a matter of fact, the night that he died, I looked up at the sky and I said, "What about the promise?" Right?
Mm-hmm.
What
Yeah.
about the promise? Like, how do you take him before the promise?
Mm-hmm.
So, Diva, are you okay?
I'm fine. I just, that's deep. Like, that's deep. And when I'm speaking, sis, I'm only speaking for myself. Like, you know, I know that that's what
It's
he's done
okay.
for me, you know, because I should have died a long time ago myself. So, I don't.
But Diva, it's okay. So what
Okay.
I'm saying is, right? It
Yeah.
what you just said didn't necessarily transfer to my father, who also considered himself a child of this God with a
Yeah.
promise from this God, right? Who
Yeah.
died before that promise manifested, right?
Yeah.
Now, there are other people who see themselves as children of this God who are going through harm that's done in this God's name, right? Like children being essayed in these churches, children being essayed in their homes by parents who call themselves Christians, or abused, right? Not even just essayed, abused, but and they're crying out to the God, but nothing's stopping it.
I don't have the answers, thinker. Can I just say this real quick though?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. And like also like with my daughter, she's 30 now, but all of her friends, and when I tell you all of her friends have passed away. You hear me? At young ages, like from friends to boyfriends to whoever. Me personally, I hadn't experienced that. So I don't want to sit up here and be like, I'm just a representative, I'm a pastor, I know all the answers, because I don't. Only thing I can share is my story and my experience. I don't know. I don't know. I just know that I have a relationship with him, and I've experienced like a lot of like strong spiritual things, because like I grew up in church and stuff, and honestly, growing up as a little kid, I should just sit there and be bored, fall asleep, like, oh, okay, whatever. But it came one time for me where I had went through something really strong, and then I experienced to where because like when I was going to church, they'd be like, oh, speak in tongues, like just say anything, like blah 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 blah. I was like, no, like if this God is real, I want to know he's real, like how like I don't know if like when you be in church and they try to like push your head back and stuff, like, oh, pass out, and like the people will pass out. I never used to. I'd be like pushing forward, like, no, like if your God is real, like show me. You hear me? Guess what happened one day? I went to this church. I was like 20 something years old. Me and my best friend, she took me to this church and she kept going and stuff. And make a long story short, that lady put her hand on my forehead. Next thing I knew, I was on the floor. Okay. And it just goes on from there. So I'm saying that to say this, because I really don't want to be up here. I don't want to meet nobody astray or like say the wrong thing or whatever. Because like I said, I am sleepy and I do need to take my butt to bed. But I was just like scrolling and I just wanted to pop in. But I have experienced to where I did start speaking in tongues, where like in the Bible where it says your belly would, like waters would come forth. Like I experienced that. I started speaking in Arabic and stuff like that.
Wait, give me just a second. Diva, how do you know that you were speaking in Arabic?
I didn't even
did you
know I was
upload
speaking
it?
Arabic at the
Did you
time.
video? Diva, did you like let somebody
No.
like translate it for you?
No. What happened
How
is,
do you know that you were speaking in Arabic?
okay, I'm gonna tell you.
Okay.
Because when I was speaking in it, I didn't know what it was. Like it sounded like little baby talk or whatever. And then I had moved like back to the hood or whatever and went to like a little store or whatever. And the little dudes, it was like they're Arabians or whatever they was speaking. I was like, what kind of language is this that you're speaking? They was like, oh, it's Arabic. And I'm like, wow.
You think that you heard someone speaking
And it
Arabic and
sounded
you were
just
like,
like
that's what I was
had
doing.
never heard it before. Never heard Arabic before. Ever.
So have you, do you still speak in tongues?
No, not those type of, like the Arabic tongues. Nope. Because you know
Why
what
not?
happened? Because I had, like I could tell you the story. It's really deep. But I had went to this church and this lady, she was like, oh, da 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 da. And I had put my
Wait,
hands,
please. I want to know if you understood what they were saying.
when they were speaking in tongues.
No, when they
No.
were speaking their language, did you
No, I
understand what they
didn't.
were saying?
I had no idea. The only thing I recognized is the way they were talking. I was like, what is this? But I didn't know, I didn't understand what they're like. Even when I was speaking it, I didn't know what I was talking about. But when they started speaking, I was like, what is this language? But when I had went to this church, that's why I don't go to church no more. This lady, she had put her, like I had my hands up, like praying, and she put her hands on me. And I promise you, I felt something zap out of me. Like she like zapped my energy. Like she took whatever that was that I was doing away. So I don't even speak in tongues no more. I don't even play with that no more. But
Wait, so somebody took
she
the
took it.
ability for you to speak in tongues away.
She sure did. And then the next day when I went to that church, the pastor was like, he was like, yeah, like you guys, because when I used to be in church, like when I used to go into tongues, like people used to like look at me like, oh, she's speaking differently. Because I didn't do it like, how like, I don't want to mock it, but how the church people, they always sound alike or whatever. And so when I was doing it, it was like different. Like everybody would look at me and stuff, especially like the teenagers and stuff, try to talk to me and stuff. And then That's exactly what she said. She came to me, she's like, oh, all the youth in here admire you, and she touched me and zapped it out of me. So the next day when we had went to church, because it was like a
Wait, how
revival,
did it feel when she zapped it out?
it
What did
felt
it
like
feel
she
like?
was like taking, I never felt nothing like that in my life. Like she was literally sapping my energy or whatever was inside of me. She took it away from me. Like I just felt weak. Like I fell to the floor. I was like, what the heck was that? Right. So then the next day the pastor was like,
So
yeah,
why didn't the God protect you from that? Like, if he
I
gave
don't
you a
know.
gift,
I
right,
don't
of you
know.
being able to speak in tongues, he just let somebody come and take it away?
I don't know.
Like, why wouldn't he protect you?
I don't know.
Is there
That's
like
one of the
no
questions I have too.
expectation?
Huh?
Like, is there no expectation from this God to like protect at all?
I know he protects me from certain things
So that's
that
a spiritual thing, right? Like, wouldn't you expect that if he gave you the gift to speak Arabic and you've never studied Arabic, that he would protect that gift in you and not just allow somebody to randomly come up and zap it away?
but I'm
Like,
telling you guys the
unless you're
truth.
saying he's careless.
I wouldn't say he's careless. I just think like there's like I shouldn't have let the lady touch me. And that's you know what that lesson was for me?
And
Even though she took
did he tell, when he gave you this gift, did he tell you how to keep it and how to take care of it? Did
he
he tell you
sent
that if somebody touches you that it would go away?
he sent me to a certain church to a certain man who was supposed to teach me that, but the man didn't, you know.
So he
The man
told you
didn't teach me.
that a man was supposed to teach you how to
Well,
take
I
care of
don't
your
talk
gift
to
of
God, like I
tongues.
don't hear God's voice, you know, but he had he had sent a messenger that told me to go to this church. And but I couldn't really get close to the man. Like all these ladies was like there was witches. It was like I don't know, like guard me against him. They wouldn't let me. I was like, can we go out to lunch and talk? Because I knew I needed to talk to this man. I was sent to this man, but they
I'm a
ended up
witch
killing him
too,
and his
apparently.
wife.
Can I ask you a question? I would like to know if it
Y'all laughing,
sounded
but this is
no.
serious.
I would like to know, did it sound like this?
Mhm.
Did it sound like that?
Something like that.
It sounded like that.
Something
Did
like
that
that.
voice sound familiar?
Not that voice, but that the way she was. Because, like I said, it sounds like a baby talk, kind of like, you know, yeah, like it don't really make sense. Type, yeah, like that.
That's me. That was me when I was a Christian speaking in tongues. That's a video that I took of myself right before I started deconstructing. And I wanted to know what the fuck I was saying. So I uploaded that video into a translator app to see if I was speaking in a real language and if I was saying real words. And I was not. It's a bunch of gibberish.
What did it
It was a
say?
bunch of gibberish.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. And it's called Glossolalia. Have you ever heard that word before? Glossolalia is, let me get the definition right quick.
These comments is funny. Oh my god.
Yeah, I told them I would never show that video ever again.
No, I
So
appreciate this. I do. This is deep. This is
they
deep.
are laughing at me. I told them I would never ever show that
I
video
think
again.
they laughing at
But
me.
no, they're laughing. They're probably laughing at both of us. But anyway, glossolalia is a phenomenon where someone produces speech-like sound or words that are often unintelligible to others. It's often known as speaking in tongues. Glossolalia is often associated with religious ecstasy, but it can also occur in some cases of schizophrenia. It's been observed in many ancient religions, including some Greek religions, and has been a part of Christianity since the early years of the church. And it comes from the Greek word lalia, which means speaking. So it's now what I can say, right? Like it's a you kind of get gassed up, right? Like it's all emotion. You kind of gotta like hype yourself up, right? And then you just open your mouth and just start saying stuff, right? And like I said, I wanted to know for myself, right, whether what I was saying was real stuff, right? Like if I was speaking in a real language. And I took that video and I uploaded it to a translation app, and like it was just gibberish. It didn't detect the language or anything like that. So, I when I asked the questions about like why doesn't God stop harm done in His name, and a lot of believers come back with like very individualistic stories, like I know that I'm special, I know God answers me, I do this, I do that, right? It's they tend to separate themselves from the rest of the world and say it's a personal thing, right? God is stopping harm for me. I can't speak for everybody else, but He's doing it for me. There was a comment that went by just a few minutes ago. The person said, "This ain't got nothing to do with God. This is what humans do," and I agree with that comment 100%, because it is humans doing harm to other humans. But the issue is that humans also have this belief in this God that they teach other humans that this God will protect them. This God has the power to protect them and keep them safe, right? That this God will avenge them because don't take vengeance on your own. Vengeance is mine, says the Lord. God's going to get them, or God's going to get you, right? But then when the harm is done and we say, well, where is the God? It ain't God's fault. It ain't God's responsibility to protect you. God is just sitting back waiting for the end, for the judgment day. Right? Or God is making you go through these things so that you can be because you have a purpose in life. And so I think it's irresponsible for people to try to take a God to someone with all of these benefits and all of these promises, and then when the product does not work the way that they're told that it works, then you say, I don't know.
I mean, I know that we're all one, as far as like being connected, but I think we all have our individual journeys, and I feel like there's a lot of we're all trying to figure it out, I guess. Me, just like I said, I don't have all the answers. Like, I humbled myself in that. Only thing I can speak for is my experience. I can't sit here and say, oh, thinker, like this happened to dad and you was speaking like this. I know for me, when I was speaking in tongues, I didn't make myself do it. Like, it just was, something was controlling me. Now, it did sound like what you were saying. I can't say if it was precise because we're talking about back in 2012. Like I said, I'm about to be 50. So I know it was like, it does sound like a baby talk, if that makes sense. And when I said I went to the store and I heard those people speaking in Arabic, like it kind of was like that, but I don't remember the exact words. I don't know. I just know I don't speak in that anymore. As far as the question that you asked me, which was really deep, how was that allowed? If this was a gift from my father, how was that allowed to be taken from me? That's the same questions I be asking myself to this day. I don't know the answer. I don't know. But guess what I do? I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, I don't believe in the Father no more. And I just don't go to them churches no more. I really say to myself, you know, do I read the Bible? Yes. I used to read it front to back every year. Have I did that in the past few years? No, I have not, because I've already read it so many times. It's already in me. What works for me may not work for you or anybody else. I just know that I don't put myself on no pedestal or anything. I just try to be like a normal human being. Like if I see somebody that's hungry, hey, here you go. Or if they need something here, I'm the type of person, I take the shopping cart back. That's just in me. That's just who I am, you know? And at the end of the day, when it all comes to an end, it's going to be what it's going to be, you know? But I don't know. Like, I don't try to debate or get into all these things. I don't try to force anything down anybody's throat or anything like that. Only thing I do is try to share my experiences and, that's it. But I don't have the answers. And there is a lot of things that don't make sense. Like, I agree with you. There's a lot of things that don't make sense, and that's why I understand why people have questions. And that's one of the prayers that I be saying, like, Father, like, show us your power, like, show us your spirit. Like, people need to feel it. They need to know. It's too much confusion going on right now. Like, what are we doing?
I think like it needs to be that
I
we
do take the shopping
can
cart
see
back.
our humanity, right? Like seeing other humans and seeing and allowing ourselves to empathize with other humans, right? And not tell another human who's going through something very detrimental, oh God, just trust God. That's the most cold-hearted response that you can give to someone who's going through something. Whether, it's them sharing that they've been harmed by a family member, right? Or that they're losing a family member. And your response is just trust God. It seems very robotic, closed off, inconsiderate, right? Cold and condescending, right? To say the least. I think this whole idea of a God, being the one that you need to look to when you're going through something, it causes humans to not see the humanity in another human. And it may be doing it on an unconscious level. Some people may not realize that they have completely detached from humanity when they do that.
I don't think, like, I've never been that person, like, to tell people, oh, I can't pay my rent. Oh, just give it to God. He'll pay your rent. First of all, you should be working or you should be budgeting your money to make sure your rent is paid. I just want to make that perfectly clear. Like, I'm not out there like that, like, oh, just because there's things we need to be doing to be responsible human beings. And, so no, I don't think on that wavelength. We have to set things in motion and handle our business. Man don't work, he don't eat. So we all have our responsibilities. We need to, these comments is killing me. But yeah, no, I don't think like that though. I don't.
Yeah. So I guess like when someone asks that question, like if you ever get this question again from someone, maybe not starting off with the, oh, we have free will. That's why God isn't doing anything. I wouldn't use that again because it just sounds like your God is just sitting back watching, right? And just letting people go through shit.
He is watching and he's allowing people to have free will, so they're doing what they want to do.
Except there are times in this book, right? That's why I brought up the after Jesus died, right? After this new covenant, your God actually kills two people who wanted to use this so-called free will to keep part of their own money for themselves and gave half of the money to the church. And your God killed them for not giving all of their money to the church. That's not sitting back and just watching people make a decision. Right? So it doesn't match the nature of your God in this book. And it shows like it, and then saying things like that, like it really, to me, right, it shows that your God cares more about money than he does life. Your God will kill two people over money and not step in and send a police officer to somebody's house that is getting SA'd. If he can manipulate that, he can manipulate and tell a police chief where to find the SA'er. If he's talking to you about what job to take, he can talk to a police chief about finding the person that's beating on their wife.
I don't even look at it that way. Like, there's a lot of people, like, even my daughter, after all her friends got killed and stuff, she, like, became an atheist for a long time because she didn't understand, like, how these innocent people, you know, like, I've never questioned him. I've never questioned his will. Hey, that's not even a part of anything. I do know that for me personally, because like I said, I can't speak for nobody else because I'm not in their body and in their brains. I just know for me, that's my way, and that's who I love, and
Yeah,
that's who
you're doing
I
the
lean
exactly. You're
on.
doing the thing, right? The
And
individualistic.
nobody
I
can
don't
say
know
that.
about everybody else. I only know about me.
Yeah,
He does it
that's
for
it.
me. I don't know why he doesn't do it for everybody else,
No, I
right?
didn't say I don't know why he
And
does it, but I
yeah,
don't
but
know.
like you're doing the same thing, and you're like you're saying like when my daughter lost all of her friends right after me, just explaining to you what you're saying makes your God look like, right? And you're like he is just sitting back watching, right? And then and then a lot of believers will question why people like myself don't believe.
Where I'm at right now, because I know like he poured his spirit out, and I know not everybody is his children. I could tell you that. I don't believe
Yeah,
like
what kind of God creates humans knowing that a good portion of the humans he created are not his children, and that there's going to be someday in the future that he's going to like burn them for eternity and sit back and watch? Like what kind of God
well, like
what
if you
purposely creates humans that he knows that he's going to throw in an incinerator one day? That to me that just sounds like a the idea of the devil that Christians believe exists.
But what if you like create like some toys or robots or something, and then you
Y'all are
have
his
hopes that they
robots.
all work right, but some of them have defects. You
But
know, some of them
that's
have
like you're
defects.
talking. Yeah, like that would make sense if you're human and you're not all knowing and all powerful, right? That
Yeah,
does not translate to a all powerful, all knowing deity. As he's creating the every human being, as y'all believe, he also can see their entire life. He also knows if they're going to be in that incinerator, and he creates them anyway. Like they're like literally, I don't see how y'all's free will actually works because
I don't.
he
Okay,
all
because I think you're thinking. I think you.
like in this book, it literally says that he already knows whose names are written in that book. So he's just creating humans for the fun of it so that he can throw them in the incinerator. That is sadistic. That's something a
I
human
mean,
mind would think of.
yeah, I've thought of it too. Like I'm gonna keep it real. I've always thought like, what is the point of it all? I know where you're going with it. Like, what is the point of all this? Like, you know, that movie.
I
Have you
get
ever
it,
seen that
but
movie,
that
The
ain't what I
Devil's
asked. That
Advocate?
ain't what I did. I'm not asking what's the
Oh,
point of
you
all of
asked me
this.
something? Okay, what?
No, I'm saying
What is,
that's not my point. I'm not asking
oh,
what's the point of all this. I'm saying that if that is the point, it is sadistic. That's what I'm saying. It's evil. That's what I'm saying. Thank y'all so much for helping me reach the gift goal. I appreciate y'all.
yeah. I mean, that's why you're called thinker. Like, I've thought about it all. Trust me. I think about that too. But who knows? All I know is I just stay on the path. People can call me, you're not the first person. Like, people can call me whatever, but I'm just staying on the path and doing what I gotta do. I don't have the answers, but I know they all will be answered, you know. But
I think it's funny that like somebody from YouTube says that I'm trying not to be accountable for my own sin, but I would beg to differ and say that that would be believers, right? Because I don't believe that a human being died for my sins. I don't believe that the life of another human would pay the price or the debt for a sin that I committed. That would be a believer not holding themselves accountable for their own sin. Now, what I believe is that if I do something wrong to harm another human, that I did that shit, not some devil influenced me to do it, right? Not some God caused that to happen in my life because they wanted to teach me a lesson. That would be a believer not holding themselves accountable for their own sin.
I would say it's matters of the heart, right? Like me, honestly, like let's just say we didn't know nothing about, everybody knows him as Jesus, the Messiah, and our creator, Ahaya, the Most High. Say we didn't know nothing about that and we're just in here. Me personally, myself, my heart, like I've given so much and sacrifice, right? Because that's what, the Messiah, he died for other people, like loving people. Like if you have a child or whatever, like you're going to jump in front of that car and like, because you don't want nothing to happen to them. You're willing to do that. Forget your life. Like, let's save this baby, right? So it's like a condition of the heart. And not everybody has that condition. Like, it's just, let's just leave all those little words out. Let's just talk about love. Because that's all it's about. Loving yourself and loving others. Just
But what does
love.
that have to do with like accountability for sin? Right? Accountability
Love
for the things that you
cancels
do.
out sin.
It does not. It doesn't. Because if your husband punches you in the eye and then he comes back and says, I'm sorry, I love you, it does not cancel out the fact that he fucking punched you in the eye.
Well, because if he loved me in the first place, he wouldn't have punched me. See what I'm saying?
So you're saying
Why would
that
you punch me
because
if you love
you're
me?
saying that people will never do anything wrong
No, I didn't
if
say
they
that.
love. Exactly. So
I
if
didn't say that.
someone
If
does
they
something to
love,
harm you, if someone does something to harm you, love doesn't cancel that out.
if they have love, they wouldn't do nothing to hurt
So
nobody.
you're saying that they would never do anything wrong if they love you.
If they
People would
have
be
love,
perfect
true
if people would be perfect
love.
if they love.
No,
Nobody would ever do anything
ever,
wrong.
ever. If they knew what real love was, yeah.
What
How?
then, Diva, what is real love? Do you know what real love is?
Of course, I am
So then
love.
you are perfect. You are perfect, Diva.
No,
You
I'm
don't do
not.
anything wrong. Well, then you're contradicting yourself
No,
right now,
okay,
Diva.
okay, okay. Stop, thinker. Okay,
No,
look.
don't tell me to stop.
You
You're
know what I will
contradicting
do?
yourself.
No, I'm not. Let me say. When you say do nothing wrong, like what are we talking about?
Oh,
I don't
I'm talking
steal. I
about.
don't kill. I don't.
Diva.
Okay, what?
You said that love cancels out sin. Did you not
Yes,
say that?
yes, I did.
All right. So you said that you know what perfect love is. You said that you are perfect love, but yet
No,
you still sin.
I didn't say I
You
was
are
perfect love.
contradicting yourself.
Okay, if I did say that, let me cancel that out. That's not what I meant. I didn't say I was perfect love. I said perfect love won't do that. I'm growing to get into perfect
You
love.
said, I am love. I said, so
I
you
am
know what
love,
perfect
not
love
perfect.
is? I said, do you know what perfect love is? You said yes. You said, I am love. You did say that.
I am love. I speak things like that into myself.
So are you imperfect love then?
Let me put it to you like this. I won't steal. I won't kill. I won't put nobody else before my father. Do I eat meat sometimes, which is not good for you, right? So we're supposed to love our temple, make sure you're healthy. So I do stuff like that, like eat some chips, like da 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 da. But I don't do like I follow the laws, statutes, and commandments. Like I don't like go outside of that, which is love. Like I'm not gonna hurt you. Like my neighbors, if their
That's
door is
your
unlocked, I'm
definition
not
of
gonna
love, Diva.
rob them. Huh?
That is your definition of love.
Love is not hurt.
That's your definition of love.
Okay, I want to hear yours.
I don't have a definition. I'm not claiming to know what love is.
Oh, okay. Well, I do. And I know, there's certain things I need to work on, but as far as like you can
But I
is,
guarantee
I'm
you,
not
like with
gonna.
you saying that you know what love is, Diva, you are adding your God in that, right? Your God's laws, this book in that. I guarantee you that there are a lot of people in these comments that would disagree with your definition of love.
I don't care if they
They
do.
would tell you, but that means you don't know what perfect love is. And so for you to say that love cancels out sin, right? It does not. It does not take love doesn't take accountability for sin at all. Humans take accountability for the shit that they do.
Yeah. But if that human knows what love is,
I do not like when people tell me what to do on my live. I don't.
what are they doing?
Like, don't tell me let her speak. Don't tell me don't, like, I know how to run this stage.
Me and her are flowing very perfectly. We fine. I respect her.
And it doesn't even make sense for people to be typing shit like that when you can't even enforce it.
You know what? Because we really talking some real stuff, but it's okay. Because iron sharpens iron. You sharpening me, I'm listening. I don't know if you listening to me, but I'm listening to you.
I'm a very attentive listener. And a lot of times, right? Like, I've said some things and you've come back with something completely opposite of what I said. And I've had to come back and say, oh, what does that have to do with this? So I don't know that you're really listening to me.
I am listening. I'm listening. I'm a little tired, like I
I
said.
can tell
I'm
you that
sitting here.
I don't feel like you are
Okay, let me
actively
sit up.
listening
Let
because
me sit up. Drink
you
my water.
haven't you haven't really responded to some of the things that I've said,
Okay,
right?
let's
Like, I've
go.
had to repeat myself,
I got my water.
right?
I'm up. I'm sitting up. I was laying down. I'm up. Okay, come on, let's go. Okay. But like you said, I'm not going to say I'm perfect love. So let me correct myself. If I said that, you guys, I apologize. I'm not perfect love, but I do know what love is. Or let me say what I think, right? I just feel like it's just not bringing just to put it in the short thing, because love is a lot of things, right? So just to put it in short, it's not harming anybody, harming yourself, or harming anything. Do we agree on that?
I agree.
Okay. Well, that's just what I would say. That's where I'm at with it. Like, I'm not
But
going to
that
harm.
also doesn't mean that that's perfect love, right?
Okay. You're
Right.
right.
That is an aspect of love.
Okay.
Love, there has to be action involved in that. Just
Yes.
because you're not causing somebody physical harm, right?
Mm-hmm.
You could be doing things that cause a person harm and unconsciously not knowing it, like not listening to them when they talk, not being considerate of their feelings or their emotions or their needs or their wants, belittling them in a way to make them feel like what they need or their desires in life are not important, are stupid, right?
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Yeah. So that's why I said love does not cancel out the act of, causing somebody harm or discomfort in life, right?
Mm-hmm.
Taking accountability for that, adjusting the behavior, right?
Mm-hmm.
Allowing yourself to grow, right? As you engage with humans on this rock on a daily basis. And then you said something in your definition earlier that you don't put anything before this God, right? Depending on your understanding of the God and what the God wants from you, that is a very dangerous place to be for someone in your life. Because if that person does not fit that narrative, right, they're always vulnerable to you saying or doing something that will harm them in some type of way.
What you mean?
Because your God will always come before that human.
If that human is lined up with the God, then why would I mean, even if they wasn't lined up, I wouldn't. If they wasn't, I wouldn't deal with them. So they wouldn't even be around me.
And that's not, again, that to you, that's love. Like the fact that you're saying that a person has to believe and hope and wish the way you do for you to respect their life
No,
that's fucking ridiculous to me.
no.
Here's the thing. Like, again, you're contradicting yourself, right? I don't believe in your God. I don't believe in your Jesus. I think it's all bull crap. But here you are on my stage talking to me, and we're respecting each other. Like,
Hmm.
there is no need for two people to have the same hopes and wishes, right? For you to agree to respect their ability, their right to live without you harming them in any way.
Yeah. Like, honestly, like you just said, I'm on your platform. If you was to be at the store, look, you wouldn't know who I am. I wouldn't, because that picture of me, that's not me right there. So you wouldn't know me. I wouldn't know you. But at the same time, we're having a conversation. We're not cussing each other out. We're not doing none of that. But I'm saying within myself, um, even if even if the person says they don't believe in God, but if they're respectful and they're showing some type of consciousness and love, like that's what you're doing. I don't feel like you're a Satanist worshiper, are you?
But you don't even know what a Satanist worshiper
Or
is.
whatever. Like, are you?
No,
Like, what?
no, listen. No, not whatever. Do you see that? You're throwing out terms that you have no idea what they mean, right? You just hear the word Satan and you think demonic.
Yeah, I
Love,
do. I
love
do.
understands, love comprehends, right?
Mhm.
So if you
It's understanding.
before you start demonizing Satanists, what love would do is say, let me go and see what this is. Let me go and understand what this is.
I've done that.
Then what is a Satanist, Diva?
They believe in Satan. They do sacrifices.
You are Diva. Then no, you did not do
Oh my
that.
God.
You did
What?
not
That's
do
what
that.
I
If
seen
that's
on
what
YouTube.
Diva,
They
no,
have these little
Diva,
things.
they actually
Okay.
have a website that
What?
with their creed on it. You know
Um,
what? As a matter of fact, hold on.
no, because I mean, that's all I know. This lady was talking about, well, this guy, he was a Satanist.
Did
I
you
just
say
watched him.
YouTube? You got your
Yeah.
education about a Satanist on
Where else am I
YouTube?
going to get it from, do that?
A book, their
Mm.
website, read a fucking book.
Well, you know, it's the
Like,
internet
what the
age.
fuck?
I'm
You
just trying to
almost
click on something.
50 and
I'm
you
just
got it
trying to
off of
click.
YouTube?
I'm just clicking. I'm clicking, you know.
You ain't clicking nothing.
I just
That
got,
clicking sound
well,
is
I just got
clouding your
started.
brain, honey.
No, but
That is
listen,
crazy. You
no,
get your
dude, I just got
education off of
started.
YouTube?
That's because I was clicking. So I
Listen,
am a reader.
as
I
a
am a
black
reader,
woman,
though.
I am disappointed.
No, I
As a
am a
black woman,
reader, though,
as
Duda.
a woman who is 50 herself, I am fucking
Guess what?
appalled.
I'm a
Like,
reader.
listen.
I
This
I
told
was
you
am
not to
last
mess with
night.
do that.
this can't be real.
I'm a writer
Like,
too. I write books,
you
so I
can't
am a
be.
reader.
I will never read it, especially if you're doing your research on YouTube. Now listen,
No, I didn't say I
now
did
listen.
research. I
If
said
you want
I
to learn how to do a math problem, okay, go to YouTube. If you want to learn how cells work in the
see
body, go to YouTube. And
y'all
if you want to
clowning me.
learn about something like Satanism, listen, I'm gonna go on mute because I was about to call you something I should not. I'm not gonna disrespect you, but that's crazy. And I'm just gonna tell you like it is. You must have bumped your head, especially when you started talking about speaking Arabic. That just threw me. And some people with head injuries will all of a sudden speak a different language, but that ain't you. You on a
Actually, I
level.
did have a head injury. If you
Well,
want to
then
know the
maybe that
truth,
explains it. And I'm sorry
car
that that
accident.
happened.
Well, it
However,
did happen though. So
this should not be
I'm
at
serious.
your
They laughing. I really
this should
did in
not
a car
be
accident.
at your big age, honey. And I can say that because I'm 50. You should not. You should have more sense than this. This is wild. I'm going on mute because I can't.
Okay.
Okay, so Diva, there is a scripture in the Bible, in Numbers 22.
Mm-hmm.
What? What is this? Hold on. Why? What? Okay, there we go. Um, All right. So, Numbers 22, Balaam, the donkey, and the angel. Okay.
Mhm.
Says, God's anger was kindled because he was going, and the angel of the Lord took his stand in the road as his adversary. Do you know what that word is in Hebrew?
Adversary. I don't know Hebrew like that, but adversary is like an enemy or like the opposite or something.
But the angel of the Lord became the adversary, right?
Hmm.
Against Balaam. Okay. That word in Hebrew,
Strong.
no, the word right here.
Oh, lexicon.
No, you see me circling the word on the screen.
Mm.
What's that word?
Strong's H 7854. Satan. Satan.
Thank you. Because I didn't see a circle on it.
You can't see my mouse on the screen circling it. You don't see my
No.
mouse.
I told you I wear glasses.
Oh, it's Satan.
Mm-hmm.
The angel of the Lord became a Satan against Balaam. Okay? A Satan in this book is not the devil that all of you believers are afraid of. A Satan in this book works for your God. He does whatever your God tells him to do. In this story, Satan's or Satans are fourth level entities that work for the God. But unless you read the book and study the book, you don't know that. They're advocates or they're adversaries. Now, one thing is, Baal is also an advocate, right? He's an advocate. He's a champion. That's what the words mean. Now, when you go to the creed of the Satanic Temple, this is what they are about. They are advocates or adversaries for people. And this is their 7 tenets. One should strive to act with compassion and empathy toward all creatures in accordance with reason. Do you agree with that? That people should act with compassion and empathy towards every creature on earth?
No. Because how can
You
I
don't agree
have
with that?
no? How can I have compassion for somebody who's a child molester or evil person killing kids
It says
and
accordance with reason. In
oh,
accordance with reason.
okay, I missed that part. What reason? Yeah, what reason?
The struggle for justice is an ongoing and necessary pursuit that should prevail over laws and institutions. Do you agree with that?
I don't know. Just keep telling me. I'm
Wait, why
listening
don't you know? Why
because I
don't you know if you agree that the struggle for
feel like y'all
justice is
trying
an
to set me
ongoing
up
and
or something.
necessary thing? I'm sorry. Why don't you agree that the struggle for justice is an ongoing and necessary thing?
Okay, it is.
Why?
Yes, yes, that's true. That's true.
One's body is inviolable,
I am
subject
listening.
to one's own will alone. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, that's
The
for sure.
freedoms of others should be respected, including the freedom to offend. To willfully and unjustly encroach upon the freedoms of another is to forego one's own. Do you agree with that?
Say that again. That was kind of tricky.
The freedoms of others should be
Mhm.
respected, including the freedom to offend. To willfully and unjustly encroach upon the freedoms of another is to forego one's own. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, because that's what I'm saying. Free will. Yeah.
If you would have said no, that's what I would have said. Yeah,
Yeah. No, I
that's
no.
your
I
free
told you I
will.
sat up and drank my water, so I'm
Yeah,
on.
but I don't agree with this one 100%. I
Okay.
don't, because I think there should be consequences, right? When someone chooses to offend another person, depending on what that offense is, right? Because essay,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that should not be respected.
Yeah.
Beliefs should conform to one's best scientific understanding of the world. One should take care never to distort scientific facts to fit one's beliefs.
Because if it's scientific, most of it is facts. Like, how can you deny that? Like,
People are fallible. If one makes a mistake, one should do one's best to rectify it and resolve any harm that might have been caused. Do you agree with that?
yeah.
Every tenet is a guiding principle designed to inspire nobility in action and thought. The spirit of compassion, wisdom, and justice should always prevail over the written or spoken word. Do you agree with that?
No.
Why not?
Because how can you override something that's written? So that's like overwriting the written statute, laws, and commandments. So no, that's like creating your own laws. And
So there's a written law in your Bible that says slavery is allowed. Should we
well,
still be
that's
enslaved today?
no. And see, you gotta like discern that type of stuff. You gotta
No,
remember
Diva,
What?
listen to what you just said. Okay? I'm going to read this again. I'm going to repeat what you said. Okay? And I want you to answer again. Every tenet is a guiding principle designed to inspire nobility in action and thought. The spirit of compassion, wisdom, and justice should always prevail over the written or spoken word.
Oh,
Okay?
okay. I missed that part. Okay, yes. Yes.
So these are the 7 tenets of Satanism.
Oh my, see, I knew y'all was trying to set me up.
How am I trying to set you up and it's on the screen?
I can't.
It's literally on the screen. How am I trying to set you up?
Oh my gosh. I felt it.
But I'm not I'm not a
So,
Satanist, right? But I agree with every last one of these tenets. But I have friends who are Satanists. But out of love, right? And wanting to understand for
yeah.
myself what it was, I went and researched for myself what they believe in, right? Who they are, right? Instead of just taking somebody else's word for it, right? You're on here saying Satan is this, right? Because you saw a YouTube video. You saw somebody spewing misinformation about a group of people who don't do child sacrifices, right? They would consider themselves to be an advocate for children and an adversary against those who do child sacrifices. That's what the word Satan means, either an advocate or an adversary. The Satans in this book were either advocates or adversaries. That's all that means. There is a devil in this book. And the crazy thing is that motherfucker is chained up in this book the whole damn time. So I'm trying to figure out who the fuck fucking with y'all.
I guess. That's deep. That's really deep. No, what I was trying to say, just so I can clarify it, is just so happened last night I was just like, just like scrolling. And then this guy was talking and I'm like, he was like talking about the things he grew up, some white guy, some white tea guy or whatever. Like the different things he went through. I'm not gonna repeat it or whatever. I'm like, what? So it just like sparked my interest. So I'm not saying I was researching or whatever. I just so happened to be like, listen, I was like, you know what? Maybe I need to start like learning, not learning more of it. Like I want to be a part of it, but just learning like, what is it all about? Just like you said, like you can't just take people's word for it. So I didn't have a chance to go to the library and get the book and read it and, all that type of stuff. It's just, I was just saying, I just was scrolling. I saw the little thing. I heard what he said. And I was just like, okay. Now, me personally, just by you just doing and saying and reading me this stuff right here, that's enough for me. I'm not really interested in that. I'm not. So, but that's interesting to know. It is.
You're not interested in it because it has the word Satan in it.
Yeah,
Like you are exactly, which is kind of childish to me.
I know. I'm
Like
sorry.
it, yeah, like it, for some reason Christianity stops grown people from actually growing up
I'm
and
not a
using their
Christian,
mind.
but I am an
But
Aries.
you
I'm a
do hold
Aries in
Christian
the
beliefs.
zodiac.
Like, I mean, you may not call yourself a Christian. You're a Sadakmak, but you hold Christian beliefs. Like the
No,
things
I
that you
don't.
say, yes, you do. Like you first came on here talking about free will. That's the first thing a Christian would answer to that question. You talk
But not
like a
just a
Christian.
Christian, a disciple, a follower of Christ,
It
a
doesn't matter.
believer. You don't
Yeah,
have
it
to be.
doesn't matter what you call yourself. You talk like a Christian. You
Okay, well,
behave like a Christian. You think like a Christian. You may not call yourself a Christian,
why
but you're
Christians?
very Christian.
But Christians don't think that I'm a Christian. They don't, so I don't fit in that box.
Christians don't think Christians are Christians. Like none of you, like there's not a lot of you that are willing to still call yourselves Christians. A lot of you are trying to separate yourself from that name. And the crazy thing about it is because you're realizing that you were lied to in that book, but you're still trying to hang on to the beliefs that you were told in that book. Like
I don't.
somehow there
That book
is
is not
truth
a
in
lie.
that book.
I know that
You
they
literally
tampered
just
with
said, I
it.
don't call him Jesus because that's not his name. But
It's
that's
not.
the name in that book. There ain't nowhere in that book where it calls him Yahashua. And there's
It
nowhere
depends
in that
on
book
it depends on
where
what
it
book.
calls God Hashai.
It
What is
depends on
it?
what Bible you're
What is it?
reading too,
And
though.
what Bible? What Bible are you reading? Which Bible? Because I can tell you, we have Jewish rabbis that will come in here and come on this stage,
And I'm
and
not Jewish either. That's a whole
scholars that will
nother
tell
thing.
you like those words y'all are literally making them up. Nowhere in the Hebrew language do those words exist.
Tinker was
Nowhere,
talking baby talk.
Why would I believe them?
because it's their language. You
I
don't speak.
guess.
You don't speak Hebrew,
I speak my father and whatever the spirit gives me. So
which is a
I don't
language
ain't no
that's baby
Jewish
talk
guy
that
ride
you thought
by.
that you were speaking Arabic, diva.
I was,
Exactly. So like you don't speak Hebrew. You thought you were speaking Arabic
but
because
the
it sounded like
spirit
baby
in me
talk.
did.
And the confirmation that you got was a person speaking Arabic on the street. And then on top of that, your father allowed some witch, according to you, to touch you and zap it out of you. Like that makes no sense, Diva. Like, do
You
you hear
know,
what
I
you're
agree.
saying?
I know, but how do I explain it? I don't know how to explain it. But these are true facts that happen, though. Like, how do I put the pieces together? Like, there's nobody out there that can explain it to me. Like, I don't know. I just know what I feel, and that's what I'm going with. You know how when you take philosophy in college or whatever, and that's the first thing your professor is going to attack is your belief. How do you know that something's real? You know, how
Can
do
I
you know
just
that
say
something's
something real
real?
quick before she goes into another long drawn out story?
Yeah, I'm gonna
I
change
am
my
not
batteries
finna
in my
go into
vape.
no
I'll
Okay.
be right back.
stories with y'all.
Okay.
'Cause y'all clowning.
I just want to apologize to those who may have suffered a head injury by saying that's how she behaves. That was wrong of me and ableist, and I will take responsibility for it and never do it again. I thought about it after I said it. It won't happen again, but something happened to you, honey, or something. I don't know, but I don't know what you've been reading, but put those books down. Stay off of YouTube. Uh, Go sit in the library. Find you an instructor, something, but lay off the sauce or whatever's going on, because put the potion down. But y'all tap the screen, get the likes to. Oh, we almost at 100K. We're gonna work on 125 because Thinker needs, y'all working hard. I appreciate you, but work a little harder. Thank you for reaching her gift goals. Now she has a gift goal of confettis. And also, please follow her on YouTube at Arc Thinker, ARCH Thinker. Don't forget that you can pop an op by sending a Chasing the Dream or
What
fifteen
did you
dollars to
just
her
call
cash
it?
app.
What did you just
Call
call
it
it?
popping ops.
Pop an
Oh my
op.
god, I fucking love that.
Excuse me.
You haven't seen that in the comments.
No. Uh-uh.
Yeah, pop an op. Her cash app is in her bio. But keep typing. Y'all working hard. I appreciate you. And I'm gonna shut up.
Well, damn. I like that. Okay. Diva, did you have anything else before we let you go tonight so you can go to bed?
No, I mean, I just appreciate you guys letting me up here. Love and light, even to those that was clowning me, and even to everybody who just whatever.
Girl, we don't
Do
care.
that. Do that.
We don't
Wow.
we
You're
don't need
good.
an exit
She
speech.
was nice.
No, she
Yeah,
wasn't. She was fake nice. She was fake nice. And I don't even eat gummies, but I'm damn sure about to eat one out of my stash because she didn't work my damn nerve. What I got a cherry one? Yes, cause baby, that's some bullshit. She on something else. I ain't on that kind of time. Um, who is this talking shit to me? Is
I
that
think
the Mister? Yeah,
who?
Mister Misunderstood, calling me a true hater, and your mama don't like you. That's why you always here every night with us because your mammy don't want to talk to you. Maybe if your family liked you, you wouldn't have to be here with a hater. But I
Yeah.
hate you. I can say that.
Y'all better leave do that alone, man.
I sure hate you. And now I see why your mammy don't like you. She don't like she hates you too.
Oh my gosh. Karen, hi, how are you? Karen, are you there? All right. If you're in the guest request box and you are in there on purpose, please comment so that we can bring you up and bypass all of these accidental requests. I appreciate you very much. Do that never leaves anything behind.
Listen, don't come for me because I be angry down in the comments. That's another reason why I stay down there because my mouth is reckless and I don't want to get Thinker in trouble. And I also need to tell you if you going to message her about me, message me. Don't bother her.
Lemur 12, we do, and we have, and we will. We also have some Jewish friends who will hop on our stage and debate other Jewish people as well. So we don't discriminate. If you are Jewish, as long as you're not a black Hebrew Israelite who are calling yourself a Jewish person, then come on down. All you got to do is hit request. Inward Being, how are you? Aaron, come on to TikTok. Like I said, I don't discriminate. Unfortunately, I do not do lives on YouTube. So you're watching a screencast. But if you walk to TikTok, I'll be happy to have you on stage. Aaron, hi, how are you? I'm sorry. Inward, inward, inward. How are you? I'm looking at Aaron on YouTube and inward. Are you there? Inward. I saw you comment that you were in the box on purpose. Are you there?
I'm here.
Is everything okay
Hello?
with your mic?
Yeah, I have my headphones. They weren't working properly. Sorry about that.
Okay. Are you a Christian or a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you
I
deconstructing or
am
are you an atheist?
Christian.
Okay. And which topic did you want to discuss? Keep in mind that I do not discuss past conversations with new guests, okay?
Okay. So I'm really interested because I hear you talking a lot about evil in the Bible, right?
No, there are
Bad and
7
evil
topics on
things.
the board. There are 7 topics on
Yeah.
the board. Inward, can you please pick one of those? And there's a
It's
lot of noise in the
loud.
background.
Yeah.
Can you please
It's
fix
really
that?
loud.
Why doesn't God stop harm?
Okay, did you hear me, Inward?
Yeah.
Please fix the noise in the background. If you're not able to do that, I'm not going to be able to keep you on stage, okay?
Is it better? Is that better?
Yeah, that's a lot better. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll pick question number 3.
All right, go ahead.
So I'd like to ask you, what do you believe?
That's not a part of that question.
I can't ask you what you believe.
Inward,
I don't believe in your
you've been in
God.
the comment
And
section.
Okay.
You've been in the comment section. Don't come up here playing.
What's that? Yeah, I want to know. Well, I want to know what your justification for morality is.
no one is arguing morality. I don't fucking do these
Evil is
philosophical ass
evil
arguments.
is immorality.
Nobody is talking about evil, N-word. That word says harm, okay? I'm not here to fucking debate what evil and good is with you. I don't give a fuck about those philosophical ass to be or not to be conversations. If that's what you're looking for, you need to go find a philosophical live. This isn't it.
Are you having a debate? Is this a debate?
No, it doesn't say debate. Where does it say debate?
So you don't debate.
Where does it say come debate me?
N-word.
It doesn't have to. It's implied.
It's not implied.
Going to, you're either going to have a discussion or you're going to get dropped. So the next words out of your mouth needs to be you answering from the question that you picked from the board.
And it's $20 per question to come up here and question Thinker. Cash App and bio, $20.
Oh Lord, you don't have people really in it. I sent you something, an invitation to unmute N-word.
Okay. So why should God stop harm?
Well, what's
Why
the
should
point
God
of him?
stop harm done in His name?
Well, he did it in this Bible, so there's that. And then, what's the point of him if he doesn't? Did you hear my response?
Sorry, what was that?
He's done it in this Bible.
He's
to
done
protect
what?
his name. He stopped harm done in his name to protect his name because he was mad that the Israelites were profaning his name. And then my second response is, what is the point of the God if he doesn't protect you from harm?
I'm confused. You just said he does? He has done
Okay,
that?
so I'm going to say it again.
No, I heard you, but...
In this Bible, he has protected his name. He has stopped harm done in his name because the Israelites were profaning his name. And then my second question is, what is the point of the God if he does not protect you from harm?
I'm just confused because you said he does, but then you said, why doesn't he?
I said, in the book, he has. And then my second question is, based off of your response, if he does not protect you from harm, what is the point? Unfortunately, Chicago has paid to pop your op, and you have to go. Have a good one.
Oh my goodness, you are so nice about that because you know what I do? We just point to the syllabus. Child, you have to read the syllabus. I've repeated myself twice. You were so nice about that.
Thank you. How are you, Librarian?
I'm doing good. My throat's kind of acting up. How are you doing? Doing good?
I'm doing great. Thank you.
Yay.
Which topic did you want to discuss?
Well, let's see.
Oh, sorry, y'all.
or kind of, I guess, more like that one. It's related. The devil belongs to believers. Not just like that he belongs to him, but they require him. It's like that. Not they require him to kind of justify and like absolve themselves of like their own actions. This is related to like you mentioned accountability, and I've been noticing it. Like a lot of Christians don't really like accountability, how it's supposed to be. Like if I did wrong to somebody, right? If I did wrong to somebody, I have to own up to that. And I have to make amends to, fix the harm I did. But for some reason, at least within like the Christian church, it don't operate that way. Do you know what I mean? Like just by the numbers, like the lists that they have of SA predators that they just protect, the amount of money the Catholic Church just puts on to, it's a lot. And then like none of them are held for accountability. And then people say, oh, the devil made them do it. So the devil made people abusers? I don't get it. It's either like God gave us free will, or the devil is the puppeteer, but then God created the devil. So God created another puppet to puppet us? To hurt
Yep,
one
that's
another?
what. Yeah, it's just a scapegoat. Free will is a scapegoat for their God, and then the devil is a scapegoat for them. Their God can do no harm, nothing wrong because of their free will, and they can't be accountable for the harm that they do because of the devil. It's just all scapegoats.
And then they get angry at us for leaving the church and their God. Because I don't believe in this biblical God. It's too small. And I don't know. It's mind-boggling just how much like people are willing to defend this God that clearly like the biblical God is nasty. He's nasty.
Yep, I agree. I agree with you 100%.
There's also like there's kind of like the sadness I kind of feel sometimes when I'm like, because I'm still deconstructing. Well, not still. I go back and forth so many times. I go like I read it and then I'm like, maybe there's something in this book that I'm just missing. And I go back and I'm like, nope. Job still is Job. But there's like this kind of like sadness I sometimes feel when I'm like I listen to lives and I see people who super believe in it. I'm like, that's like my fam, and I can't relate to that no more.
I heard a guy today on Deconstruction Justin's live who said that he kept going back and forth and he read the Bible in 72 different languages. And he's like, maybe that's got to be a translation issue. Like there's got to be something missing from translation to translation. And he said that he could quote like a scripture like from any language, from any translation. And he said one day he just realized like, nope, there's nothing missing. It's all the same shit, all the same contradictions, all the same horrible stuff from translation to translation. And he just, decided to, give it up. And he said now he can't quote, the scriptures anymore because he's just like literally like emptied his brain of it. Like he can still talk about what he learned, but being able to quote it like from every language verbatim and say, yep, that's, John chapter such and such. He said he can't do that anymore. But yeah, 72 languages. He studied this in to try to make sure before he gave it up.
Having to do that. Here I am just going through my like third or fourth reading of it. 70. Damn.
Wait, the mic is low?
That's what it said. I think I just read that too.
I don't know. Do that and Lala. Can y'all hear me good?
I hear you just fine.
I hear you.
I don't know, Otter. It might be your phone. Everybody else is saying it's that it's okay. Sorry, Librarian. Go ahead.
Oh no. I also just wanted to jump in and say hi, and like I wanted to mention the accountability thing and also like I still don't know how people don't see that. Like it's literally written, God's perfect, yet He made an imperfect angel that fell, and then it gets extra confusing. This book is confusing.
Yeah, I agree. But you went to seminary school, is that right? Or Bible college? Oh.
I went. So like, I got my MLIS degree like during the pandemic. That's a master's in library and information science.
Oh,
so
okay.
We read a lot in the 200 section. When people complain about like public libraries, like, oh, they don't have anything for the like conservative crowd. 200 section is literally the Christian section. It was predominantly that until relatively recently, like last 50 years or so, that they started increasing it to include other religions in the 200s. You can just go to any library, just pick out. Boop. I can't believe, I know we're not supposed to talk about other guests, but she really went to YouTube. I'm sitting at the library going like, please visit me.
Yeah, unfortunately, I cannot. Yeah, I don't want to.
Oh,
she's not here. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
But I'll drop down. Thank you for having me.
You're so welcome. Thank you for coming up. I hope you have a good day, okay?
You too. I'll be in the comments. Night.
Thank you. Bye.
You want me to bring somebody up?
Yeah, thank you. Where did Nelly go?
I don't know. He just helped himself out without even saying goodbye.
Another bash ass. I don't know. We gotta find a name for Nelly with that shit. Okay. This one is sleep. Ooh, we need to make like a clip of all the people that come up snoring, like in the different languages of snores. I think the worst one I've heard was the one that was going when he was snoring.
Not languages of snores.
That's what it sounds like, because they all different. Like no two people snore the same. Like I'm learning that.
Kind of like speaking in tongues.
Yeah. Hi, what's your name? Do we have a silent snore?
I know, right? User?
Chapter.
Nikki.
Chapter. Do you see what Chapter wrote?
Sleeping in tongues.
Oh my God. Okay, I think this one is a silent snore. I think they're asleep. Just request. Just request. What is all you doing?
I guess not.
I hate the fact that N-word guy has the same name as N-word Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
I hate that. Oh, stop it. Your ass ain't snoring. Quit it.
I was gonna say.
You trying to make the snoring Like, stop it. You trying to make the track. Oh my gosh.
So
That was a
lame.
subscriber.
I know. I know. I fucking love the nerds. Are y'all seriously gonna keep doing this? Are y'all serious? Are y'all for real?
Oh my goodness.
Sweet freedom.
I am so sorry. I accidentally pressed that. Um, but no, it's nice to hear from you guys. I haven't been up here in a while.
Oh, thank you so
Um,
much for coming up. We
we
can.
are we doing on the opposition today?
No. Are you a nerd?
I'm not sure. I was at some point.
Okay.
I don't know.
No.
Okay. Oh, okay. So, you can, if you were a nerd, you could come up and talk about what you needed to talk about.
Yeah.
But if you're coming on stage, then you have to be talking about one of the topics on the screen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just I still listen. I really enjoy everything. So I'm not a nerd right now, but I'll probably end up being one again soon.
Okay.
But
Thank you
Have a
so
good
much.
one.
Hope you have a good night. Okay. Hey, Isaac. How are you? It's not Danny Barber. Okay. Not there.
Now, on my end is two subscribers. One of them is Miss Charlene, and the other one is Lexington.
Okay. Let me open up my box in just a second. Or more than a second. I'll let y'all know when it opens. The button has been pressed. There we go. It's open. Okay. Diane Lopez, Vive, and Lexington. Are y'all in the box on purpose? Diana? Okay, can we take Diana down? All right. VJ? All right, let's take VJ down. That person is gone.
Hello,
Lexington?
hello, hello,
Hi, how are
hello.
you?
I'm
Hi, how are
doing
you?
just fine. How's everybody doing tonight?
Doing
And
good.
are you?
I just
Are
I
you
just
are
go
you a
ahead.
Christian? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
I would say since I've been I don't know like what level nerd I am right now, but like I've been a nerd all my life, but it took this to finally confirm that. And it's like
Okay.
I know I'm here for a reason, and like I don't know, this show makes me nervous and excited all at the same time. So excuse me if you notice like any nervousness, but I mean, like, it's like deconstructing is hard. I'm going to admit it. I'll be the first person to admit that the stage of deconstructing, especially if you've been in the growing up in the church, I think I heard Dudette, or it was Lala last week, said that she had to curse out like half her family all in one day just over like the stuff we go through, and it's like, I'm going through it now, and it feels like I'm all alone. And when I have this show to listen to, it helps me get through it.
Yeah, I'm happy to hear that. I hate that you're going through that. Hold on, do me a favor. that you have a echo. I think I might be on your Bluetooth. You may want to try to turn that down, or I can mute you while I talk, and then I'll mute while you talk. But yeah, I agree with you 100%. It is a scary thing. And like to be honest, like it never really goes away until it'll subside once you set your boundaries, right? And you know how to operate around your family members who do believe when you have those boundaries set. But then like it never really subsides because and like I shared with y'all right now, my family is going through something, and the believers in the family are saying things that kind of get under my skin, but this is a new point where I have to kind of put what I've taught myself really to the test, and then create new boundaries, because this is a completely different situation that we're dealing with, that I've never dealt with before. But yeah, this community is very helpful with that. I love the fact that I can like text Lala and do that and be like, look what they're saying today. Like this, you know what I'm saying? Like I can vent to someone and not have to say the things that I really want to say to them, and just keep the peace. So if you need to use this community for that, please feel free to do that.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yes. I didn't know like what I was allowed to say tonight, or if I was allowed. I just wanted to come just to say just that, like, like for those who are deconstructing, like, and just to keep listening, and like it does get better, because I work still in the church, and like I feel like now when the pastor's preaching, like I work as the security guard in the church, so I like stand at a door and then just stand there, and then when it's time to go, I just go home. But my parents are active members in the church, and it's like when I hear the pastors preaching, I swear I hear them like talking to me, like I feel like I'm the enemy now in the church, and it's scary, but I know eventually I gotta leave. Like they're gonna eventually see me and be like, well, we heard this, you gotta go. It's like eventually you gotta walk away first, though, right?
I mean, and that's like the crazy thing about it is give me just a second. It's really sad, misunderstood, that you call being feeling like an enemy conviction. Like that's sad.
It is. It is.
No
It is.
one should feel. Yeah, like you shouldn't feel like an enemy because you don't share a specific level of faith with another person. You're still the same person, right? That you were yesterday. Today, you just simply have questions or doubts or a different belief. You're still the same person, right? If they loved you yesterday, they should be able to love you today. If you were not an enemy yesterday, you shouldn't be considered an enemy today unless you've harmed somebody, right? Unless you're like intentionally causing somebody harm, then that would be different. Like if you just said, I don't believe in God no more, kill everybody, right? No holds
Exactly.
bars, but that's not what you're doing.
Exactly. And my mother, she's a deacon, and my mother, I believe, went to some seminary school when she was coming up. I don't know how much, but now I started first, I didn't deconstruct until I started listening to this. But when I first got my first question came up, my spidey senses, was when I found out in the will that I'm going to be cremated. And I was like, okay, cremated. And I was like, all right. And then I was like, well, that's against our religion, because I looked at it and I was like, Mom, we're not supposed to be cremated, because God says he's got to come back and the dead shall rise, which should be the ones in the cemetery. I said, but how are we going to rise if we're cremated? Oh, well, God is omnipotent. He can just wish everything back together. And I said, well, I think I need to look into that. So then I changed my beliefs to wanting to get buried. And then my mom got mad. And then I was like, Mom, that's not against our beliefs. So then now that I'm deconstructed, now that I know that all of that's just a whole big Dungeons and Dragons thing. So it's like now I'm wrong, all the way wrong. And it's like now I'm being like almost crucified for the fact that I found the truth. And it's like I still got to hold on and almost let go of my family, but I gain a new one, and I get it, and I'll take this new one because I know that there's truth and I can hear it, because every person that comes up and tries to contest something that you just asked them, they sound like people who I'd never want to be a part of.
Yeah, that, yeah. Um, and I say this 1,000 times. I hate that we can't, let me not say you can't, because there are times where your family will be understanding. Not everyone has, believers in their family who are willing to throw them away. And I hope that you have some people in your family who are understanding when you are ready to have the conversation with them, and that, you might be able to like set boundaries with your mom and say, I don't want to talk about religion with your mom. You're my mother, and there are other things that we can discuss outside of this, personal thing, right? Because I'm pretty sure. Hold on, what you looking for, son? Where are you going? Oh, okay. Um, uh, because the one thing they always say is a personal relationship. And so if you're able to have the conversation with her and say, hey, this is my relationship, right, with this God, with, I don't want you in it, I don't want to be in yours, let's keep that separate, and let's just be mother and son. Hopefully she'll accept that, right, and you'll still be able to have a relationship with her. If not, like you said, you are, have found a new family, and we'll be here for you. But anytime that, you need to talk, as Chicago just said in the Discord, there's the venting rooms. You just start a room and people will just fill in, and we'll be there with you. We'll let you vent, and we'll talk shit with you if we need to. Like whatever you need, we'll be there for you.
Well, I want to just say thank you, and to Lala and to Dudette and to Pinky the Beard and everybody. Like, it's good to have a family, and I'm gonna be honest that it's just sad when people will want you to keep pushing on when you find something, and it's like I know that like I was like not a good father, when I was started off. I got 6 kids, but as I came back out of in the recovery. I'm not going to preach or nothing, but I got my kids back, and now it's like, now that I deconstructed, now my kids are back gone again. They're like, Dad, you don't believe in Jesus? We don't want you. And it's like, wow, it's like, I just got sober and you guys came back. So obviously I must have been holding on to some type of truth. And then as soon as I said that God didn't do this, I did this on my own, you would think I would get some type of like ownership, but instead they just turned it against me. Like, you'll be back getting high again. And it's like, wow.
What? That was their response to you?
Yes. Sad, isn't it?
Very sad. I'm sorry. First off, let me say this. So I did look at your profile, and I saw that you have that in your profile that you're 6 years sober. I wasn't gonna say anything, but first, congratulations.
Thank you.
Let me say that.
I don't do well with praise, but thank you. Thank you.
You're very welcome. That's a hard ass thing to do. In 6 years, that's a strong ass number. And whatever you have been doing, right, to stay on that road, continue. Don't let somebody else's thoughts or beliefs about you and your life push you back there. That's why they say the shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
That they need to try to open up a wound so that it brings you back down, and then therefore you need the God, right? There's nothing wrong with you saying, I went through the withdrawals, and them shits ain't fun.
Man,
shits ain't fun, right? You went through it, and then when you healed from the withdrawals, you had to change your whole thought process, right? A different way of thinking. You had to retrain your body, right?
Yeah.
You have to do all the things, and then whatever you did, whatever changes you made in your life, your surroundings, your friends, right? Like, you had to make those decisions, and at the end of the day, Lexington, it had to be you to say, I'm tired of this. I want to do something different. That was you who thought that.
And then even to
And
articulate away from 12-step, because in the 12-step program has the higher power, you can pick a rock and, and all that. And I had to even articulate from that and educate myself from that and say, well, I don't want to be anonymous, Alcoholics Anonymous. I want to tell everybody about what I went through so that they don't got to go through it. So then I had to walk away from a whole family that says you're wrong about that. So it's like, I'll stand alone. And then when you guys were peeping out of the internet, blinders, it was like I was just listening, and it was like, okay, that's something that you didn't just say something that like I had to take for granted. Like I literally had to study, and I'm an insomniac, and I'd be up for days. Like I literally don't sleep, so I'll just be up studying and studying. And every time I get off from you guys, I'll take everything I learned and just start studying it and fact checking it. And once it facts it, it's like, okay, I'm ready for the next show,
I fucking love that. I would like for you to get some sleep. That's not my place to say that, but please, for us, allow yourself to get some rest. But I do love the fact that you fact checked and you research. Are you on the Discord yet, so that you can get into the Google Drive and have all the fun you want to have?
Well,
Because
I'm
there's a lot in the Google Drive, huh?
Yeah, there is. I'm just getting into it, just getting my feet wet.
Okay,
And I do a lot of
good.
content. I do a lot of music. I'm turning my music all over to like from all my music that used to talk about nothing, pimp stuff to drug stuff. I'm turning it all over to sobriety is the way it goes. So it's like I got a lot of music still. I got a lot of content, a whole lot. So there's a lot to do
Yeah.
right now. It's a lot to do.
Yeah, I love it. That turning that purpose into power. I freaking love it. And that's why I named my book when I named it Find the Beauty in Your Now. Like wherever you have been, it does not define your now. Doesn't matter where you started, doesn't matter. Like turn that into beauty in your right now. And that's what you're doing. And I fucking love it. I can't wait to hear your songs. Put them on the Discord. We'll share them. Like what we're behind you
All right.
100%.
Well, I appreciate it, and I will just listen for now and let everybody else come up. And I appreciate y'all. Y'all keep doing y'all thing, man.
You're welcome,
Thank
Lexington. And
you.
again,
You
congratulations and
too.
stay strong.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Lala, and do that.
You're welcome. Congratulations.
I love that. He said, I'm even changing my music because I got something to say. I love it.
Yeah. It takes a lot to get through that. It takes a lot. I've seen people do it, and it's not easy.
Hell yeah, I can't kick my chocolate cake addiction. So I can only imagine.
Do that.
I'm serious. I'm serious. I couldn't imagine.
Oh my
Sorry, my
goodness.
tummy kicked in.
It's already done kicked in.
Yeah, I'm sensitive to this.
Hey, Miss Charlene.
I'm calm now.
Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing?
Doing good. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing good, doing good. Just
Hey,
listening.
Miss Charlene.
Hey, Lala, how you doing, sweetie?
Hi.
I'm good.
Hey, do that old quick draw McGraw.
I try.
I know you do. Y'all tickle me. I was wanting to come up because I wanted to talk about why doesn't God stop harm done in His name? If that's
Okay.
okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I've been trying to figure that out. Every time I come on here and I read that, I get angry because I'm looking at what's going on, with people in the world, and I hear what people are saying. They all want to give it to God. God gonna take care of us. God gonna work it out for us. That's they go back to. And I was talking to some of my classmates today. We were all online on the phone because we're trying to get our 45th class reunion together, for us to get together and do something. And because we all keep in touch with one another pretty good. And so we were just talking, and I was telling one of my friends, I said, yeah, we was talking about the election and stuff, and I said, yeah, we got to buckle down and batten down the hatches. And the first thing she said, well, I ain't worried about it because I know God got us and God gonna take care of us, and something that I would have said back in the day myself. But I can't believe that
Hold on,
anymore.
everybody's tripping in the comments because you said 45th grandson.
Well, y'all know I'm old.
No, like yeah. I thought my mama was doing the most with 36 grandkids. You have
Oh
45 grandkids.
no. My 45th class reunion.
Oh, class reunion. Oh, I thought you said grandchild. Okay,
Oh
cool.
Jesus, I would love it.
Oh,
I would sure love it. But I only have one grandson. I told
oh,
y'all
okay,
he
okay.
called me CG, the crazy grandma.
I'm number 3 of 45 grandchildren.
Really?
Wow,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah.
Oh,
Number 3.
I would love to have some more grandchildren. My oldest son and his wife are trying to have one, and I hope so, because I could use me a grandbaby right about now.
Okay, so you said your 45th class
Class
reunion.
reunion, yes,
Okay, okay.
yeah,
I don't
we
know how the hell I heard grandchild.
ooh we
Okay.
no my class reunion, and we were just talking because when we graduated our senior trip, we took a cruise, and so we were saying, well, let's do that again for our 45th class reunion. So you know how you get and trying to get everything together, and so we be talking, and one of my classmates, like I say, we were just talking about what was going on, and I was saying how we just got to buckle down and just prepare for whatever's gonna happen. And she said, "Well, I ain't worried about it, 'cause girl, God got us. We ain't got to worry about it, 'cause God gonna sure take care of us." And my first thought is, this is always what we fall back on, and it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah. Did you see that video of that church group that was on that ferry boat and they were singing that song? They were singing a gospel song as like before the boat went down, and then the boat hit something and then it sunk with all of them on there.
I
Did
sure
y'all see that
did.
video?
Uh-uh.
Yeah, it was a boat with black Baptists, Southern Baptists, and
Mm.
they were singing a song about God. Man, let me see if I can bring it up and like. And the boat, they were on a ferry boat. They took a trip as a church group. This just recently happened,
Mm.
and they were on the boat. I think they were singing, "We've come this far by faith, leaning on the Lord." I think that's what they were singing. But I might be wrong. But I'm gonna try to pull it up. But the ferry boat hit something. I think they hit a rock, and they drowned as
Lord.
they were singing this song
Oh
to this
my
God.
gosh.
Yeah,
So
it just
again.
happened. It happened like last month. But hold on, let me find it. Go
Oh
ahead. Keep
no.
talking. I'm gonna find it.
So now I'm just saying that it just makes you say, okay, so where was God? When are we gonna stop waiting on God to come save us? When are we gonna just really understand that He ain't coming? Because it's not, you know what I'm saying? We just get so, everybody I talk to, that's the first thing they say to me. Well, girl, we all right, because God gonna take care of us. You better take care of yourself, baby. You better start thinking about how you gonna handle this 4 years, and not be sitting here waiting on a pie in the sky come save you.
I agree.
Why you call him a pie in the sky?
The pie in the sky.
Well, because that's how people think of him. He's pie in the sky, something good in the sky, gonna come down and save us. And no, it's no pie in the sky. The sooner we realize that, maybe we can really, really get something done. But everybody waiting on God, because we praying. And the thing is, We praying for God to do one thing, right? But then you got them same people who claim they praying for God to do the other. It's just like a football game. Everybody praying on each side, but only one gonna win. So what? I don't get it.
Dang, I can't log in because I'm streaming from YouTube and I need to get to my codes. Hold on, let me see if I can find it on Google. See if they did a story about it.
I mean, if you're gonna believe in God, you're gonna. I mean, if I'm still believing in God, I still would be pissed right about now because I'm waiting on you to show up and I ain't seen no how the hell you.
And won't, unfortunately.
Exactly.
As a child, I was looking for evidence of God. So I was never really convinced.
Mm-hmm.
I would wonder why would God show all of those signs in the Bible all of those years ago, as proof of his existence. But we don't see those miracles today. And that's what I used to ask myself as a child.
Uh-huh.
Something just did not sit right with me. But I never asked my mom another question because I didn't like the answers that she would give me when I did. So I just kept that to myself. Plus, she would get angry if you
Right.
didn't, if I started questioning it, because I've always had questions about everything. But just, as a child, something didn't sit right with me. So.
And I had questions as well, but like you say, I always taught you don't question God. That was always the answer if you had a question. Well, you just don't question God, and God moves in mysterious ways. His wonders to perform. All these sayings that we have. So I just put it back, put it down, and just keep going because that's what I think I'm supposed to do. Okay, I'm not supposed to question God, so it must be something wrong with me.
Yeah. But those type of responses to me are just so dismissive and disrespectful, and can be more damaging to someone who is going through something, and just need some comforting. For you to say, it's God's will, or his ways are higher than ours. All of that kind of stuff. It's not addressing the issue or the problem that I've presented to you. And now everybody, if someone says that to me, then I just tell them, what is that supposed to do for me, or what is that supposed to mean to me? For you to say that, what is that like? I'll just ask them, like, what is that supposed to mean or do for me?
I think the first time I had my falling out with God, where I got to the point where I just was mad and angry with him, I was young too, because my grandmother raised me and she was all I knew. She was mama, daddy. She was everything to me, and I loved that woman so much. And I can remember praying every night, God, please don't ever take my grandmama from me. At least if you got to take her, let me be grown. But please don't take my grandmama from me. That was my prayer every night. My grandmama had a massive heart attack, right in front of my face, and died. And I hated him because I couldn't understand. Here I am praying to you every night to, not do this, and you turn around and do it. And I fell out with him for a long time. Because that's how I was thinking. You think you pray, you feel like you're living right, and he's supposed to come and answer your prayer. And the one thing that was the most important thing to me in my life at that time, he took it away from me. That's the way I felt. You know what I'm saying? And I get back to the why God just doesn't stop harm done in his name. Because to me, I didn't get that. I didn't understand it. I was a child.
Same. That's something I'll never understand.
And so you got people now, they claiming they doing this in his name. They want to redo our whole system of government, and they doing it in his name. Let them tell it.
Well, they believe that he chooses those that are in charge. So it's a whole part of their faith that the God is the one who sets the rulers on high. Like one thing my mama always say, even though we don't agree with the president, God chose him.
Mm-hmm. And you're supposed to pray for him.
Yeah, I ain't no.
Never that.
I just
I
I
can't
don't.
find the video. TikTok need to do better with their keyword search.
But I listen every night to y'all every night, and I hear people get up here, and they be heeing and hawing. I don't care what kind of logic you give them, how you talk to them, and try to make them just stop and think. It's like they got a switch in their brain. They just will not turn off. And you would just think you get tired of. After a while, you would think you would want to like the old folks used to say, show some sign. You be thinking you be wanting God to show some sign.
I agree. Well, is there anything else you want to say, Miss Charlene, before we move on to another guest?
No, that was it. I was just trying to understand, why doesn't God stop harm doing in his name? If there is a God, he is not on his job. He is piss po pitiful.
No, I like that. He pissed off.
He's piss po pitiful. But that was all I wanted to say, my loves. I'll be listening. I'm here.
Thank you. I hope you have a good day. Well,
I
good night.
will. Okay, you all too. I'll be in the comment.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
I'm gonna keep looking for that video, y'all, because when I saw it, like it made me want to cry, but at the same time, it made me mad. Like it made me mad because they were singing to him, and the song, like somebody in the comments had commented and was like, "Man, the song that they're singing while they're singing, like it just, I don't know, like it made it so surreal." If I could log in to my main account, I know if I like a video, 9 times out of 10, I'll also favorite it. So I know it's most likely in my favorites. So if I'll find it and put it in the Discord. But it literally broke my heart, and at the same time made me angry because they were singing to him as the boat was going down.
Yeah,
But they started singing the song first. Like they were so excited about this trip. Like it was a day trip that they were taking. They were excited about the trip. They're on the boat. They're all singing together. And then the boat hits something and then they start singing.
Was it a big boat or just
No, it was a ferry boat. Like just a ferry boat. And the girl that was sharing it was saying that her sister was on that boat. You see young and old people on that boat. But she was saying her sister was one of the ones on that boat. Yeah. Obsidian? No, not the Congo boat. I don't think it was Congo. I think that's a different ferry boat.
I'm just seeing a black screen. Oh. What is y'all doing? Your bitch ass called Miss Charlene ignorant again. You gonna be out of here. Watch your.
That's the one from YouTube. That his name is Aaron, I think. He came, he walked over here, he created an account, but he can't get enough people to follow him so he can come on stage. I'm gonna tell you what the fuck is so funny is that somebody followed him in the comments so that he could come on stage, and then he said something stupid, and then the person responded back, I'm unfollowing you right now.
No, that's funny.
He couldn't even keep one follower long enough to come on stage. That is crazy. Damn, I thought I was trying to break up Feisty Goddess, but let's see. Flocka,
Good morning.
good morning. How are you?
All right.
That's good. Are you a Christian or a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
I'm a Christian.
All right. And which one of the topics did you want to discuss?
I guess what they were saying why God can't stop sin was that, or simply
It says
forgive.
God. It doesn't say. It says God can, not why God doesn't. It says God can stop sin or simply forgive.
Yeah. I guess I mean he gives us free will. And I think I heard you talking about the free will last night with this young man and he got confused. And but I also just wondering if you guys can, for the people who may be Satanist or whatever, I just logically, if there's
Hold on, give me just a second. Like, are you answering? Are you talking about the topic, or are you like getting ready to switch topics? Like, what's happening right now?
not really trying to switch topics, but that for every action there's a reaction and there's a flip side to everything. So if there's evil, if the evil
Who's talking about evil? Who is talking about evil?
well, I mean, the Satanists, they worship
Who's
evil.
talking about Satan is here? Like that. That says
Nobody right
God
now.
can
I had
stop
a
sin. Like,
question.
why are you though? Like, I'm not responsible for answering your questions about Satanists. You go find
Oh, okay.
one and talk
All
to
right.
them about
That's
it. But
fine
the
if you don't
topic
want to
that you
answer.
chose was
I
God can
mean,
stop sin or simply forgive. Like, you haven't even addressed that.
well, there again, I say that God gives us free will. He could have created us like a machine to behave in the manner that He wants us to, but He gives us a choice
What does
to.
choice have to do with anything?
That's free will.
I mean, that's what you think choice is. Like, I mean, if you need to call it that, but what does that have to do with the fact that your God can stop sin or just forgive it without killing something?
Well, he doesn't want to stop you from sinning. You know, if you want to go on through your whole life and sin, or if you don't want to believe, He's not going to make you.
I mean, that's not true. But also,
What do you mean? Hold
the
up,
fact
stop. Why
that
you say it's
we're
not?
not saying what he wants to do. Nobody like that topic says that he can do it. Like, he can stop sin when it benefits him. He has done it in this book according to the story. And Jesus didn't need to die to forgive any sins because he has forgiven sins even before he spilled his blood.
I mean, are you talking about on a personal level He could stop sin, or like if there's sin in the
What
land,
do you
like
mean
where He
personal?
destroys, like individually, like a person who's
Whatever
sinning?
it does, whatever
No,
he can do,
no,
what he
because
can, he can stop sin whenever he wants, and he
I mean
can
he.
forgive it whenever he wants without spilling blood. That's the point of that statement.
Yes, and so what I'm trying to say is that like say Sodom and Gomorrah, He destroyed the city because of the sin. Okay, all right. So that was a sinful nation. So he destroyed it totally. And if he wants
Yeah,
to
I mean
stop
your God destroyed a nation because they didn't share their wealth with the Israelites. Like he destroyed them because he
but
said that they were wealthy and they were proud of their wealth.
they were
Yay,
it was
God!
abomination. It was
It,
sexual
it had nothing. It
immorality.
had nothing to do with that. Like like if you actually read your
Is
book,
that your opinion?
Ezekiel. No, I don't. I don't fucking deal with opinions here.
So
No. In your Bible, your God tells Ezekiel exactly why he destroyed Sodom. And it had to do with the fact that they were wealthy. And he said they didn't share their wealth with the poor.
are you
They
trying
were
to tell me?
haughty and prideful.
Are
It's
you
in your
trying to
book.
tell me it had nothing to do with the sexual immorality?
Not according to your God.
Well,
But
I don't
but
know what
but
you're
if
reading from.
but essaying men, right? Yeah, that deserves to be dealt with. I'm not saying that your God didn't like the fact that they were trying to essay the men because they didn't want foreigners in their town. Like sodomy, yeah. But it had nothing to do with homosexuality. As a
Well,
matter of fact, your God loved David. Your God thought David was perfect and blameless to him. And David married Jonathan before he married Saul's daughter.
I,
And your God did not give a fuck about that
I don't I don't know what book you get that out of.
in your Bible,
Well,
in your
that's not
book.
in the Bible that I read, ma'am.
Yes, it is. It
I,
literally is in Samuel. Like it literally is.
you can you tell me what verse that is that he
Yeah.
says
Give me
that
just a
David
second.
married
Yep. Yep.
Jonathan?
1 second.
Yeah, please.
Hey y'all, let's get these likes up. Let's get them to 200,000, please. Um, also, let's get these shares to 300. Remember to subscribe to Thinker's YouTube, our Thinker, ARCH Thinker, and we also have merch. So please click the link in Thinker's bio to purchase.
And I vote for the emote piss poor pitiful.
Done.
And what book is that in, ma'am?
This is First Samuel chapter 18.
Okay, let me just
Jonathan's. We're gonna read the whole thing. We're
okay.
gonna start
Hold
off
on
with
a second.
Jonathan's covenant with David. We're gonna start off with that. When David had finished speaking to Saul, the soul of Jonathan was bound to the soul of David, and Jonathan loved him as his own soul. Saul took him that day and would not let him return to his father's house. Then Jonathan made a covenant with David because he loved him as his own soul. Jonathan stripped himself of the robe that he was wearing and gave it to David in his armor and even his sword and his bow and his belt. David went out and was successful wherever Saul sent him. As a result, Saul set him over the army and all the
Well,
can you mute while you're doing that? Thank you. And all the people, even the servants of Saul, approved. So everybody approved of this covenant that David and Saul did. This is a ritual, right? That they did. So let's go down to verse, I think 18. So Saul then gives Michal, which is Saul's second daughter, to David, right? So then Saul said to David, "Here is my elder daughter, Merab. I will give her to you as a wife. Only be valiant for me and fight for the Lord's battles." For Saul thought, "I will not raise a hand against him. Let the Philistines deal with him." David said to Saul, "Who am I? Who are my kinsfolk, my father's family in Israel, that I should be son-in-law to the king?" But at the time when Saul's daughter Merab should have been given to David, she was given to Adriel the Methiolite as a wife. Now Saul's daughter Michal loved David. Saul was told, and the thing pleased him. Saul thought, "Let me give her to him, that she may be a snare for him, and that the hand of the Philistines may be against him. Therefore Saul said to David a second time, You shall now be my son-in-law. Saul commanded his servants, Speak to David in private and say, See, the king is delighted with you, and all his servants love you. Now then, become the king's son-in-law. So here in the original text, it says, Become his son-in-law again. So if you go to the King James,
I go back. What was that original? Where you were saying that about when Jonathan took off his robe? What was that from First Samuel? What?
it's the same chapter, 1 Samuel 18,
Okay.
where they became soul ties.
Just want to tell
He
y'all
said,
this
Thou
all.
shalt be my son-in-law.
Sorry.
Thou shalt be my son-in-law of the twain. This word means twice, again. He never married Saul's first daughter for him to be his son-in-law again. But the ritual, the covenant that David and Jonathan did here is a ritual of them tying their souls together.
That's verse. What verse is that? Where
First
you said
Samuel
18,
from
chapter 18.
chapter 18, verses 1 through 5.
What happened to Lala?
Well, it says here in my studying, it says that when David and Jonathan met, they became close friends at once. Their friendship is one of the deepest and closest recorded in the Bible. They base their
Yeah,
friendship
I know. Bros
on
before
commitment
hoes.
to God. They base
Yeah.
their friendship on commitment to God, not
Bros
just
before
each
hoes.
other.
Like, he literally said that his love was
They
greater
let
than
nothing
that of a
come
woman.
between them,
Uh-huh.
not even career or family
Yeah.
or problems.
Uh-huh.
They
Bros
drew
before
closer to each
hoes.
other.
Yeah.
They
Do
drew.
you not hear me talking? Like, the fuck? Nobody needs to hear you read somebody's some book. Like, what you're literally saying is bros before hoes. Like, they tied their souls together. He did this whole ritual with Jonathan and became soul ties, made a covenant with his soul, and loved him from his own soul, right? Because that was his boy. Do you do this with your friends? Like, do you tie your soul with your homies? Or does your soul belong to your wife? What words did I twist? Like, y'all just be saying shit. I literally read word from the book. I'm asking you, do you tie your soul with your homeboys? Or is your soul tied with your wife? You're on mute if you're talking.
That's not what my Bible says.
The Bible doesn't say that they loved each other from their own soul. Let's read it again. Let's do it from the King James. Let's see what the King James says. And it came to pass when he made an end of speaking unto Saul, that the soul of Jonathan was knit with the soul of David. And Jonathan loved him as his own soul. What does your Bible say, Flocka?
It says that exact same thing, but that does not mean that they were having any kind of what the Greek word eros relationship.
But
Phileros
let
is
me ask you a
brotherly
question.
love.
So hold on. Okay, brotherly love. Flocka, is your soul knitted with your homeboy's soul, or is your soul knitted with the soul of your wife? I'm talking about you, Flocka. Does your soul is your soul tied to your homeboy's soul?
What that is referring to
No. I'm
is
asking about you, Flocka. Flocka.
you're
Flocka.
misinterpreting the word knit.
Flocka. Literally, if we go, we're going to look at this from two different translations. Okay, let's look at two different translations here. No, I think it's First Samuel. Not a second. Hold on. All right. Let's see. All right. So this word here means bound, right? In this translation, the soul of Jonathan was bound to. Now, First Samuel, knit with. What does that word mean to you? What does that mean to you?
It does not mean that they were.
No, what does those two words mean? Knit with and bound to means what? Just those two words.
Knit, it means you have a closeness. It doesn't mean that you're.
What does
physically
bound
close.
to? What does bound to mean?
That you're spiritually bound. This is nothing physical.
Like if you're bound to something, what does that mean?
It means that you in what sense? That's very broad.
The word bound, if you're bound to something, what does it mean?
It can have several different meanings, ma'am. It depends on the.
Okay, so give me the different meanings.
Okay, you can say that I could say that I'm bound to go and get a job. That means.
But what does that? No, what does it mean? The word bound. Don't use the word in the explanation of it. Like, what is the definition of bound to? Like, what's the definition?
I can look it up on the. I'm giving you my definition. I can give you Webster's definition. I'm giving you my definition.
All right.
Of bound.
Go ahead. Okay, do that for me.
All right. 1 second. Be placed under moral or legal obligation.
All right. So keep in mind that they made a covenant with each other. What's a covenant?
I've made a covenant. I'm in my younger days, I was part of a group of people. Okay, and we made a covenant.
Yeah.
But none of us were in love with each other, but we made a covenant.
Okay. Yeah, but with your souls?
So
with your souls? with your souls.
Well,
And
we
did you
we would,
love those
yeah.
people like your own soul, right? When
Yeah,
David
I would
had
have
been
died for him.
speaking, hold on, the
I would have
soul,
unalived him.
hold on, is was your soul bound to their souls? Was your soul bound to their souls? You're on mute if you're talking.
We were dedicated in a brotherly, like, Philaros sense, like as
So your soul
brothers,
was bound to their soul?
if you want to say that.
No, that's not
But
what I want to
none
say.
but
That's what I'm asking. I'm
but
asking you, hold on,
yeah,
listen.
my soul was
I'm not
bound to.
asking you if you want to say that. I'm
I don't know
asking
what you
you,
mean. What do
listen. I'm asking you a very direct question.
what do you
Okay?
mean by soul? What do you how do
Listen,
you define
because
soul?
listen, it's in your book. All I give a damn about is like quoting from your book, right?
I mean,
The book
you
says,
this soul.
the soul of Jonathan was bound to the soul
Mm,
of David, and Jonathan loved him as his own soul.
okay, what is a soul?
I don't give a fuck what a soul is. It's, do
Well,
you
see,
have a soul?
I
I don't
can't
know.
have
I know
conversation. I
Jonathan
mean,
has a
what are
soul.
you talking
I
about?
don't care what a soul
You
is. I
can't
know
tell me what a
Jonathan has
soul
one and
is.
it was bound to David. I don't, whatever
Well,
you want to
then,
call it.
therefore, you have no
Whatever,
purpose. You
yeah,
telling me
whatever you
about
want to call a
something was
soul.
bound. Yeah, but
I mean, now we need to define soul. Now we need to define soul.
He is crashing out like some of these people in the comments.
I mean, like whatever you want to call the soul. I don't care what you call it. Jonathan's was bound to David, right? And then Jonathan made a covenant. He made a legal agreement with David because this legal agreement was because he loved him as his own soul. So that agreement had to do with love, right? Then Jonathan stripped himself of the robe that he was wearing, and he gave it to David and his armor and even his sword. Now, a military man, right, taking off his robe. First off, Jonathan took off his kingly robe and put it on David. It was like, this, you wear my garments. This is my Letterman jacket. Put it on.
but
Okay. He took off his Letterman's jacket. Hold on. I'm talking. He took off his Letterman's jacket, right? And he put it on David, right? Then he gave him his weapons. He gave him his weapons of honor, right? He took off his armor, the thing that would protect him, right? David could have stabbed him right there. He unprotected himself, took off his armor and his sword, right? And his bow and his belt. He gave everything to David. Here is all of me. I'm giving it to you,
okay,
right?
can I say
Because
one
I
word?
love you like my own soul.
Can I say one word? Everything you said is incorrect.
It's right here. Jonathan
But
stripped himself of the robe that he was
you have
wearing. Hold on, stop, because I'm
misinterpreted
not gonna
that
let you. I'm not
totally.
gonna let you. Stop. I didn't interpret shit. Literally, verse 4. Jonathan stripped himself of the robe that he was wearing. Jonathan is Saul's son. He is a royal prince. He gave his princely robe and took it off and gave it to David, and his armor and even his sword and his
Kurobo,
bow and his belt. I have
kurobo
not
handorobo se.
interpreted shit. What the fuck?
Kerebo handorobo.
Like, whatever you say, I'm gonna say it right back. I'm gonna say it right back to you. Let's go. Tongue for tongue.
He really tried it.
I feel
You
sad for
what you got?
you.
What you got next? What you got next? Like you're so fucking scared of homosexuality that you start speaking in
I
tongues. What
I
the
pray for
fuck
you.
is wrong with you? I don't give a fuck about your prayers. Your prayers
I gave
cannot
you an
do shit.
example. I gave you
You
an
didn't give shit.
example of how
You started.
God
You didn't do shit. You
destroyed
are
sin,
denying
and
your
then you
own
tried to
book. You
say
are denying your
that.
own book. You're denying your own book. Your God never said that He destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah for homosexuality. In your book, your God says that He did it because they were not hospitable, because they did not want foreigners in their city, because they did not share their wealth. You are making that shit up.
I don't know. There's no way to talk to you. I
I'm not gonna
just
let you
pray for
lie.
you.
I'm not gonna let you lie. I'm not
I'll
gonna
be
let you manipulate.
praying for
You know
you.
why you have to go to speaking in tongues? Because lies come out of your mouth. Lies come out
No,
of your
you're
mouth.
gonna notice
You
a
can't
change in your
speak
life.
truth. You can't speak truth. You can't deal with facts. So you have to go and start talking in
You
unintelligible
may
languages.
not
It
be on
does
this.
not make sense.
You
You
gonna.
don't make sense. You lie. You are a liar.
God is gonna speak to you soon.
Sure. Y'all come up here, y'all say that shit all the time. Like, here's the fucked up thing about it, Flocka. Your God is talking to you about me, right? Your God cares so much about me because I'm saying that your God didn't give a fuck about homosexuality, but your God ain't talking to none of y'all about these pastors and these preachers and these daddies saying children. How come your
They
God ain't talking to you about that, Flocka?
they going to hell
Huh?
too.
Why hasn't your God given you the cure to cancer, Flocka? Huh? Why does your God want to talk to you about me so damn much? Answer that, Flocka.
You're gonna have a tremendous change in your life.
Flocka, shut the fuck up. You are full of shit. You hate homosexuals, and I feel sorry for you because you have hate in your heart. Nobody wants your God. Nobody wants to live a life hating people over a fucking wish.
I never said I hated
Bye.
conversation.
Damn.
I can't stand people like that.
Me either. That gets all throughout these damn comments.
How bigoted do you have to be, right? To fucking see it in your face. Like it freaking says that they loved each other from their souls, right? Then everybody knows the famous Jonathan's love was greater to me than that of a woman, right? You see that they did the fucking covenant, that they made a covenant, right? And you want to start the what the fuck is a soul? What is a soul? Like you dislike what two grown consenting adults choose to do in their own life that much that you are willing to start denying or questioning what the fuck a soul is. That is hatred.
Yep. Pure hatred. These people ain't doing shit to you. I can only imagine how they are around people that are in their real lives.
I can't believe I started speaking in tongues back to his ass.
Girl, that took me out. That took me out. I was like, no, she did it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I guarantee he didn't know what to do and stomped his ass.
Oh my gosh. What the fuck? Like I'm gonna tell y'all now, if you are a bigot, don't fucking come on my stage. Like I can't. I can't. Don't bring your ass up here.
Yeah,
F you
you
too, Scott. F you too. Like, the fuck? Go be a bigot somewhere else. No, if you need to be a bigot, Scott, go do that. Fuck.
you have to repost that part. I'm serious, cause that took me clean the fuck out.
Oh my God. I am big mad because y'all motherfuckers just won't let people live. Why the fuck do you care about what two grown ass adults do in their own bedroom? Why the fuck is that even in your mind? Yes, y'all. Now, what'd you say?
I didn't say anything.
I'm talking to him.
Hello?
What'd you say? Yeah, what'd you say?
That you're lustful
No, you said I was clueless.
and clueless, yeah.
Yeah, and you know this how?
The way you speak,
No, which is like what?
condescending.
So condescending makes you clueless. Do you know what clueless means?
You don't know what you want.
Oh, and you do.
Of course I do. How could I
What do
not?
I want? What do I want?
How am I supposed to answer that for you?
You said you do know what I want.
Just by how you talking to me. It's clear enough. Or
It's
clear
clue
enough.
enough.
Clear enough.
I think you are just. Are you 17?
No, I'm 20.
Oh, you're a baby.
Yeah, smart one.
Do you know how to read? Damn. Hyper Hoper. I was Hyper Hoper. Ugh. It's okay. It's okay. I was getting ready to stomp on the little baby. Thank you for stopping me from stomping on the baby. I appreciate you. Yeetus the fetus. Carlos the God.
Hi. Right.
How old are you?
Hold on. Let me take off this. I'm 46. Hold
You're
on. Let me take off my
46.
Bluetooth so you can hear me properly.
You said you're 46.
Yeah. About 1978, November the 10th. Yeah.
Okay.
I just
Yeah, he looks it.
I listen to you
Damn,
every
I
Lala.
night.
think no, I'm not saying he looks it like that. He looks older than I meant to say he
Oh,
looks
Lala was
older
like, yeah,
than.
he
Pardon?
looks 46.
I didn't
Okay.
mean it like that.
Are you a Christian
All
or
right.
are you
Good night.
deconstructing?
I just have a quick question. I'm a deconstructing
Mm-hmm.
Christian as well, and I've been
Hold,
I
hold,
locked
hold
up. I
on,
did
hold on,
10 years,
hold
and I
on.
came home.
Give me just a second. So either the baby or the bigot went and reported the live. Like, that's crazy as fuck. Like, all of you should be over the age of 21. You all talk a lot of shit in my comments, and then you come on stage. And then when I match your energy, you go and fucking cry to daddy TikTok. Don't come in here if you gonna go and whine to your other daddy. Okay? Don't come up on stage. Scroll. Be an adult. Which topic? I'm sorry. What are you? Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing? It's wind. Boy, go back to school. Because if you think you just spelled wine, what the fuck? Carlos, are you a Christian? I can tell that you don't think it does, and I, you made a bad decision, friend. You made a bad decision. Carlos,
Let me unmute my mic.
okay.
Sorry.
Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
Deconstructing.
Okay, thank you. Which topic did you want to discuss?
Oh, I never really call about the topic. And if I look over there's something about that. It's just something you mentioned earlier. They just want to ask you quickly if that's okay.
Unfortunately, unless you are a member of the community, I don't take off-topic questions during the week, but I do on Thursdays. If you want to come back on Thursday.
Let me see if a question in the topic. And normally I just lay down and listen to you, and then I drop asleep. I fell asleep, and then I just wake back up. So I'm looking in the topic. Hold on. Let me look if this question is in that topic. I could ask you. The devil belongs to believers. God can stop sins or simple forgive. Why does that? All right, then. I'll call back Thursday and ask a question. Then or maybe I could Google it still, because I read the Bible only one time from front to back, and I throw away the Bible. So I just didn't know if I missed something in there. But I'll ask you Thursday then. Okay?
Yeah, if you come back tonight, right? We start at 11 p.m. tonight, and we'll be going till 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. And so you can hop up and ask your question then, okay?
11 p.m.
Thursday night. Like today is my Thursday. Like it's 2 a.m. here, and so it's Thursday morning here.
What
right?
state are you in?
Well, I'm in the U.S.
Oh, because I'm in Philadelphia. Yeah. My time is 3:21. That's what I was asking.
Okay, so come back tonight, 12 midnight your time, right?
Okay.
And that's when we start the Freeform Friday. Okay.
All right, I will, man. Great show. I listen to you every night. I'm a big, huge fan. All right, thank you.
You're so welcome. Thank you.
Okay, good night. All right.
Are you fucking kidding me? Kaga? Oh my God.
What's that?
Somebody on YouTube is typing Kaga in all caps. Make Catholics great again. Which is crazy because that doesn't even, it says, how dare they read the Lord? How dare they read the Lord loving eternal word without our authority? Great again. Ka.
You want me to
How
bring
is
up
it they don't understand that the first word in their
Molokai?
sentence starts with an M? Ma. They thought that taking the M off of MAGA and replacing it with a C made sense.
Supervisor, you were going to place me in the citizen's arrest. Of course you were.
Facts over feelings. Are you on stage on purpose?
Hey, what's up?
All right, can you turn your TV down?
If you're going to come at me with respect, I come right back at you with respect. You can still hear that?
Yeah, it's pretty loud.
That is amazing. Why would you? Why would you? You watch the videos. What I want you to remember is I'm in a whole other room.
Whoever that is, they need that TV up pretty loud. It is loud.
All right. Sorry, let me go turn this TV down.
Selena said that. Selena said that TV is on 97.
All right, I'm back. That was loud.
Yeah. Can I get your age, please?
38.
All right. Are you the guy that was on Sebastian Cole's line? Have you ever talked to Sebastian Cole or Bash? We call him.
Bad? I don't recall. I
Are
don't
you a
think
Black
so.
Hebrew Israelite?
Nah.
Okay, so you're not him then. Y'all have the same username.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And so are you a Christian or a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
Yeah. What is that called? Deconstruct. I like how you say that. Deconstructing.
Okay. And so which topic did you want to discuss?
The devil belongs to the believers.
Okay, go ahead.
I actually like that because it does say, Satan has this world under his control. And it seems like that's what the Bible is, a bunch of just witchcraft versus witchcraft. So it almost seems like, yeah, everybody's with the devil. Then there's just the king of kings of the devil.
So do you believe a devil exists?
How can I say? I want to say it's all one, if that makes sense. Because I believe everything is like yin yang. It's all dualism.
I get that, but my question is, do you believe that a entity
Yes.
called the
Okay.
devil exists?
Yeah. I mean, no, not the devil. I don't know what you would call it, but there's just a definitely dark, evil entity. I wouldn't even say dark because sometimes the dark can be misconstrued because the light can be actually the evil entity.
Do you think that ideas and thoughts can become things?
Oh, yes. I believe that's what John 1:1 was. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word became flesh. Like you're able to speak things into existence. Your words become flesh.
Mm-hmm. And so, like, words and thoughts can become things like entities, right? Like,
Oh, like,
and you brought up like John,
mm-hmm.
where he's saying that in the beginning was the Word, and that Jesus became flesh, like he became the Word. That's actually a philosophy of a Greek philosopher by the name of Heraclitus, and it was popularized by Philo of Alexandria, right? Which
Mm-hmm.
is a Hellenized Jewish philosopher.
The
But the
Hellenistic period.
concept, huh?
I was saying the Hellenistic period. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And the concept just basically says that what Heraclitus was saying is that every human person has this divine word, this ability to create through word in their DNA. Like that was Heraclitus's thought behind the logos, right? And so the writer of John took that philosophy and made it about Jesus being God in the flesh, right? Like, in the beginning, because
Yeah.
Heraclitus does say that the word logos was from the very beginning, and that it actually is what created things, right? That's what Heraclitus' philosophy was. And so the writer of John took that and was like, oh, that's Jesus, right?
And I
And
think
so,
Christians actually made it Jesus because I like how you go through different translations. because I study with Jehovah's Witnesses. I grew up Baptist, and you're right. When you're dealing with Baptist regular Christians, they're going to say it's Jesus. But when you study under Jehovah's Witness, they say it's a God. And in their scriptures, it doesn't say was God. It has a God. So that translation definitely makes you look at it different. But most
Well, my
Christians,
my point my point here though was right. My
Mhm.
point was that thoughts, right, and words can become things, and those things can become an entity that we create, right?
Yes. Hmm.
So if our thoughts and our beliefs can create a God, right, then our thoughts and our beliefs can create an enemy called the devil.
Mm.
And so whether our thoughts are good or helpful or considerate, right, we call that God. When our thoughts are harmful,
Yes. Hmm.
condescending, right, lies, we call that the devil.
The devil. I like that. Hmm.
Yeah. And then with our thoughts, we begin to like our intention, like coupled with our intention that we put behind those thoughts, they then are turned into actions, right? And then
Right.
people react based off of these thoughts and these beliefs, and then we say, "Oh, that's God acting. Oh, that's the devil
I
acting,"
like that.
or
Hmm.
witchcraft, or something
Right.
like that.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And then I got one more question because I love how you was touching on the covenant, right? But then I have a question.
If you're talking, if you're on like Google or something, we can't hear you when you
Oh,
leave the
I'm
app.
sorry. It was Leviticus 18:22 because I seen the covenant and I'm like, dang, that do make sense. So I'm asking, is this just where people would say that some things in the Bible is like contradicting? Because I see
So
exactly what you said with the covenant, like that's clear as day. But then when you look at Leviticus 18:22, because I'm just
mhm.
like you, I look at the word and the word, what he says there is clear as day. So that is.
So, so let's think about history here, right? At this
Mhm.
point in time, when they're getting these laws from Moses, where are they?
In Egypt.
Mm-mm. They've left Egypt,
Oh yeah, they left Egypt, so they're in
and
Israel. Israel.
they're in the wilderness
Oh, the
when,
wilderness.
yeah, when most of these laws, according to the Sinai covenant, right? The laws were given to Moses, right? They're in the wilderness, right? Or they've just come through the wilderness and just occupied the promised land, and they're setting up their kingdom, right? Now, what happened in the wilderness to them?
I don't know.
The God cursed them, right? And that all the men aged 20 and up would die, right?
Right.
So their population was at jeopardy, right?
Okay.
All the men are dying off. None of them, only kids and women were going to be able to go into the promised land because the God, in his anger, decided that everybody else had to die in the wilderness. All the other
Mhm.
men that are fighting age, right? Like all the military fighting men had to die in the wilderness. So, and let me preface this by saying this is one of the things that I studied when I first started studying this specific law, is
Mhm.
that during that time, because of their decrease in population, that law needed to exist so that for procreation purposes. So the God is saying, don't lie with a man as with a woman, right? For the purposes of saving the seed so that they could reproduce more fighting age men when it was time for them to enter the promised land, because the God had decreed that all of the men of fighting age were to die in the wilderness. And so it would have only been women and children who had gone into the wilderness if they did not reproduce more Israelites.
Right. Okay.
So it wasn't necessarily about who loved who and who wanted to be with who. It was more so about reproducing more
Then why
people.
do you call it? Why do you call it an abomination?
That word was not in there. That word, the word abomination was created.
Okay.
It's middling. That word wasn't in there.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So that was like added, one of those new added things.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a more modern word.
Thank you. Okay. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming up. Did you have any other questions?
Oh, I was reading too, like, Oh, I do. So what do you think about oh yeah, you said you don't do regular topics. We're just gonna stick on topic. Let me read up here. Hold on.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, so if you come on stage and you do go into a discussion and you have something else you want to talk about, I'm perfectly fine with that. What I don't allow is for people to just pop up on stage and just ask random questions. That makes sense.
The heck yeah, that totally makes sense.
All right.
Believers don't like. Oh, I got another good one. What do you think about sleep? How you say that word? Paralysis.
Paralysis.
Yes, because okay, I'm gonna give you a little background. Like I said, grandfather was the church dude, all that. Then as I got older, yes, I did found out he was part of the whole Masons and all that. Grandma was the Eastern Star. But what's crazy is in that house, it was custom built. Like I grew up in Compton, only house in that house in Compton, only house on the block, custom built. So it was weird that if it's custom built, why once I'm getting brought up in the house in the 80s, I'm going through I'm seeing the demons at the door. They can't walk in my room. Then when I'm explaining to my grandma, she's just like, oh, that's because you was acting up at night. And I'm like, nah, it's more to this. And I noticed I kept going through this almost like every night or every other night, only in that house. When I spent the night at my other family's house, I was okay. It was only in that house. Then I noticed when we moved and we sold it, whoever we sold it to, they was going through something else, the same similar activities, and they just tore the whole house down completely. Now go ahead.
So when you so was it always when you were sleeping when this happened though?
Yes.
When you saw okay.
Yes.
So what I can do is share my experiences with sleep paralysis, and then you can take it or leave it if that makes sense. I don't give
I know exactly what you mean. I know exactly.
Okay. So when I was a Christian, I used to have sleep paralysis dreams multiple times a week. And it was so paralyzing, right? Like I would wake up from the dreams, be terrified. And sometimes in the dreams, the sleep paralysis demon would like stick their hand in my side, and I would wake up and I could feel pain where they had like stuck their hand in my side, right? I would have dreams of them laying on top of me, trying to smother me, because they could in my dreams they could touch me, right? But it was always like weird, like sleuthy, if that makes sense. And so one day, I had a sleep paralysis dream, and like we were always taught to just say Jesus, 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 right? And then like it would just go away. Yeah. But the crazy thing is like one night I had a sleep paralysis dream, and the motherfucker was holding my hands behind my back, and I'm saying Jesus, Jesus, and this bitch
Mhm.
started saying Jesus right along with me.
Stop
So I'm like,
playing.
what the fuck? Like, how is it saying Jesus too? So the next day, like I'm sitting on my bed and I'm like thinking about it, and I'm like, how the fuck? And then I just, thinking, and I'm like, well, maybe it's not the name. Like maybe I need to like enforce like my authority and just be like, don't come back. Like don't bring your ass back. Right. And so the next sleep paralysis dream, the motherfucker crept in and I just looked at that bitch and I said, don't bring your motherfucking ass back. And I
Mm.
haven't had a sleep paralysis dream in 5 years now.
And did you stop
Um,
going to church though with that?
well, I wasn't going to church then. I was still a Christian. Like
Okay.
it was still like, this was in my early stages of deconstructing, and I was still believing in God, still believing in Jesus, but I had started deconstructing the Christian belief, right? So it was still early on. I was still a speaking in tongue person, right? Um,
Okay.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but it was when I decided, right? For me, this is what helped me. I haven't had a sleep paralysis dream in 5 years,
See, I
but I
like
used to
that.
have them multiple times a week.
Yeah, me too. And that's why I like that you put that the devil belongs to believers, because I noticed it was when I was a believer, not more of a truth seeker, because those are two different things.
Yeah, and I think the dreams have a lot to do with the thoughts that we have in our mind while we're sleeping, the fears that we have, the trauma that we haven't like allowed ourselves to face or heal. Um, so I think it has a lot to do with that as well. And it's, after doing some research about sleep paralysis dreams, it's when you're like in REM sleep,
And
right?
REM
And
sleep.
your body is asleep, but your brain is still awake,
Awake.
right? And so you
Mm-hmm.
have those thoughts going, and for some reason, it manifests into like the things that we fear. Somebody said, what Nightbug said, if I get sleep paralysis, I just say ba bam, and that way, hey, whatever works for you. If it wakes you up from those dreams, hey. But I haven't had them, and man,
Yeah, I haven't had them. Like it just stopped. But I was just wondering, is it because almost what you said with this cup with the covenant? Like I'm wondering, is religion and church soul tied? Because there's so many rituals that goes on in the Baptist church. Even, first Sunday, you drinking the body, eating the blood of Christ. That is a ritual.
yeah,
When I
it's
had
one
to
of the
start
weirdest ones
deconstructing,
that they can't explain either. Like,
thank you. Come on. Because
yeah,
I
like
asked.
how does it go from don't eat the blood because it is the life force, and anybody that eats or touches the blood, it is an
That
abomination,
is an
and they
abomination.
are
That's
deserved of death. Yeah. Two, you must lap it up like a lap dog, and eat it every time that you, as often as you can. And I asked believers before, um, and I really want to know like what their thoughts are about that, because like Jesus comes and he flips it completely on its head, right? And
Mhm.
even though they say, oh, it's symbolic, it's still symbolic of him telling you to do the thing that he said
He
don't
said,
do to
don't
the
do.
Israelites.
Thank
Like
you.
it,
Thank
yeah, like you're
you.
symbolically doing this thing that is supposedly an abomination to the God. Like it doesn't make sense to me. And that's the thing that saves you,
Mhm.
is doing the thing that he hated.
That he hated. All right. We both, all right. I agree with you on that. Come on.
And then like studying the rituals in Rome, right? Rome was one of the first uh, countries to use criminals as sacrifices. Like they would crucify them, and they would use them as human sacrifice. Like Rome was one of the first countries to do that. Like they weren't the first to like do human
Do
sacrifices, but they
human
were one
sacrifices,
of the
right?
first to use criminals
Criminals,
as
yeah,
human
that's a different
sacrifices.
thing. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That is crazy. And then, so I'm wondering, because it seems like it's all magic versus magic, is that what the whole, like when you get to like the nitty gritty of it, like basically, is this really just occultism? Like Jesus, like walking on water, turning water into wine, um, just all the things that was happening in the scriptures. It just seems like it was a battle of my God's better than yours, which is really my black magic is better than yours.
So I think I don't know necessarily about the black magic part, right? But
Okay.
I do know that there was a battle about who could write, the most believable stories about their gods. For one, their gods were like our presidents, right? Each country has a president that, uh, it makes us look like a united front, right? It shows our strength. Depending on who our president is, then other countries will be like, okay, that's their strength, right? He's a figurehead, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in that time in antiquity, that so were the gods, right? The gods that you served, however many worshippers you had of the god, the battles, the stories about the miracles and the battles that your gods help you win, then that's how people knew to respect your gods or to fear you as a nation. Like if you think about when the Israelites went into Canaan and they connected with the prostitute Rahab. And Rahab's like, oh, we heard the stories about all the miracles of your God, and now the people in Canaan are afraid, right? They had never heard of this God. They didn't know the God of Israel, but
Mm-hmm.
Rahab is saying, we've heard the
Heard the
stories. And
stories.
because we've heard the stories, we are afraid and we don't want no beef with y'all, right? That's how it was in antiquity. You basically served the god. If you lived in Canaan, you would worship the Canaanite gods, right?
Mm-hmm. I know
If you
exactly
lived
what
in
you mean.
Babylon,
Mm-hmm. Your
yeah. So
worship, Nazareth, correct, whatever his name was.
the Marduk and Enlil and Enki and them, those were the gods of the Babylon,
Oh,
right?
Babylon. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Okay.
and so like if you moved from Canaan and went and lived in Babylon, you stopped worshiping. You could keep worshiping the Canaanite gods if you wanted to, but you would have to then start worshiping the Babylonian gods because you worshiped the gods of the land that you lived in because the
Different.
gods were dormant. Like it wasn't a concept that these gods were everywhere. Like nobody believed that in antiquity, right? The gods were the god of the land, right? It wasn't until the
Mm-hmm.
Hellenization period that this whole concept of this God being omni, like the Greco-Roman period, all the omnipresence and all of that started to be a thing.
Right.
So I think it definitely was a battle of my God is stronger than your God. And they had like these
Yes.
guidelines, like archetypes of deities. Like the deities would all like perform miracles, walk on water, or heal the blind, make a lame man walk. Right? Like there's many stories, or die and be resurrected. Like there's many stories of other demigods, like half human, half
Mm-hmm.
god figures, and then full God figures that share the same type of miracles because they all used each other's stories to write about their
Yes.
gods.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Because when I studied it, I believe it's Ethiopian or it's one of them, the Ifa, they were saying that's where the Christians got their whole, what they say, in the image. They said, God said, let us make men in our image. They were saying that's from them because their God is a woman God. And that is supposed to be the
That's
big secret.
interesting.
They're saying the woman God is, she represent woman masculinity and male masculinity. And supposedly everybody's been trying to cover her up. And that's why he was saying in the Israelites Bible, well, in King James Bible, he was saying that's why they trying to make man seem more, what is that called? Like, I want to say dominant or superior, but he was basically saying like he basically broke it down like, no, that's wrong. That's what the Masons is about. They're sons of the mother. That's why they made sons. They're sons of the mother. The symbol is the representation of the womb. And he was explaining how the womb, like scientifically, when a woman during conception, I guess the womb is the darkness. Then he goes back to the Bible. That's why he said in the beginning, we was in the dark and God said, let there be light. Because he said in their religion, the consumption is dark in the womb. Then when the sperm hits the egg, it strikes a light. And supposedly you could, well, I did look it up. You can look it up and it's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess this is a fact.
That's the mitochondria. Yeah, that's your mother's mitochondrial DNA
Okay.
that
Yeah.
ignites that light. Like, so
That
you basically
okay.
carry your mom to the egg of the woman that you're having a child with, and then your mom starts the whole process. Like, her DNA starts the process by igniting the first electrical spark,
Spark.
and
Okay,
then
that's deep. Come on. So they're saying supposedly that's what's getting hidden, that the woman, that woman, whatever her name is, Barbara. Yeah, you should look her up. That whole little story, like you said, how ancient people got stories, and they were saying like their story was thousands of years before Christ came. So I was like, damn, that's what made me kind of interested in that one, because I was like, I never heard of a woman god before, but they were saying she was a woman god, but she was masculine and feminine, which is a positive charge, which I'm not going to lie, that definitely makes sense to me, because I think that's what's wrong with the world. It's an unbalance going. Too many people want to be masculine or feminine, not understanding it's supposed to be a balance.
yeah, like, so there, it definitely before the patriarchal there were two different types of patriarchal I forgot the words for it, but before the patriarchal society that we know of today, right,
Mm-hmm.
it was mother goddess worship. So
Mm-hmm.
it was mother goddess, then the father, and then the child, right? But the father was still considered to be the head.
The
It was
head.
the mother was the wisdom, right? She was the
Mm-hmm.
one that fed the wisdom to the father, that gave him the knowledge that he needed in order to lead properly. That
That
made him
makes sense.
the great leader, right? That's how it was before this whole patriarchal male dominance society that we have now, the teachings that we have now. And in Canaan, they did have the mother goddess worship, and Asherah was the wife of the Canaanite god El Elyon.
Mm.
And El Elyon is the Christian's most high. That's who the most high is in the Christian doctrine. And
Mm.
you see in Canaan where not in Canaan, but in Israel, where Ahab and Jezebel were worshiping Jezebel's ancestral gods, which were the Canaanite gods, El Elyon and Asherah and
Okay.
Baal. And Jeremiah is saying God is mad, and he's telling them to go in and like destroy all of the Asherah poles, like get rid of the Asherah poles, completely wipe out any worship to Asherah. And uh, I was reading a book. I can't think of the name of it right now. When God Was a Woman, and
Mm.
she talks about in that book, like, this is the symbolic of the time period of when they went through and they wiped out any mother goddess worship. Anybody that had any type of idols that
Mm.
were dedicated to the mother goddess worship, they went through and they wiped it all out. They burnt them all, and forbade anybody to practice this mother goddess worship. A lot of that took place during the reign of King Josiah during the 7th century BCE. And so then we see this switch to the male dominant patriarchal society.
Okay.
And in fact, like Jezebel, the name of the name Jezebel means where is your king or without a king. So it's considered a slur, right? Because Ahab allowed Jezebel to reign with him. Like the actual history behind the North, like they were a very powerful kingdom. And the Amorites, which is King Omri and his lineage. Omri is said to have been one of the most successful kings in Israel, right? And they had an urban center and a legal system established. And when Ahab and this Lebanese princess, which nobody knows her name because Jezebel is not her real name, that's the slur they gave her in the story. They ruled together, right? And the Israelites didn't like that because you're not supposed to allow in their cult women could not lead. So they hated Jezebel. They hated Ahab for that. They was telling him that he needed to kill himself. Like while he needs to like one rabbinic literature in the Talmud talks about how they told him he just needs to like walk off a plank and just like drown in the sea because he was letting his wife rule with him, right? But that's the whole thing about with Jezebel, right? It's she was still hanging on and worshiping the Canaanite gods, which she was raised on.
That's deep. That makes total sense. That's deep. All right. So yeah, that does make total sense.
It's a lot of cool stuff to learn. Like that's why I study it, right? It's a lot. It's very, very interesting.
It
Very interesting
is.
stuff.
Guilty of the law. God needs humans to talk to. Wait, you said God needs humans to talk and do for him? Oh yeah, I believe that's weird. I guess that's what old boy was talking about. The soul, I guess we just the spirit.
Yeah, I think it goes back kind of to like the conversation that we was having earlier about the devil belonging to believers, right? How our ideas and our beliefs can create things and create entities. So if we are the ones that create these gods, because out of our beliefs, out of our thoughts and words, right? Then of course that God in this physical world can't talk or do anything without a human being.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Facts. Facts.
Yeah. Yeah. When you think about it, like in the book, right? The God of Israel, the stories about the God of Israel, remember they are dormant at this point in time. The God is dormant to the land that um it presides over. The miracles and the blessings and the promises were all manifested in the physical. It wasn't like this inner thing, right? Everything that this God said he would do, he manifested it outwardly and people could see it, right? When Moses would go up on Mount Sinai, the evidence that Moses was actually talking to a God was the fact that Moses' face would change, right? Moses' staff would turn into a snake. Like it was physical manifestations of this God being present, right? Exactly. So then when it switches, like when they go to Babylon and they come back into the promised land, into the Levant area, then they began mingling with the Greeks because they were under Seleucid power. And the concept then starts becoming more about spirituality, right? They start like fighting amongst each other, and they're like, no, we want to be like the Greeks. We want to be like the heathens. And then you have some that's like, no, we need to stay Torah, Torah, Torah. So they start adopting this spiritual concept and start to be Hellenized, and they start opening up their cult to outsiders and allowing other people to come in, right? So then by the time you get to the Greco-Roman period and Jesus is being taught and spread, it's now a Jesus is more so outwardly expectations too, right? Jesus is like, if you lay hands on somebody, they should recover. Like you should see a manifestation of that, right?
Right.
Jesus says, uh, like he does miracles that you can see,
As you can see.
right? Yeah.
Yes. Hmm.
But after he dies and then he's taken to the Gentiles, what happens? What happens to those miracles today? It's an inward thing, and you have to have faith, and it's a personal thing, right? There are no more physical manifestations that you can see of a God doing something. Now it's you. It's inward, personal. It's a change inside of you, and it's like,
Yes,
yeah.
that's deep. People really see the God in me because, yeah, I was a womanizer, how I was just in high school, and they see the adult I am now, the husband, the father. So I get you. They like, damn, that had to be a God because boy, you was off the. So I get you. It's not really no. I'm turning water into wine. It's just a physical change now. Like, oh yeah, bro, your mindset different. You're not stuck in the projects. It's just not projects, but you get what I'm saying. You're not stuck in
Yeah,
the
but the
hood.
reality is that you're like people are giving credit to a God for stuff that you did, right? Like you did the work and changed your mind. You did the work and got yourself out of the projects. Like, and then they say, "Oh, you're demonic because you take credit, right? For you getting out of bed every day and going to work, for you doing the research and studying, getting your mind right, leveling up your knowledge. But how dare you say that facts over feelings had anything to do with that? How dare you not say Jesus did that? How dare you not say that it
Right.
was Jesus in you or the God in you that did it, right?
Because, I mean, I'll go back to the scriptures like you. Well, what the scriptures say, ye are gods. Little g. I'm not saying big. But
And
I
I think that
yeah.
it's okay for people to, I don't necessarily need to identify myself as a God, right? I think it's okay for people to do that.
Yes.
Um, but at
Because
the
what?
same time,
Listen,
like,
why is that a bad? Really, I had to ask people, why is that a bad thing? If I sit up here and say I'm a pedophile, now you should frown upon that. Come on. But if I'm saying I'm a god, then what did Erica Badu say? People really don't even really truly believe in God, but they fear is just to say, like, something about Jews, like, that's really deep when you think about it. People are really half worshipers anyway, but they really go crazy when you say God. Because Jesus never said he was God, but they came to him. He said, why y'all coming to kill me? He said, you blasphemy. You a man calling yourself a God. Then he said, isn't it written in ye law, ye are gods? So the same thing y'all coming to kill me for, you supposed to been studied under your Torah.
the crazy thing is though that Jesus used that out of context. That's
Hey, what you mean
who.
by that?
So he's quoting Psalms 82 there, right?
Right, he is. Mhm.
Selena, request again. I just saw you in the box. If you requested on purpose, go ahead and request again. So Psalms 82 is the council meeting, right? And Yahweh is at the council meeting with the other gods because El Elyon, which is the Most High, has 70 sons, 70 sons of God, or 70 sons of El,
Of
right?
L. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so that when Yahweh is at this council meeting, he's talking to the council of gods. And he's saying, are you not all sons of El? Right? And so he's
Mm.
talking to the other gods. He wasn't talking to humans when he said that, because like if you read the rest of Psalms, he's telling them, I'm going to demote you you're going to die like a mortal, right? That was one of the punishments, because he's saying that like y'all aren't treating, like y'all are harassing the humans, right? And he's like, do I think he says, you will die like a mortal, or do you want to die like a mortal? Like he wasn't talking to humans at that council. He was talking to other deities, right? And at this same council, the Most High divides up the humans. And this is in Deuteronomy chapter 32, verses 8 and 9. El Elyon divides up the humans, right? And he gives all 70 of his sons a portion of the humans, and Yahweh got Israel, Jacob, as his inheritance at that same council. So for Jesus to then turn around and use it, or the writer to
The
say that
writer.
Jesus quoted that, to say that isn't it written that y'all are gods, as if that is talking about humans, is taken out of context, or a misquote,
Or a misquote.
or a reinterpretation.
And that's what I was thinking, more like a reinterpretation or an analogy. Because I know people don't like the point that we're gods, but I'm not, I always say not big G. The reason why I say little g is because we can create and we can take away. We can do all things. We can be good, we can be bad. What that scripture said, I form light and darkness, I create good and bad. I am God, I do all things. And truthfully, on this earth, it's like it's like his spirit dwells in us. I mean, I don't know. That's what the Bible teach. That's why I kind of like, I'm like, man, that's what y'all Bible teach. So I don't get how you get mad at me when the Bible says your body's just a temple. You are, basically, we're spiritual beings having a human experience. That's what they teach. And that's what all they're supposed to be about. And that's another reason why they say a woman is so amazing and so great, because a woman is, her womb is the only thing that can turn a spiritual being into a human. That is deep.
That is a deep thought, and that's why I say, like, I don't necessarily get into like spiritual thoughts, right? One, because the spirituality to me is like, it's thought, it's personal thought, and it's coupled with imagination at the same time. And I think it really depends on how a person defines spirituality, because spirituality could just mean personal development,
Okay, I
right?
think that's how, yes.
Yeah.
Personal development. I like that.
Because it's like a renewing of your mind, like everything that you're saying that
Mm-hmm.
people are telling you that the God in you did, right? Which, again, that's perfectly fine. But it's all things that you did to better your person, right? Your personhood, your thought process, your life, right? The way
Mm-hmm.
you show up in society and how you treat people. It's personal development, right?
Facts.
Um, Sometimes, and thank you for saying that, Eliza, sometimes people can define spirituality and add a whole bunch of their imagination to it. And when they add their imagination to it, it then can lead to delusions of grandeur, hallucinations, psychosis, and that's not
Yeah.
healthy.
Now that I agree with, because now that goes to what I just read about Kalani. Supposedly everybody's going crazy because she said her daughter was her wife in her past life. And I guess that's due to, I guess, the kid's father saying that's because she's so far gone with spirituality. And see, there you go. So now a lot of people are like, oh, see, all these spiritual people. So I definitely get what you're saying.
Yeah, there's this crazy ass trend that's going on right now where moms are posting pictures of their sons and saying that in another life, I wish you could be my lover, but I will have
What?
to settle for you being, yes. And I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Oh, hell no.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Supposedly, that's why they were saying women were dressing boys the way they were, with certain chains, certain jeans, just certain styles. With a little kid was like 4 or 5, but he's looking like a teenager or a young. Yeah, they were saying women were doing that. Like basically, the man that they want to look like or want to attract, they're dressing their kid up as.
I think it's a gross ass trend. I really do. I don't, some people just hop on any motherfucker thing. Yes, throw the whole trend away. And like like if you, and they're posting photos of them like hugging their sons, that their teenage sons, kissing them on the cheek and stuff, and then
Mm-hmm.
saying, talking about how fine their son is and
See,
how they
Mm-mm.
wish in this life they could be their lover, but they'll just settle on being their mother. I'm like, that's not fucking cute.
See, that's crazy. That is.
Yeah, that's sick.
Did you see the lady that they're talking about? I think her son is like black and Asian, and the way
Hmm.
she talks to him is almost
Yes.
as if he's her. I
Yep.
thought she was his girlfriend,
Oh
and then
no,
you
no, no!
find
You're
out
talking
she's his
about
wife.
the no them. I always saw them as mother and son.
Oh yeah, I never
So I'm
did.
not talking about her.
No,
There is
no, I know the
wait,
trend
is
you're
she
talking about.
white? The one you're talking about, is she white? No, the trend I'm talking about, it's moms posting pictures of their sons, with their son, and then they're doing photo post, and then they write like a long post about how fine their son is and how they wish that they could be their son's lover in this life. And they'll have to just hope for another life to be their lover,
Jail,
and in this life they just have to settle on being their mother.
jail immediately.
Yeah, but so that's what I'm saying. So like the spirituality thing, I say it's like Vegas, right? Like anything goes. Like people can make up anything and call it spiritual, and then it's just up to another person. But like that shit ain't spiritual. Like I'm not accepting that for myself.
Oh, okay, I
You
like
know what I'm
that.
saying?
Damn, so what should I call it now? You going deep. I like that.
I mean, you call it what you want to call it. At the end of the day, like it's your belief system, right?
But are you
No
ready?
one can define your
I don't
belief.
have a belief system because remember I said you can't be a believer because if you believe something that somebody like you, when we just having discussion and something could sound true, if I'm a believer, I'm stuck in what I believe.
Mhm.
Period.
Yeah. Hmm.
So I really don't like using believer.
Um. I mean, you say I don't know any other way to say it, right? You say that you are a god in your own right, right? You have a right uh to say that about yourself. Um the I you call it whatever you want to call it.
Yeah,
No
you
one
know,
can
somebody
tell you
up
what
to
to call
you.
it, you
Like
know?
when you come in, you be like, "Are you a Christian? Just deconstructing? Are you?" That's what I'm trying to say. Like, dang, that's what I don't know what that
Oh,
is now. Like, I don't know
yeah.
whatever.
Oh, okay. You're talking about like so I the how you identify is what
Yeah.
you're saying.
Hmm.
I like what Six Pain said, like a seeker of knowledge or just a human. um,
Oh yeah, I like that seeker of knowledge. I really do. I
yeah.
like that. I do. Hmm.
There is a new term for like people who believe in the God of the Bible. They believe in Jesus Christ, but like they follow the teachings, but they don't necessarily call themselves a Christian. That term is Sadak Mac Biftaj, but to shorten it is Sadak Mac, and all it means is so I don't actually call myself a Christian, but I follow the teachings of Jesus. So that you don't have to say all of that is just shortened to a Sadak Mac. That's a new term.
See, I can't. And this, I don't know. I don't want to sound bad when I say this. Like Jesus is our example for sure, but I'm not just down with how everybody worship him and not the Father who sent him. And the Bible says, no man sent is greater than the man who sent him. And Jesus always say, I was sent to this world by my Father. So I don't like the whole Trinity thing, putting them all in one, because that's like my son saying he me. That's how. You not me. You of me, but you ain't me. So I don't like how it seems like Jesus getting more of the praise than the Father who sent him.
Is it the Trinity thing is very very confusing, but I think they did it because they needed to wrap a lot of religions or belief systems into one,
In one,
and it
I
was just
agree.
easier.
Yes.
Yeah,
Come on. Come on. Because
yeah.
I say that. When I grew up, I said, Grandma, it doesn't make sense. How could 1 + 1 + 1 equal 1? If I'm in school, in class, that's wrong all day.
Hmm.
And it seems like that's when I started separating at a young age. Like, hold on, religion and logic is two different things because they don't apply logic no more. Because I'm like,
They have gotten to the
Christian,
point where they
right.
literally will say that their God is illogical. They'll say that God isn't logical. And I'm like, you realize you just called your God illogical?
Illogical then? That wouldn't make sense, right?
Yeah,
Would that not make sense? No way in the
yeah,
world. That wouldn't make sense to me.
I agree. I agree. It's it's uh a conundrum, like Joshua just said. But and at the end of the day, like I try my best, right, to let believers know, like my issue isn't that they believe in a God. The God that they believe in has proven to be very harmful to people in society. It has proven to be harmful to society, right? And that's the issue. Um, there was a guy on Christina's live earlier today, and he was trying his best, right, to make us see Jesus, see the stories in the Bible, um, as the Jesus that he believes in, right? Like the Jesus
Right.
he believes in loves everybody, and there is no exceptionalism, and there is no supremacy culture in the gospels that he reads, except there is, because the Israelites were very supremacist in nature. Exceptionalism is their foundation, right? Be ye holy, right? As I am holy. Separate yourself
And he
from
says, yeah,
everybody else,
everybody
right?
else. Yep. Hmm.
uh, just the fact of them saying that they are the chosen
They
of
did say
God
that.
is
Hmm.
exceptionalism,
Come
right?
on, the Israelites say that fast. We the chosen people.
Yeah. And
Facts or
so,
fiction?
huh?
Real quick. No, I was about to say facts or fiction. I know this is an exciting conversation, but don't interrupt while the host is in the middle of a sentence. You've been doing it a lot, so um, we love a good conversation, and I know it gets exciting, but that's one of her rules. Okay,
Got it.
thank you, darling. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you, Selena. I'm sorry. And I know I've
Yes.
been doing the same thing. So I apologize too. But
No, girl, this your stage. All right, go ahead.
no, yeah, no, but I also say I don't interrupt unless I have to, right? So just being fair. But damn, what was I saying? I forgot. Shit. Oh yeah, the exceptionalism of the Israelites, and he was trying to get us to accept his uh interpretation that it doesn't exist in the Gospels, and it felt like complete manipulation because he was telling us to basically ignore the fact that the Israelites had the Gentiles under a ban. Like they were under a haram ban. They were not allowed to intermarry. They were not allowed to commune with them. Right. It's similar to in North America where the Europeans couldn't marry people of color. They couldn't marry black people, or that there was a law that said that that couldn't happen. So he kept saying, I don't see any white supremacy in the Bible. I don't know how white supremacy got started, but they couldn't have used the Bible for it. And like he was very nice. He was a very nice person, but no, being nice and saying things soft while you are trying to mind fuck somebody into your belief system, to me is very harmful. Like uh, addressing the facts of the book and saying, "Yep, I see the exceptionalism in here. I see the supremacy in here, and I see how the Europeans in North America were able to take this book and create the concept of white supremacy. But here's how we move forward, right? Do that instead of trying to mind fuck people and say, nope, it ain't in there when it clearly is in there. Y'all, please stop complaining about her doing what I asked her to do. Like, that's her job as a mod. Like, stop complaining about it. We both have apologized to each other and moved on. Like, your constant complaining about it just means that you have an issue with the rules. He ain't even complaining about it, and y'all not even on stage. Facts over feelings, you there?
Oh yeah, I'm here. I just be having to mute myself because I'm one of those when the conversations be getting so good, I just be agreeing and I don't want to be rude. So I was like, look, I respect your, you know, your whole your channel. So let me mute myself because I'm just passionate.
I completely understand. Trust me, I wasn't even paying attention to it because it was a good conversation. But Selena will do like that's what I asked her to do as a mod, and she be on that shit. So and it helps people to be able to hear everything we say. Right? If we're talking at the same time, then I miss something, you miss something, and so do everybody else in the comments.
Facts. That's why I agree. And I don't know why they complaining in the chat. I had no problem with it.
Typically people who don't respect boundaries and don't respect rules, right? And they're used to like a rule in this place is not to in this space is not to use caps because that's reserved for mods to communicate with those of us on stage and for people who have vision impairment, right? And we say it all the time. The mods say it in the comments, but they do it anyway, right? And so a lot of times it's how dare you tell me what I can and what I can't do, right? This is social media, right? But it's just common decency to respect the boundaries of another person, and I think society has proven that that's a hard thing for society to do. One, because this religion does not teach about boundaries or consent. Even when it comes down to, hey, don't pray for me. Like I don't want you to pray for me. Um, I don't know you. Like, I don't know what words you're trying to say over me. Like, don't pray for me. They say, you can't stop me from praying for you. I pray for you in my own time. Right. Because they have an issue with boundaries, and it's a lot to do with ego too. Like it's a blow to somebody's ego to say, don't do this to me.
Yeah, and that is crazy. But and that's I don't do the whole praying over me either because you're right. You don't know what they do and what they gonna put on you and all that stuff is real. So yeah, you definitely have to be careful with people praying on you.
I don't even believe that, their prayers will have an effect. It's, for me, it's a test to let me see who I can trust or not, right? If I tell a person, hey, here's my boundary, and they respect that boundary, then I know that that person is a safe person. If I say, here's my boundary, and they say, you can't stop me, I'm going to do it in secret, what else would you do behind my back? Right? What other boundary, something as simple as that, would you not be willing to respect? I don't actually think their prayers can do anything. And then I beg to come back and say, like, if they did in fact believe that their prayers would do anything, then they would be more prone to respecting consent, because basically when they're praying for someone else's will to be changed against their will, right? And that goes against their concept of free will. It goes against their belief that their God won't do anything to violate that free will. So they're either saying that they are more powerful than their God, they have more rights than their God to violate another person's free will and pray that that person's will matches whatever they want that person's will to match, or they really just don't believe that their prayers work and they're just being a dick. Oh, I'm sorry, TikTok. They're just being an asshole.
No, I like that. That does. You're right. You make sense. And boundaries is. I never thought about that. I guess they really don't teach boundaries, huh?
Like, have you ever been in church and a pastor was like, if a person doesn't want to hear about the gospel, like, respect their boundary. Right? If a person has a different belief, like, respect their boundary. If a person doesn't want you to hug them, respect their boundary. Like, have you ever heard a pastor teach about boundaries?
That's a good one. No. Just respect your neighbor and love thy neighbor like you love yourself. Yeah, but
But do
not
they
the
go into detail on how to do that other than feeding the poor?
and saying do what Jesus did. Do what Jesus do.
Which is what?
Feed the poor.
Feed the poor. And then the crazy thing about it is, it's like he says to do it, but where is he doing it? Where did Jesus go and feed the poor in this book?
Where did he go? Out in I don't know what you would call it. Out in, and I wouldn't say the wilderness, but what you call it?
I mean, he went throughout Capernaum, right? Through Galilee. But which story was he feeding the poor in?
Oh, that was in the New Testament, right?
Yeah, which story?
It's only in the New Testament. What story was that? Oh, that was when he did the two fish with the
Mm-mm. Doesn't say they were poor.
Oh no, actually, it didn't say that it was poor. It just said he fed 100,000. I mean, was it 100,000 people? How many people? You're right. It didn't say it was poor.
Yeah, didn't say they were poor at all. It says they were out there, and like actually, I think the disciples was telling them to go and buy their own food.
Yeah, maybe they wasn't poor. Huh?
They were far away from their home, right? Like, let's see, let's read it. Let's see, is it Matthew 14 or Matthew 15? I think. Let's
And if
see.
I'm not mistaken, they only counted the men.
Did they? Let's see which.
I'm trying to remember if I remember that properly.
Not Jesus brought Lunchables.
What did Barnes call it? The fish, and he said, why every time you come bring fish and something? I like, what did he say? I can't remember what Bash said, but Bash went off one day about this. Let's see. Now, when Jesus heard this, he withdrew from there in a boat to a deserted place by himself. Hold on. Have a good day at work. I love you. But when the crowds heard it, they followed him on foot from the towns. When he went ashore, he saw a great crowd, and he had compassion for them and cured their sick. When it was evening, the disciples came to him and said, "This is a deserted place, and the hour is now late. Send the crowds away so that they may go into the villages and buy food for themselves." Jesus said to them, "They need not go away. You can give them something to eat." They replied, "We have nothing here but 5 loaves and 2 fish." And he said, "Bring them here to me." Then he ordered the crowds to sit down on the grass. Taking the 5 loaves and the 2 fish, he looked up to heaven and blessed and broke the loaves and gave them to the disciples, and the disciples gave them to the crowds. And all ate and were filled, and they took up what was left over of the broken pieces, 12 baskets full. And those who ate were about 5,000 men, besides women and children. So it wasn't because they were poor, right? So yeah, it was 5,000 men, and then it says besides women and children. So that means he fed more, I guess, because they only counted the men. So it would be more that he fed. They don't ever count the women and children. So like when they left Egypt, it was 606,000 or 600,000 when they left Egypt, but they only counted the men. And then it says besides the women and children. So it's estimated that with the women and children, it was about 2.3 million, according to the story. Like we know that didn't actually happen, but according to the story, it's estimated that 2.3 million of them left Egypt in one day, and they only counted the men according to the sanctuary shekels that they had to give the silver. So they counted 600,000 pieces of silver. Well, they had to give a half of a shekel, so it ended up being like 600,000 men, not counting the women and children. So this is basically saying he fed more than 5,000. Does that make sense?
Yep, that definitely makes sense.
Yeah. But it wasn't because they were poor. It was because they were far away from home.
Mm.
Yeah. And then he does it a second time. So let's see if this, when he, the second time he does it, I think it's in 15. Um, yeah. This time he only feeds 4,000. Let's see. Then Jesus called his disciples to him and said, I have compassion for the crowd because they have been with me now for 3 days and have nothing to eat. And I do not want to send them away hungry, for they might faint on the way. The disciples said to him, where are we to get enough bread in the desert to feed so great a crowd? And Jesus asked them, how many loaves have you? They said 7 and a few small fish. Then ordering the crowd to sit down on the ground, he took the 7 loaves and the fish, and after giving thanks, he broke them and gave them to the disciples, and the disciples gave them to the crowds. All of them ate and were filled, and they took up the broken pieces left over, 7 baskets full. Those who had eaten were 4,000 men, besides women and children. After sending away the crowds, he got into the boat and went into the region of Magadan. So neither of these, right, is because they were poor. Now, I don't do interpretation, but I'm about to do an interpretation now, or share an interpretation that I did study. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So just to let y'all know, this is an interpretation, and this is just a thought, not don't take this as fact, as it is an interpretation. But okay, so hold on, let's go backward. Let's see. So I think this shows like the gradual transition from the Israelites to the Gentiles. And the reason why is I think the numbers here. Let's see, when he went to shore, passion. Here he had 12 baskets. Like he fed 5,000, right? And he had 12 baskets full left over. I think this is representative of the 12 tribes of Israel, like his first mission, right? So the first time he feeds, he has 12 baskets left over. His first mission was to the lost sheep of Israel. I'm thinking the 5 here, they had 5 loaves of bread. I think this has to do with the northern kingdom. And then here they had 7 loaves. They started off with 7 loaves of bread, right? Which I think this is the 7 nations, the 7 Gentile nations. And he had 7 baskets left over. That's the 7 Gentile nations. So I think the second time he feeds is symbolic for that transition of him going, his first mission being the Israelites. The Israelites reject him, and then he moves to the Gentiles. That's just a thought.
Interesting. I can see where you're going with it. Why would
Yeah,
you say that Israel's rejected him?
in the story, they did,
Oh,
right?
they did?
Yeah, and that's why he was given to the Gentiles, because the Israelites rejected him as their Messiah, and that's why he was killed, because they're saying that he's the Son of God. So he gets killed. After he gets killed, right, and then he shows up in Matthew. He shows up in Galilee, and he's like, "Okay, now take me to all the nations." That's when the mission is given to go and preach the gospel to the Gentile nations.
Mm.
Yeah, so I think this parable, these stories here, these actually aren't parables right here, but I think these 2 stories being told back to back of him feeding people this way, I think it's symbolic for that transition from his mission being the Israelites, and then it changing to the Gentiles. But that's just me thinking that. That's not fact.
No,
if
I
that makes sense.
hmm
Yeah, but did you have anything else before we move on to another guest? I enjoyed this conversation. Thank you. I appreciate it. It calmed me down from the other guest. So I appreciate that.
No, you guys
Goodness
doing
gracious.
great. I appreciate you guys and appreciate you and all your wisdom and knowledge. It's amazing. It's dope.
Thank you so much. You're welcome back on the stage anytime, and I hope you have a great rest of the night.
All right, y'all too. You too.
Thank you. All right. If you are in the guest request box and you are in there on purpose, please comment and let us know. Help us out so that we don't go through the accidental request. Hey, that guy, how are you? I wish you were in the request box when he was up. That would have been awesome.
I was in the request box when he was up.
You were? You didn't comment. Why you didn't
Yeah.
comment?
I'm having trouble writing sometimes, so I just wait for the audible cue to write a comment.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that would have been cool. Like
It's all
as we
good.
were, yeah. But
It's all
let's bring
good.
up somebody. Let's see.
I was a
Who's
pretty
in the
good
box?
guest.
Yeah, he really was. Did you see the guests before him? Were you in here? The guests before him?
No, and you mentioned him just now, and I'm like, God damn, what did I miss?
That one was a oof. That was a motherfucker. Like
Really?
yeah. He started speaking in tongues at me.
Give me. Oh damn! You had one speaking in tongues. I've never had one of those in my life. Come on, that's a freaking rare find here.
Yeah,
That's a
and
rare
then I
drop if
started
I've ever
speaking in
seen
tongues
one.
back.
Did you have a conversation in tongues? Did you have a conversation in tongues?
Yeah.
Was he fully believing that you were speaking back, and he was like,
Yeah.
imagine,
Yeah, like
imagine the mind fucking that would be if you actually believe you're speaking in tongues and someone speaks back to you. You don't understand. You're like, oh fuck, I don't get your accent.
oh my gosh. Yeah, it was crazy.
That's
that was a
wild,
crazy
man. I don't
conversation.
get those people in my life. My life are just fucking people who haven't read the Bible and just tell them what the priest tell them. It's boring most of the time. We do get, oh boy, did we get some gems the other day. There is in one of the camps in the you know whose country that did the you know what during the 40s.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there was found a writing on a wall that basically said, if there is a God, he should beg for my forgiveness. Apparently, one of the inmates there wrote it.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so we had that as a topic, as in, what would you answer to that person? And
What did they say?
the answers varied. They had the pretty typical, oh, it's people's free will that led to that, not the fucking God's will. And my first question was like, oh, what free will did the prisoners have? What was their free will in this? Which is, if I'd say so myself, a reasonable question. And I had people saying it was divine judgment.
What?
For those people. Yeah.
And they were Christians saying that?
That this was God's way of punishing those that didn't believe in him. Yeah, it was wild.
Oh my God.
It is absolutely wild. Also, what was that about women loving their sons a bit too hard?
There's a new trend on TikTok now,
Yeah, so I
and
heard
they're
it's.
posting pictures. Yeah, it's disgusting. It's disgusting.
I mean, it's okay for a woman to love her son, I get that. For a mother to love her son, that's normal, but putting it in the same sentence as lover is. Oh. What's the reverse
Yeah,
of an Oedipus complex?
I don't know. Like for them to like make the post, write all that shit, and then be like, "Yep, this is it," and
And
post
then
it.
post it and then be like, yeah, that's cool.
What? Like, I
But to post?
that is
That's.
crazy. Like,
Ugh.
yeah.
It's worse than crazy. It's.
That's about all you can say is ugh.
There's cuckoo
Let's see.
crazy and then there's.
Yeah. That needs to be a shirt. There's cuckoo crazy and then there's ugh. That needs to be a
Then
shirt.
there's.
Yeah. Nightbug, hi, how are you?
But yeah.
Hi, am I on?
Yeah. How
Oh,
are
I
you
didn't
doing?
know I was on. I tried to cancel that. That was accidental.
Oh, okay, no worries. We'll go
But
ahead and take you down.
but anyway, thanks for putting me on, and I just want to say I love this. It's great info. You guys are obviously scholars on the Bible. I'm not. I just was raised, you know, Christian in my family, and I became atheist in high school. You know, when I started really thinking things out, and you know, as I said earlier in a comment, I said I wish I'd have known y'all back when I was in high school.
Yeah, we hear that a lot. I wish I would have known all of y'all. Like going through my deconstruction journey by myself was difficult and scary.
Yeah.
So having a community would have
Same.
been great. Yeah.
Now, back in the
But I'm not a
80s.
scholar. I'm not a scholar. I just study a lot. So I don't claim
Right,
to be a
right.
scholar. Yeah.
Okay. And see, back in the 80s, I had they had an atheist luncheon that I used to go to once a month, that they had once a month. And everybody in there was pretty much of non-melanated, whereas the only melanated people in there was me, and there was another guy who shared the same first name. And I didn't see no sisters in that group all the
Also the
time I
80s.
went there. I'm sorry, what did
But
you say?
Also, it was the 80s, so,
Yeah,
whatever counts
yeah.
with that.
And then, and then I live in a neighborhood where within basically 2-3 blocks of my neighborhood, there's like at least 9 churches.
Figures.
yeah, in our community, I know that guy was talking about how in his country it's very taboo, to have these types of discussions publicly, and in our community, the Black community, to say that you are atheist or that you don't believe in God, specifically this God, it's demonic. Like you better
Oh,
not say
yeah.
that shit to your family. Like as soon as you say it, you're the devil.
Oh, yes. I mean, I've gotten in some arguments and they want to say, well, where do you think you come from? And blah, 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 this. And where do you think you're going to go after you die? And blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh, goodness. I've gotten handed paraphernalia and they'd come to your house, and at least the Jehovah's Witnesses did, knock on your door and want to read your scriptures. And I got to the point that when I got my own place, I had some atheist bumper stickers that I put on the door of my apartment to let them know. I had one that was a quote by Thomas Edison that said all Bibles are man-made, and I had another one that said atheists make sense for America, and some folks kind of got offended by it. In fact, I had a brother who became a licensed minister. And I remember when he used to come by my apartment and he said, man, why you attacking me? When I see these stickers on your door, I feel like you attacking me. And I thought, Well, if they consider what I got on my door as an attack, I consider what you guys do as a nuclear bombardment. You know, because
Exactly.
they shove it in our throat, down our throats in school. You know, at least they did when I was in elementary school. You know, and then they no matter where you're at, people want to hand you their paraphernalia. You know, and just, can I give you this, or will you take this and let me turn you on to Jesus Christ and all that. And I'm like, you know, I tell folks, I said, I don't get that from the Jewish faith or the Muslim faith. You know, they don't sit up there and try to, you know, instill their stuff on us, you know, but the Christians, they just constantly just, and of course now pretty much everybody in my family knows not to, you know, they know I'm not into it. You know, even when I moved back home in our parents' house with my sister, and she was trying to convert me over, and I was like, I ain't into that. And, you know, I started putting it on my Facebook and stuff and letting folks know, you know, don't bother me with your religion. I won't bother you with my atheism. So now folks pretty much got the hint.
Yeah, I like the audacity of, you know, him to knock on your door and say that you're attacking him because you posted about your own um understanding or your own belief. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Where
Yeah.
are
Oh, yeah.
you? Hold on, Nightbook. That guy. Where are you? Because I cannot see you on the stage. No, you're still on stage. Somehow you are still on stage. I can hear you.
Oh, here we go again, because I don't hear anything.
What, you sound like you're like in the abyss. Like you're like in the in between right now. Yeah. I don't think they can hear you. I'm the only one that can hear you, I think. Hold on, can y'all hear him?
I can't hear anyone but you.
No.
Hold on. I think
What the devil?
Hold on. I think the audience can hear you. Oh my god. Oh my god. This would be so cool if like there was a believer on stage and then you just started talking out of nowhere.
Wait a minute. Who
Oh
is
my
it?
god. That guy, he's still like, he tried to disconnect, but he's like stuck in the in between. And we can hear his voice, but we can't see him.
And Lala and I sitting up here lost as ever. We
Hmm.
can't hear him.
We're having a whole
Well, we can.
conversation.
Oh my gosh. He's
A
definitely in
whole
the
entire
upside down.
conversation.
Yeah, he's in purgatory. Yeah, but the panel can't hear you. Only only you, only I and the audience. Oh, you gonna be the voice in my head? Wait, they can see the audience can see you. He sounds like a ghost now. Okay, because you're going in and out now. I can barely hear you now.
He's crossing
Nightbug.
over.
I'm sorry. He's gone now. He's gone. Me and you us never apart, my Dina. No, he was
Thank you.
stuck in the in between. Huh? Well, he
I
was
said,
cracking
right.
me up. Yeah, he was cracking me up. He was like, I'm going to be the voice in your head. He's like, I'm here to talk to you about your insurance policy, about your afterlife insurance policy. But no, yeah, he was hilarious. Sorry about that, Nightbug.
They say they still see him, but he's muted.
They're fine. They're fine.
No, they think I'm talking about Nightbug. I'm talking about that guy, the one with the. There you go. He's in the comments now. I'm talking about that guy. He was stuck in the in between. The one with the Greek name that was on stage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he had tried to disconnect, but he got stuck in the in between, and all I could hear was his voice, and I couldn't see him on stage, and he was
I'm
talking.
corporeal again.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Wow, guys,
That
the TikTok live limbo is wild. There's so many weird people, so many pedophiles. It's wild.
yeah, that was funny. I'm sorry, but go ahead, Nightbug.
Oh, I'm good. I'm good.
Well, I
Yeah.
definitely thank you for coming up. I appreciate you for sharing your story with us as well.
Oh, no problem. No problem. I'm
Yeah, I
out.
was the voice in form.
He was God. He was the voice of God.
Hey, one thing though, I'd like to ask, what do y'all think of this election and the Project 2025, where they want to almost practically impose the Christian religion in all the schools?
Well, considering he wants to ban the Bible, from what I read, considering it's a book that inspires freedom and something like that, and rebellions and rebellious acts, I think that was also included in the banned book list. I don't know.
I didn't
Well,
hear that.
he's
Considering
written
Trump
his
is not a
own.
Christian.
Yeah, he has written
Yeah. He
or
has
created
his
his
own
own
Bible. I
Bible.
forgot about
That guy,
that.
here, that guy,
God,
that
you
guy,
people are
that guy,
weird with the
that
Bible.
guy, that
Hold
guy,
on, you
that
guys.
guy, that guy. Hold on. We love it. We love the excitement.
I'm sorry.
We love it. We love
I'm
a good
sorry. I'm sorry.
conversation. But again,
I apologize.
you just jumped all over the host while she was talking. So please,
I'm
let's
sorry.
not. Thank you, sweetie.
Okay, go ahead and mute me if you want me, if I get off the rails again. Honestly.
Okay. Yeah, because she was in the middle of a statement and you just
Yeah, I
jumped in.
apologize. I'm sorry.
All right.
But no, he has created his own Bible. And he's trying to get schools to teach from his version of the Bible. I did see that the Ten Commandment law was knocked down in Louisville, although it passed in Oklahoma. So some states are fighting it and not allowing it. So Justin Deconstruction shared a video that I think from a different perspective. He's saying don't fight it because the issue that we have with Christianity a lot of times that we've noticed is that Christians don't read the Bible and they don't know what's in it. And so
Right.
he's like, let the kids learn, that the God condones slavery. Let them read all the gruesome things that is in the book, and it'll most likely make them not be a Christian, because what typically turns a person to an atheist or a non-believer is reading the book, right?
Thank
And
you.
studying the book.
Thank
So
you.
yeah.
Thank you. During those ancient atheist luncheons I used to go to, I remember talking to people in there, and I remember a few of them saying that a lot of them became atheists by actually studying the Bible so they could become theologians. They wanted to get into the priesthood, and they found out that the more questions they sought answers to, the more questions they got. And they just finally said, F it, this is BS.
Yeah, that was me in a nutshell.
That was me
Yep.
too. I
See,
was studying to get closer to the God and to find the God's name, like, because I was told that the closer you get to Him, that He would reveal His name. So that was the mission that I was on. And the more I studied, the more I read, I was like, "Holy shit!"
there
And
you
I
go.
just started deconstructing from there.
Yeah. Me, it was just
Me, it
logical
was
thinking in high
curiosity.
school.
I'm sorry, Esmer, go ahead.
No, I was going to let you go ahead. You can.
Me, it was curiosity. I spotted my first contradiction in the Bible. It was about Judas's fate after the crucifixion. And then I decided to, and I found it, and there is a difference between, I think it's Luke and the Acts. And after that, I'm like, what else have I missed? And so I took it from the start. And then I found more and more and more, and I'm like, something doesn't add up. Also genocide.
Now, see, with me, it was just logical thinking. Just in high school, I was writing in my journal and got to thinking, why is all this bad in the world? We got a so-called all-powerful, all-knowing God that, has the power to do this, and yet we still got these wars and, all these opposites of good and bad, and it just, and I just finally came to that conclusion that, there wasn't one, and I had to wrestle with that for a while, especially in my youth. I was having, guilt trips, and I'm like, and
They always give you the guilt trips.
Yeah, and I remember when I first broke it to my mom, we were sitting at the table and we were eating, and I think that was the first meal we had after, we was in a slump of not eating, and she said, "Did you say your prayers?" I said, "No." And she said, "Well, you need to say your prayers," something to that effect. You don't know when your next meal's coming. And she just kind of chuckled a bit. And she said, no wonder you've been having such bad luck. And I'm thinking, I guess the bad luck was when I was going through this unemployment slump. Of course, it was the 80s, the Reagan era, And I never said this to her, but I thought to myself, well, if I'm having such bad luck, what's your problem? Because she was basically broke like I was. So, and she lost her husband at a young age. Our father, he died when I was a baby. So, and that was something I thought about as I got older. It was like, well, what kind of God would take my father away from me when I'm only a 6-month-old infant? And, there was just all that. So, but I'm like, hey, but a lot of that I mostly blame on the what Joe Madison called cultural conditioning, and now I call it colonial cultural conditioning, because that's basically what was instilled in our people when we were brought here and enslaved. The colonialists conditioned us to believe this stuff. In fact, I know some of the history of where they wouldn't even they didn't want us to read, first off, because they knew how powerful we already were. And then they only wanted us to read certain parts of the Bible because they wanted to think that, have us think that it was okay for them to enslave us and, forever. And I thought, oh my goodness. But it just boggles the mind, the more I learn about our history, and it's
reasonable.
Yeah. One of the first things that shocked me, I was reading a book called The Invention of the White Race. And in that book, it said they were talking about the meeting that the king had with the bourgeoisie, because the bourgeoisie was complaining about the European indentured servants running away. And they would add 2 days for every day that the servant ran away to their contract. But they had to take the servant to court to enforce the penalty for them running away, and it was costing them money. So they were complaining about it to the king. And so they had a meeting, and the king said, well, the Bible says that a Christian cannot enslave another Christian for life. So what are we going to do about it? And one of the members of the bourgeoisie said, what about the Africans? They're not Christians. Surely we can enforce lifetime servitude on on them. And that was one of the things, the criteria that they used to make the decision to force lifetime servitude on African indentured servants who had come over here under the same terms that European indentured servants had come over here, which was that they would serve their 7 years. They would serve their 6 years, and in the 7th year, they would get land. They would become a citizen, and they would get land. But they decided to not let the Africans that were under those contracts out of their contracts and force them into lifetime servitude. But reading the Africans were not Christians was a shock to me, because that's what I was taught growing up, is that this was our religion. This was our God, right? And it, like, I remember putting it in the family chat, what I had learned, and my brother calling me like highly upset. Don't ever do that again. Don't ever put anything like that in the family, like upset. And that for me was a very pivotal moment in my journey, my deconstruction journey. I think that was the moment that I decided for sure that I was deconstructing away from the religion, because it didn't make sense to me how they were saying that Africans weren't Christian. And then, like, it talks about how at first the law was that a Christian could not be enslaved for life. So Christianity equaled freedom. And so some of the Africans were converted to Christianity because they thought that it meant that they would get their freedom. When the king learned what they were doing, he made a law that said Christianity no longer equaled freedom. And so once that law changed, then they started mass converting the African enslaved people to Christianity.
Wow.
And yeah, and so I was like, that was a shock to me. And the rejection of that information and the way that it made, my brother upset, for me, it just made me want to learn more. And I remember thinking to myself, there's no way in hell that I can just like completely like ignore this, right? And just be like, oh, that's our God. Like, I have to find out more. And so I just started studying more.
And I remember I had a coworker, non-melanated guy who we worked at night in a shopping center, Lazarus, doing carpet shampoo, and we were talking and some deep talk, and he told me that he had an uncle that believed that we, as African people, were meant to be slaves because of the story of Ham in the Bible. And I was like, what? So after I heard that and I got home, I decided to get the Bible out that our grandmother gave us and was going through that story. And I was like, are you kidding me? I said, is this why these people feel like they're so superior to us? And why we should be enslaved is because of a man being seen naked by his sons? And I'm like, oh my goodness, this is just.
Let me address something in the comments. Jay Will, I don't fucking condone slavery for any motherfucking body. And so Julius Caesar had the most slave trades. He had a conglomerate of slave trades than anybody in the ancient Near East. So yes, I am fucking upset about all of that. Like, you think that when someone says the word slave, that I only think black people? And you are
No,
saying
black
that in
slaves are
defense of
honestly the
your
most recent
God.
version.
You could also tell Jay Will that
Wait a
I
minute, wait
recently
a minute,
found
guys.
out.
Wait a minute. Thinker was still talking. Please.
Oh, I'm
She's
sorry.
still addressing it. Please.
That's okay. I was just saying that the only reason why you fucking tagged me is because you are trying to defend your God, because you know that your God condoned slavery. That's the only reason why you tagged me. Slavery is immoral no matter who is being enslaved.
Right on.
Straight up.
I was saying that I recently learned about Caesar that one of the reasons he was taken out was because he was trying to be a wannabe dictator. So, there you go there. And where does that sound familiar? As the saying goes, history doesn't repeat itself, it rhymes.
Never heard that before.
I think we're really dealing with what happened during the Reconstruction era. We can see some of that same shit happening right now, but they don't teach about the Reconstruction era in school, so a lot of people don't necessarily see the signs of it.
Right.
But I can see a lot of the same shit happening that happened during Reconstruction era.
Yeah, and even if I'm not really too much of a book reader other than technical stuff, you could at least talk to people who do read books, and do know the history and all, and listen to people who read books and do a lot of history. I listen to I got Sirius XM, and I listen to an Urban View program, Urban View channel, and they talk a lot about the history and the history of our people and all. Plus, I got a brother who majored in Black Studies back at OSU, Ohio State University, back in the 70s. And, I'll talk to him about stuff, and, he feels me. So, I tell folks, even if you don't read books, at least talk and listen to people who do a lot of reading and know this stuff,
Absolutely.
100%.
I definitely thank you for coming up, Nightbug. We're going to bring up another guest. I appreciate you so much.
Oh, no problem. It was good to be able to vent like this.
Absolutely. You're welcome on the stage anytime.
Peace and love, y'all.
All right. Same to you.
Thinker, do you see anyone by the name of Splat? They requested to come up.
You said Splat?
Yeah.
Let me see. No, I don't see them.
Splat, you have to request. I think the next one will be Bong. Yeah.
Bong and Kosi?
Good morning / afternoon / evening. How are you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Well, thank you. I'm reaching out to you guys from the mother continent. So I'm just not sure how our time zones align.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys have.
Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm a Christian now, but I'm coming back from a very, very long journey, and that's pretty much
okay.
What I could contribute.
Okay. There are 7 topics on the board. Can you pick one of those topics and start a discussion?
All right, no worries. I think I'll go with believers don't like the Old Testament, just because I think it stood out to me. I think firstly I'll start off by agreeing. I think as someone who was proper raised in the church, actually deeply raised in the church. My grandfather's a bishop of the Anglican Church. That's how deep it goes. I have seen more so in my adult years that there's a propensity to only want to study the Gospels and not necessarily want to understand the nature of God and humans, which has sort of created a very interesting view of Christianity in today's time. More so in the West, and I say that with not any type of superiority or disrespect as a whole. Just obviously most of our media comes from you guys, so it's sort of seeing how America perpetuates itself more than anything else from this side of the world. And yeah, I'll start off in saying that there's a lot of truth in that statement that modern day Christians don't necessarily lack the Old Testament. There's it calls one to really reckon with themselves and how they view life and morality, and actually creates that space to have a conversation where you can ask God the difficult questions, to actually speak on things like slavery and the morality thereof. The Old Testament isn't a beautiful book by any means. It is proper eye for an eye, what goes up must come down, as above, so below. It is, for me, the true foundation that if anyone deems themselves wanting to be a Christian, they need to sort of understand why things were the way that they were. And it actually gives proper insight into human nature and not justifies, because I think as an African, yes, the results of slavery are very different on that side of the world as they were here. But we've had our own journey with slavery and oppression. And because of that, having seen and studied, Christianity is very much an African belief system, but Christianity, the religion, is not African. And I think that's another topic maybe that you guys could add up maybe in one of your other lives. But effectively what I've learned throughout the years is that there's the way of faith that comes from sorry, I just got lost in a comment saying what is justifiable slavery. There's a way of faith that comes from Christ consciousness, if you want to call it that.
I just want to make sure that you're not monologuing. Please keep in mind that there's other people on stage, and like we need to be able to come in at some point.
Please feel free to jump in at any point. But
yeah, we try not to do that here, right? Like the goal is not to have conversations where we're talking over each other. So we're very concise here, right? Hopefully we can get something out of the conversation. So please just try to be very concise with your responses.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, my first time. But effectively, I do think there's a greater conversation around this topic. I will agree that believers don't necessarily lack the Old Testament, but I do think it is absolutely vital and important for both believers and non-believers alike, as far as just an overall understanding of how we view faith, not just for Christians, but say the same for Islam, having been a faith that I've dabbled in as well. So yeah, though that's my 2 cents on that specific topic.
Okay, I'm gonna ask a question, and then I need to go fix me a sandwich right quick. Hyper Hoper, if you can, are you able to take over after I ask this question? Okay, thank you. So you made a statement and said that it gives proper insight into human nature, and you say that it's important and vital, right, for believers to read and study. I agree that they should read and study it, but not for the sake of just understanding human nature, right? The purpose of this book is your God. And I think the reason they don't like it because it shows a different God, and it damn near makes them question whether the God that they're serving is this loving God that they've been taught that He is. So, like, what would be the purpose of them studying it to see the inside of humans? Right, and why humans do what humans do, while ignoring the fact that a lot of the stuff that the humans do in here, they're doing because of God has commanded them to do. Go ahead and respond to that. I'll be right back. I gotta fix a sandwich.
All right, no problem. Yeah, I did say that it gives insight into humans, but very much God has never changed. God has always been the same. It's just the scope of love has effectively grown over time, right? And in this, I think the best way to actually prove this, it's not real proof because everyone sort of views things differently, but Revelation starts off by saying effectively that the truth of this book will never change. The words will change, but the truth.
Before you move forward,
yes.
You said the scope of love changed, not God.
Increased.
What
Yes.
can you elaborate on that? Because in the Bible, it teaches that Jesus is love.
Correct.
And that Jesus is God.
Correct.
Ergo Jesus, that God is love. So if God doesn't change and God is love, how does the scope change? How does it? Can you elaborate on that?
All right, cool. So we're taking a linear timeline here, right? From effectively the beginning of time. And from the beginning of time, there's been points where humans have effectively transgressed to the point where a reset was necessary. That's throughout time as a whole, right? You had the first flood, or actually you had the kicking out of Eden, the flood. Throughout time, there's always been reset points whereby there's so much grace that can be given until the garden obviously needs to be pruned and then new seeds needs to be planted. And that is nature in and of itself, right? So now everything leading up to Jesus, it was okay, cool. We've tried again. We've tried again. We've tried again. This is not working. We sort of end up in the same place, right? And being a dictator, one would then, God just enforces a simulation and then everything plays out the way that it would, which throws away the entire humans can do whatever they want part of this creation, right? The Jesus point is okay, we're going to run into a cycle whereby God needs to break his own promise of, I will never drown humanity again to start afresh, which is what is needed, right? God has always been the same. God is jealous, God is wrathful, as much as God is love and kind, right? It is both. You're correct, it wasn't written in English, it was written in Aramaic, right? But
Don't
effectively...
Don't talk to the comments, because then we get lost and it muddies what's happening.
Yeah, no, not really much of a social media person, so apologies. Yeah. Effectively, God's been the same throughout time, right? It was just okay, cool. There's a tribe that is loved because they hold the qualities and they hold to the law more than the other people, right? So these are going to be the children that are used to effectively teach the law, because these are the children that listen. In the same way that even as humans, in families, you have those children that you sort of say, okay, cool, you're the one that sort of gets it. So I'm hoping that you are able to teach this to the rest of your cousins, your families. At least.
I don't have that.
Right.
I don't have that.
Okay, I hear that and I appreciate that. I can only speak from obviously what I've seen across the continent, and as well as my friends.
But you're applying that to your God, though. You're saying that that's what your God did, except you're ignoring the fact that these children did not listen.
They did, though, until they didn't.
No, they didn't.
Over time.
They did not. No, they didn't. They never listened. No, they didn't. Like, why are you sitting here saying they never listened? That's the whole purpose of that book. That's the whole reason why y'all think Jesus needed to die. They didn't listen.
Yeah, in the end, yes, but as children don't always listen 100% of the time.
But they didn't listen even when he chose them. Like, and he even told them that he did not choose them because they were righteous. Like, you're talking about them like as if they were like perfect little kids. No, they were not.
No, I never said
they weren't better they were not better than anybody else. They were doing the same shit and sometimes worse.
Yes. Don't disagree with that.
What did they teach you?
Pardon?
Since they were the perfect kids, right? And they were the ones to teach the other children how to be good children. What did they teach you?
Didn't say they were perfect kids.
You said they were the ones that, you're going to be the ones that teach everybody else. You got it. Like, what did they teach you?
What did they teach me specifically?
Yeah, them, not Jesus, yes. Them.
So, effectively, the Israelites throughout time, right? And when I say Israelites, I don't necessarily mean the people from what is currently.
I'm talking about in that book.
Yes, right. Okay, cool. So, I've been taught that they're from the same house, right? There will be sons that hold on to what is true and what is righteous, and there will be sons that don't, right? And sometimes even the sons that really don't, that honestly should be given up on, are the ones that actually have really, really cool redemption arcs and actually end up saving more people than their former actions have harmed, right? They've taught me that sometimes even the best of us, even those that were raised and primed to be kings, especially, from understanding African history and understanding how kings were made, the actual history, not just what was written in the Bible and what has unfortunately been erased for most time, but actually knowing African history, how we came to
Why do
choose.
you keep referring back to African history? Do you think this book is African history?
It partially is, because if you
No,
look
it's
at
not. Ain't
where
none
the
of this
Bible
African.
is written,
No, it's
where's the
not.
Bible written?
Ain't none of this
No.
African history. No, it is not.
May I ask a question? I am from Africa,
I
right?
don't care. It's not
I
African history.
It is.
No, it's not. Like, these people were Arameans. They were not African. This is not African history.
May I ask you where the Bible is written? Like the geographical landscape of the Bible.
Yeah, give me just a second.
Oh, can I answer that?
Please and thank you.
Yeah.
Paul and the Gospels, the New Testament, were written in Greek, and they were written by Greek people within Greek lands. That's why we know that Paul messages to Corinthians and Romans from what is today the northern part of Greece.
Correct.
And the Old Testament was written around 500 BC, because at best case scenario it was written at 600 to 700 BC, because there was no written language of the Hebrews before that, as far as we know. And it was written around the area that is today's Israel and eastward. So basically what is today's Israel, Iran, and so on and so forth. Part of it, no, it was not written on Egypt, because that doesn't make sense. The Israelites in the actual history were never enslaved to the Egyptians, so unfortunately even the Exodus is kind of a metaphor. Technically you could argue that some parts may have been written on the African continent, but if you consider Saudi Arabia parts of the African continent, as in around the sea. So yeah, you could stretch it really hard and call it African history, but that's a stretch. All right, I'm done.
Testament, absolutely.
Jacob, who is the patriarch, is listed in Deuteronomy 26:5 as a wandering Aramean. Abraham sent his servant to his hometown to get a wife for Isaac, right? And he married Rebekah, the daughter of Bethuel, the Aramean. Not African, Aramean. These people
Now,
were not West Africans. They were not South Africans. They were not Africans.
No, you have to come back. We can't hear you.
hello?
Yes. When you go off the app, we can't hear you.
Oh, all right, cool. So Africa as a word, right? And I think we can all agree here that Africa as a word comes, like literally follows the written accounts of the Bible by centuries, correct?
They were not from Africa. It's not African history. This is Mesopotamian history. They're from Iraq, Mesopotamia, Arameans.
Yes. But my entire point is the kingdoms of which we speak extended past what we currently understand as the map. Can we agree on that?
They were not African. They were Mesopotamian, Iraqis, Iranians. They're not African.
Egypt had its own thing. That's the issue. It wasn't really the Christian nation at any point, or the Mosaic nation. It wasn't part of it.
Please repeat that, Mother.
Egypt was never really the place where even the Old Testament and the Mosaic country would spread. The Hebrew people were never really part of Egypt, so much less establish a kingdom. Considering there was already a really strong kingdom in Egypt, and then it was under Roman, what's the word? Occupation.
Yes.
So even then, you cannot say that the Hebrew story and the Israeli story are ever have any significance with the continent of Africa.
I disagree, though, because if you go back to Noah, right, to Shem, to Ham, if you go back to that specific time, right, and you actually look at where, right now, on modern day continent Africa, right, what is written and where some of these artifacts that were written in terms of how they traveled, if you actually track those journeys, study the journey, pull out a map, study the actual journey.
What journey are you talking about? Which journey?
You could, quickest example, the Ark of the Covenant.
Mm-hmm. What journey?
The artifact of the journey of the Ark of the Covenant, where it is seated, where the temple of the second temple of Solomon, not the big one that he built, that he's known for.
You said Solomon's temple, the one that they've not been able to find any archaeological evidence for. That one.
They've been actual proof. If you literally search.
What proof have they found of Solomon's kingdom?
Follow the journey of the Ark of the Covenant. Right?
I'm sorry. Did you hear my question? I'm sorry. Did you hear my question?
I did, and I'm giving you an answer. I'm giving you a roadmap.
No, I'm asking you for the proof.
I'm giving literally a Google search will.
No, I don't. No, you're saying the proof. What proof? What archaeologists found proof of Solomon's kingdom?
Not Solomon's kingdom. I said the second temple, not the kingdom. The second temple. Those are my.
You said Solomon's temple.
And I said follow. Yes, and I said follow. Literally, Google search the Ark of the Covenant. As far as the most accurate records right now that we have, as to the closest thing that we have as actual proof that this is the closest thing to the actual Ark of the Covenant that was built, rests in.
If I may, on that department, considering the Ark, you are aware where the Ark landed, right?
No, not Noah's Ark. The Ark of the Covenant, the smaller.
The Ark of the Covenant. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That was Moses, though. Not Noah.
No, I didn't say. No, it said Solomon, Abraham.
It's all right.
Yeah.
Again, Moses, not Abraham, not Noah. Yes. It's Moses with the Ark of the Covenant.
No, I think he's trying to say that Ethiopia has the original Ark of the Covenant. I think there was a monk or a priest or somebody who claims to have it like in this like behind some curtains or something, right? And nobody can go in there. I think that's what
Yeah,
he's claiming.
everyone. There's so many people that claim to have to have had the Ark of the Covenant throughout the years. We don't really have any definitive answer any more than it's in a warehouse in who knows where at the end of Indiana Jones. I mean, at this point, it might as well be there. We don't really have a trail of the Ark of the Covenant based on anything empirical like historical documents or anyone talking about it in a specific manner. Any faithful and not faithful. I'm sorry. Any source that's worth anything. We have many people claiming to have had or to have seen the Ark of the Covenant, but we don't have any documents or any testaments that it was moved.
Like nobody has even ever seen the Ark in Ethiopia. Like they say that nobody can go in there and see it.
We've even had testimonials that Alexander the Great had and moved the Ark of the Covenant. Which makes, by the way, absolutely zero sense, considering when and where. And even Alexander the Great did not really go past Egypt in the African continent. He went eastwards, much like the religion itself, that was more Eastern Mesopotamian and Aramaic. So the reason Egypt is the only African part that is ever mentioned in the Old Testament, and that's because when the Old Testament was written, Egypt was the big kingdom in that area. Rome was not really the thing yet. So yeah, they weren't enslaved by Egyptians, they were enslaved by Babylonians, I think, or another people that
the Babylonians.
I cannot recall. Yeah, it was the Babylonians. And however, when they wrote about it 200, 300, 400 years later, they wouldn't write Babylonians, they would write the current biggest empire, which was Egypt. Even though, again, the Hebrews were never slaves to the Egyptians.
Thank you for that. You actually helping me with a thought process that I had, that the biggest nation will always be recorded, and over time.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
We can actually just look at the Crusades and the Osmanic Wars. Over time, the Persian Wars, continents, empires have changed, lands have changed, and throughout history, we have a tendency of reporting and writing on the greatest empire of that time, even if that empire is.
Yeah.
And that was the point I was saying, to say that Middle Eastern region has gone through so much turmoil, so much changing as far as how and when and why empires expanded, that yes, it is not solely African history. It's very much
any African history.
It is European history.
It's more
like literally, if it was African history, when they say that they went into Canaan, Egypt would be in that a lot more, because Egypt occupied Canaan at the time that the Israelites claim to have been enslaved in Egypt, and their God came and rescued them from slavery and sent them through the wilderness to take the promised land. Through all of these damn wars that Joshua claims that they had, Egypt would have been who they were fighting, not Canaanites. Except there is no Egyptian army in that story fighting the Israelites to take the land of Canaan, which Egypt occupied.
At that specific time. That specific year. And that's what I'm saying. You're crossing history, and that's I agree here with my... I don't know if you agree. I'm looking at your name, and I'm only going to assume that you are my brother. Yeah, empires have changed over time. Like, there's been wars to dispute land throughout human history, and I agree with him to say it's world history. Your
You first have
entire
to prove that what's in this book is even history first before
there's
you try to claim it as
historical
African
records
history.
outside of the book
There,
itself
no,
of
it's not.
the
No,
and the spread
literally,
of
it's
the
not.
wars themselves.
Literally, no,
The
it's not.
wars, the
No,
changing
it's
of
not. That's
empires.
already been debunked. Like, where do you do your research? Where do you do your research?
How is actual
Where,
world
hey,
history
where do you do your research? Where?
across multiple sites? Obviously,
Okay.
like Google Scholar for one. That's
Google Scholar is
yeah,
good.
Right.
Google
But
Scholar for one.
okay,
I care
and
about
who and
Google.
what scholar are you reading that says, "Yep, those salt deposits that they found is proof of Sodom and Gomorrah"?
Okay, that is a very extreme example, like a very specific example. Would you like me to conduct a quick search to try
Is
and see if I can't find anything to that specific?
you said that there has been evidence that this is history, right?
Yes, and some parts of it are parables, which has been written. Some
So
parts are
there are
metaphors.
no parables. There are no parables in the Old Testament. There are no
That
parables.
is completely
What
untrue.
parable? What parable are you referring to in the Old Testament? What parable?
There's a lot of metaphors within the Old
I
Testament
didn't say
itself.
metaphors. What parable is in the Old Testament?
What is a parable? But okay, let
What?
me.
Just tell me the parable you're talking about that's in the Old Testament.
Okay, we can do a parable of the ewe lamb, right? Where effectively David was speaking to. Well, David and Nathan were having a conversation, right? There's parables in the Bible itself. There's sayings within the Bible itself that obviously weren't actual
What
factual things.
scripture? Which scripture are you talking about?
So there's many parables that have been used to speak through the actual coming of Jesus, but
You're
let me.
talking about prophecies, right? What parable are you talking about
Yes, that's what
in
I'm
the
saying.
Old Testament?
Second
I'm not
Samuel.
talking. Prophecies
Second
and
Samuel.
parables are
Second
two
Samuel
different
4.
things.
Okay, Second
Prophecies
Samuel
and
12, verse
parables are
7
two
to 10.
different things.
And the references are another thing, and again.
That's what I'm saying. Second Samuel 12 verses.
Hold on, real quick, Bong. While the host is talking, you cannot talk. We did not hear anything you said while she was talking. Also, it's rude to interrupt while she's trying to ask a question. You cannot answer it until you hear the entire question or when she stops talking, and then you can answer the question.
Not a problem. May I just ask? And obviously, this is your guys' show, and if you guys want to kick me out, that's all fine. It's just, may I ask that the same courtesy be, because she did
Will
ask, and then
interrupt if
and
she
asked
will
a question.
interrupt if she feels like there's something she needs to clarify, or there's a point that you made that she wants to jump on. It's her live, so if she interrupts you, just stop talking at that point and allow her to get through. But she won't interrupt you unnecessarily, trust me.
Sure thing, Hyper.
That's my citation. Trust me, bro.
All right, no worries.
Go ahead.
Oh, I did actually want to say 2 Samuel 12, verse 1 to 4.
And you're talking about Nathan talking to David, right?
Correct.
And this teaches history how? This proves history how?
Okay, that was not the specific question around parables. You asked me if there are any parables in the Old Testament. Here's a parable
You
in the Old
said you
Testament.
literally responded with when I said that you have to prove that the Old Testament is history. You said that there are a lot of
Yes.
parables, right, in the Old Testament, right? You were talking about something that Nathan said to David when he was confronting David for his sins.
So, let me, if I may, right? This conversation had two separate threads. The first one was the Old Testament and history go hand in hand, right?
You have
As
to
well.
first prove that the Old Testament is history.
All
That
right.
everything in the Old Testament is history before you can say, one, that this is African history,
Okay. So
right?
what I said, right, was there is history in the Bible which you disputed, right? And then I also
I
said
did not
the
dispute that.
entirety
I didn't say there was no history in the Bible. I did not say that. I said you have to first prove that it is history to say that it is African history.
Okay.
That's what I said.
If I may answer, to prove that it is history, right? All of us, across cultures, across the entire planet, have actual evidence where all of us agree there was a major flood that changed the course of history, right?
Say that again. Say that
The
again.
flood, the flood
Are you
across all
saying the flood
cultures.
is historical? That there's
Yes,
proof
across
of
all
this
cultures.
flood? Okay,
Correct.
give me just a second. So if this is African history, then tell me why Egypt doesn't have any record of a worldwide flood in any of their records.
It actually does.
Where?
Just give me a sec. I'll pull up an article for you and I'll pop it into the link. Cool.
I don't want an article. I want you to take me to unless the article has the link to the artifact that is the Egyptian record. That's what I would like.
Okay, then I would like a record that, you know what I'm saying, the earth is effectively longer or older.
I can't hear you. You're mumbling.
I'm saying that makes absolutely no sense.
If I'm saying that there are no records in Egypt's records about a worldwide flood, and you're saying there actually is, then I expect whatever article you give me, it will link to an artifact that was found during some excavation of Egyptian record stating this flood.
If all of the cultures, every single culture from every
I
single
don't care about your explanation. Do you have a resource, right, where an archaeologist has found some stone tablet written in hieroglyphs that is detailing this worldwide flood? Yes or no?
Okay, you know what? I'll find one. I'll find one for you.
Okay.
We can jump onto the other speaker and I will find you an article because it feels as
Make
though.
sure, again, I'm not looking for just an article. I am looking for a link that links to the actual record that they found detailing this flood, this worldwide flood from Egypt.
Okay. As long as can we agree the scope, right? We're looking at East Africa. Not just specific.
Egypt. My statement to you was stop talking while I'm talking so you can know what I'm asking you for. My question to you was, if the flood is historical worldwide, why is there no record in Egyptian records of a worldwide flood?
Take a
You said
guess.
there is. So I'm asking you for a resource to that record, not to some blog article, to the record.
Here's my thing. But we're not really looking for a conversation because
I told you what I needed. Do you have it? Yes or no?
let's say I don't, and I will gladly jump off because we all know that a
Okay,
lot of
then
it
bye.
has been
All
erased.
right. Okay. You made a claim and you can't back it up, and now you want to fucking cry about it.
I hate when they say you don't want a conversation when you're literally asking for the conversation and saying how the conversation will move forward.
100%.
You don't want a conversation.
Yeah, it's the go-to. You cannot, you won't change your mind. You're too far gone. You don't want to actually talk about this. All that same
It's
stuff.
Yeah, like he made a claim. When I asked the question, why is there no record in Egypt's records? Actually, it is. If it is, produce it.
Okay, we do have evidence of a flood in today Iran that kinda lines up with the timing the Bible describes, but it's definitely not worldwide. We're talking about basically a giant lake overflooding. We're not talking like a world flood.
Yeah, I think there was like a tsunami in like the Mesopotamia, like some type of flooding in Mesopotamia that messed up
Storm.
their agriculture, messed up their land. Yeah, so I
Yeah,
know
yeah,
in the kingdom of Kish, it kind of
yes, exactly.
yeah, it was the downfall of the kingdom of Kish. But Lori T, hi, how
Yeah,
are
and
you?
everyone's being used.
Yeah, yeah. Lori T. Okay, she's not there.
My finger smells like epoxy glue. You guys ever smelled that?
No.
Good for you. Honestly, it smells like old sock and dust.
Machumba? Machumba? I don't think they're there. Good morning, Mono. I don't think they're there. Good morning, Mono. What's up, Chicago John? Hey, Hector.
What's up with the nicknames?
That's their usernames on TikTok.
Ah, yeah, that's good.
Quoting Genesis when we're asking for archaeological evidence that's not it, sis. You can't use the Bible as your evidence of a flood.
In the Bible. Yeah, the closest thing I've ever had to an answer to that is that, hey, the Bible and the Old Testament references places and people that really existed. I'm like, yeah, so does fucking comic books and stuff. That doesn't mean that Spider-Man is real just because New York exists.
Okay, so I'm going to answer, why can't you use the Bible as your evidence of a flood? The Bible is your claim. If someone says validate the claim, then you have to use something else to validate your claim. You cannot validate the claim with the claim. Hey, I'm gonna put you on
you
mute.
can't say the Bible is true because
Hold on. That guy, we can hear everything that you're doing in the background, and it's loud. I don't care to validate the Big Bang, but I guarantee you that anybody that believes in it would use other resources to validate it. They would not use the same claim. That's just how research and evidence works. All right. If I say I don't believe Genesis happened, if I don't believe the flood happened, coming back and saying, here it is in the book, I don't believe the book. So you cannot convince me with the thing that I already don't believe. That should be common sense.
also the Big Bang is not really a claim, it's more of a conclusion that we reached through looking backwards after noticing the expansion of the universe. Again, it's not really the claim that we have to prove, though you can 100% look up how that claim came to be and see how we all reached that conclusion that, hey, since the universe is expanding, if we rewind that, we're gonna reach a singularity. And then we took, the English word, not radiometric, some X-ray photos towards the part of the universe that is in quotations behind us, and we actually can see the radio. It's a famous photo. Everyone has seen it. Come on. But yeah, the point is the Big Bang is not the claim, it's the conclusion from the observations that we have. It's the opposite of the Bible, of the biblical flood that says, oh, the Bible says a worldwide flood happened, so we have to go and find evidence that it did happen in the real world, assuming that it did.
Commenting and saying this is a waste of time, there's no faith here. I don't fucking believe in your God. And if you did not know that, then you're proving to me that your God isn't real, because you claim that your God gives you a Holy Spirit that gives you discernment. If you could not discern the whole fucking time that you were here listening that we don't have faith in your God, then you just proved to me that your God ain't real, that it's you.
It's always been you.
Hello, Kitty. Hi, how are you? Hello, Kitty.
I sent you an invitation to unmute if you're there.
Okay, I don't think they're there.
If I may start the conversation in the meantime.
Give me just a second. Panther Black. Hello, Panther Black. Hey, TT. Panther Black. Okay, they're not there. Is this the same Flocka that was up here earlier?
I'm not sure.
No, I think Flocka was up
here. Flocko? Flocko? Nobody's trying to change your faith. The fuck? We don't care if you have faith. Flocko? Okay, they're not there.
Here it is.
Ladiri? Or Ladir? Chicago, who are you dropping? Chicago. Who is that for? That's the dumbest shit I ever heard in my life. Atheists have faith. Oh God, yeah, no. Sorry.
Sure we do. That's what I was gonna say. The only thing you can say have against faith, against people who believe, is that it basically feeds on a mindset that could also send you to believe other things that cannot be proven. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like once someone truly wholly believes that he was created special in God's image and all that stuff that the Bible says is true, what else is he gonna believe next that doesn't have any proof that is to be real?
I
That's
agree.
how we got flat earthers.
I agree. Somebody paid to drop you, so unfortunately I do have to take you down because the audience controls the chat,
The
the
audience is
stage.
king.
Yeah,
I subside.
I'm sorry. Until next time. Chicago, why'd you do that?
Bye, friend.
Why did he do that? What happened?
Yeah, Chicago be doing. I don't get them sometimes.
Chicago woke up with straight violence.
He said he returned with the link.
Yeah, tell him to come on back up. Shepdog. Shepdog.
Good morning again. Thanks for having
Good
me on.
morning. You're welcome. How are you?
I was just gonna. I'm doing as best as I can be doing right now. I don't know if I came in late and didn't catch it, but I didn't hear anybody mention that the flood mythos comes directly from the Sumerian flood mythos, which predates it.
That's true. No, we didn't mention it, and that is true. But a lot of times when we do talk about that, they say correlation doesn't bring about causation. So they think that is actual evidence that
The
of a
argument
flood.
against that would be that they're always wanting to go back to like ancient manuscripts and stuff like that. So they obviously find some sort of value in tracing back the oldest lines of information. So they would have to then accept that information as not being original to the Hebrew story, but to the Sumerians.
Right. And so what I was going to say is that like they'll say that that's just more evidence for them that what's written in the Bible is truth, because there's a flood story for the Sumerians, for the Akkadians. I don't think the Canaanites have a flood story, but they'll say that that's just more evidence for them. Like I've had that conversation with several Christians, that, and like even just like bringing up that Christianity and Judaism is heavily influenced by Zoroastrianism, right? And all they see it as, oh, it's all one God.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do with that kind of ignorance,
Mm-hmm. I don't know. If you find out, let me know.
I'm just trying to put it together day by day right now.
Right. Because that is the $1 million question. And that's what I'm saying. Like us asking for evidence outside of the Bible and saying that you cannot use the Bible as the evidence, and then I'm getting mad in the comments about that. That to me is that type of ignorance. And I don't have an answer for that. Like, I don't know.
For me, since things are the way they are, I don't know what I can say or not say necessarily about stuff, so I'll keep it very vague. The way things are, for me, I have no sympathy for them anymore, and so I just call them out straight. Just call them an idiot, call them stupid, call them a moron, whatever, because that's exactly what they are.
Unfortunately, I'm still working on trying to get the empathy, because I was that at first. And I was like, okay, I need to like understand where they're coming from, and realize that they were indoctrinated into this, right? And so I try my best to show empathy for them, but it is hard. It's hard.
I have a different opinion about
I'm gonna give you the same. I'm gonna give you the same directives that everybody else that was up here got. I know it's a friendly conversation, but I've counted 3 times now. We've come in on Thinker, and she's very, very awesomely patient. I'm not. So it's her rule. I'm here to make sure it's followed. So let her finish before you jump on the middle of her sentence or the tail end of it. while she's trying to finish a thought. Okay?
Absolutely. I'm very sorry.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Go ahead, stepped out.
Oh, I was just saying, like, I don't know. I don't know what I was saying now. That's all. That's basically all I had to do. It was just that, just, no, you're okay, Hyper. It's perfectly fine. And you're right. I shouldn't have overtalked. No, just the Sumerian thing was all I had to contribute this morning. But I'll pop off here, and I'll still be down there in the chat.
Hold on, before you go, we were talking about the empathy thing, and I was saying like, where I started out, like just saying like that's dumb, like that doesn't make any sense, and then I realized, right, like that I was struggling with showing empathy to believers, and so now I'm like on this journey of trying to empathize with them and understand where they come from. So that's why some of the questions I asked were like, now, why did you ask that question after that statement? So like it's me trying to understand so that and have empathy for them, and then you were saying, yeah, but this is where I am. Like that's where you were.
Oh, right. With the indoctrination thing, that's where we're going through. I was indoctrinated, but there came a certain point, which I firmly am convinced comes in every believer's life, where you have questions that can't be answered, and at that point you have to make a choice. Whether you're going to continue to believe things that you know don't have evidence, or whether you're going to leave. Most people, out of convenience or expediency, decide to stay, and they try to convince themselves to continue to believe it because it must be true. I have no respect for any of these folks anymore because they've chosen hate. They've chosen to help try to take my family's rights away. They have chosen ignorance. And so I used to be very patient with believers. Now I'm not. They're an active threat to my family, and I'm not.
I hear you 100%. I and from that perspective, I totally get it, and I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. I think like, and it may be that there is like a sect of them that I try to kind of see where they're coming from. Because I sometimes I wonder if they can't necessarily see the hate because of the history of how we got it. And when I say that, a sect, like for the Black community, how this God was presented to us is very different how it was presented to other communities. And I can only speak from experience of the Black community, right? And so I swear I see the bigotry. I see all of that. And I can tell the difference between someone who is just choosing it. Like they can see, I can tell the difference when they know they're defending bigotry. Like they know that they're intentionally manipulating. Them motherfuckers I'll cuss out in a minute. I'll call them a lying ass bitch in a minute. But I also see the ones that really, 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 really believe. And I can see when they're uncomfortable and they may try to make it make sense to them because they're just learning and meeting the God for the first time. Really. Does that make sense? What I'm saying? And
it absolutely makes sense. It made me think to myself that if I would have, like if this platform would have existed during my deconversion, it probably would have made things for me so much easier. Like listening to your live and stuff like that. So yeah, it makes sense to me.
Yeah, because sometimes, like one time we had a Black woman on here, a Christian. The first time I ever seen a Black person defend slavery, man, I cussed that lady out so bad. Because I'm like,
what? I must have missed that.
Oh my God, it was months ago. It was probably 6 months ago. But the first time I ever seen it, it shocked the living shit out of me. I think it shocked almost all of us in the community. Like the Discord was blowing the fuck up because we were like, what? is this? Like, what is happening? But she was the sweetest little thing. Like, she was so sweet, and I did not expect her to start defending slavery and talking about how, the people that were enslaved were like, they deserved it, and God knew what he was doing. And I'm like, what the fuck is happening? And I cussed her out so bad. And like towards the end, she basically like let us know, like, I don't know, like, what am I supposed to say? Like, it's God. And I'm like, holy shit, like, she don't know. Like, all she knows is what she was taught growing up is this God. And in that moment, like, that was her first time learning and reading those scriptures, right? She didn't know, but she tried to defend them. And we was like, we expected her to be like, oh, hell no, you know? But that wasn't the response that we got, and it shocked the shit out of all of us. But after having so many of these conversations, I think I can tell the ones who are genuinely trying to wrestle with the thought of what they just learned about their God, and then the ones who are like just manipulative and hateful, and just will say anything to defend their God just because it's their God. I did. I dragged the hell out of her, and I felt so bad. I felt bad. That was that Bash had a live right after that, and I went in there and I was like, Bash, I think I need to learn how to have empathy for the Christians.
I mean, I'm sorry that story happened, but your recounting of that story like had me laughing this morning. So thank you very much for the laugh.
Yeah, but I've grown a lot. I think I have. I don't cuss out Christians that much anymore. I've grown a lot.
I've just grown out because I can't stop eating ice cream.
Hey, growth is growth.
I'm gonna pop back down in the comments, okay?
All right. Have a good day.
You too, thinker.
All right.
And see, Bung rejected my invitation to come back up.
Oh, why? I thought he came back with the evidence.
He just put it in the comments, like as if we could get it.
Let's see. Mr. Obama said, proud of you, thinker. Let do that do it. Let do that do it. Outlaw? Outlaw? Thank you, Chef Dog. Let's see. I was gonna correct that too, like, but yeah. Like, are you calling us witches? Is that what, like, were you trying to call us witches? Because we can be? Why do y'all like, when y'all come in here and y'all type stuff like that, you know what it tells me? It tells me that you think that everybody in the world is on your schedule. That everybody sleeps and eats and shits at the same time you eat, sleep, and shit. Why are you so fucking surprised that people are doing things while your ass is asleep?
I'm not sure if they were referring to us. It was two of them having a conversation back and forth.
No, somebody came in here and said y'all are still up. I can't believe y'all are still up.
Oh, okay. I thought you was referring to the witches thing.
I'm talking about, like, so many people have come in here tonight and they always say, Thinker, do you ever sleep? Like, yeah, I sleep when I sleep, not when you sleep. Just because I'm awake when you're asleep doesn't mean I don't sleep. And I'm not talking to the ones who genuinely are concerned about whether I get rest. That's different. And I know when you are concerned. But when I'm talking about the ones that come in here and they try to like throw shade on the fact, that we're live in the middle of the night, right? Or how long we're live. Like just because you sleep at night for 8 hours and I'm on live for night at 8 hours, like you do what you do, I do what I do. Damn. That's good, Adrian. I'm not where you are yet, love. I'm working on it though. I'm working on it. We all grow and learn together at different paces. And I'm learning that too. Lilac?
Hi.
Hi. Did I say your name right?
Lilac.
Lilac. Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you guys?
I'm doing good. Are you a Christian or a deconstructing or an atheist?
I'm a Jew.
Okay. And which topic did you want to discuss?
No, I just love to hear you talking.
Huh?
You guys are so I just love to hear you talk. And I want to tell you, you go to sleep wherever you want to go to sleep. You need no confirmation.
Thank you. I appreciate you so much.
I'm curious about people from all over the world, and the TikTok is a better place to meet people that you will never meet on the street. So, where are you from?
I don't talk about my location a lot, but I'm in the U.S.
So you're from England, United States?
Okay, no, I'm in the U.S.
Okay.
With all due respect, baby, you can listen in the comments, and this live we have the questions on the side. Thinker does not answer personal questions. If you are not a nerd, you don't get to just come up here.
No, I'm just curious. That's okay.
I get it. I get it. I get it. I totally get that you're curious, but the show is run a certain way.
Okay.
We're here to make sure the show runs a certain
I'll
way.
be
We
quiet
appreciate
now.
you listening. We
Let's
appreciate
hear
the
you,
viewership.
sister.
So we thank you. Baby, did she just call me sister?
She did, and she needs to get blocked. Like, you can't come up here and say that you appreciate the show and then disrespect. Like, you can't do that. Your ass will get blocked quick, fast, and her. I don't care what compliments you try to throw out. The disrespect ain't gonna happen here.
Sister. I'm a guest. Sister.
Yeah, as soon as she said that shit, I disconnected her.
Okay, yeah. Blue, that is some blue bracelet.
Some blue bracelet energy. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. This the Hello Kitty account is back in there. They came up once and didn't say anything. I don't know if they keep requesting on accident. It's 800 people in here. I'm pretty sure that we can get a good conversation going with people. There's a lot of accidental accounts in here. So with almost 900 people in the room, if you are a Christian, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist or a nerd, you can request. Hi, what's your name?
Me?
Yeah.
Yo, my name is Donald J. Trump. We love Trump. Jesus is king.
Oh, that's
Jesus
so
will
cute.
save
I'm
you.
so
Jesus
glad you
loves
came up
you.
here to say that. I'm
Yeah.
so glad.
Well, we want to congratulate you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Are you a man or a woman
I hope you
yourself,
go
Thinker?
and have a good day.
Thinker,
I hope
are
you
you a man
go.
or a woman?
I hope you listen. I hope that you go and have an amazing day. Who disconnected, or did he leave?
I don't know.
That was me.
Oh, Lala. Why did you do that? I was talking to him.
That was
I
breakfast.
thought after you said have an amazing day, so that's when I.
No, I was trying to show something.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Your whole personality
Y'all,
is
y'all
full
won't
of
let me.
assholes.
Y'all won't let me eat tonight. That's the second time tonight.
Sorry.
Y'all won't let me eat.
So sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
Can't ask him back up because he's blocked.
Yeah, he's gone now. But I knew not to say that name. I knew what that was. That's why I said congrats. I was like, ooh, never mind. I'll save it for the next one.
Hello, Kitty.
Hello, Kitty. Are you there?
I don't know why.
That's our second time coming up here on accident. Thank you, Sister Jen. How are things going, Sister Jen? Samuel, hi. How are you? Samuel?
Oh, I didn't. I was just listening. I didn't mean to tap in, actually.
Oh, that's okay. We'll take you down. I hope you have a great morning, okay? While we find somebody, let me show y'all another contradiction I found in this damn book yesterday while I was studying. Shit is crazy. Okay. So, wait, not this one. Wait, is it in this one? No, Second Samuel. Hold on. Here we go. Okay. All right. So, David protected the Gibeonites, right? The Gibeonites were supposed to be under the ban along with the rest of the ites, but David ended up protecting them and it allowed them to live safely amongst the Israelites. So, but the Gibeonites tells David like to make make things all good. Give us 7 of Saul's sons, right? And it says that David spared Mesh. I can't say his name, right? His name is Mephibosheth. Mephibosheth. So it says David the king spared Mephibosheth, the son of Saul's son Jonathan. Okay, keep in mind this is the son of Saul's son Jonathan. Now we know why he did it, right? After Saul died, Zeb, whatever his name was, brought Meshibeth to David. David is like, what can I do for you? He gives Meshibeth a kingdom, right? Because he loved Jonathan. Okay. After Jonathan died. So he like elevated his son. I'm saying it correctly? Oh, okay. All right. Then it says the king took the 2 sons of Rizpah, daughter of Aiah, whom she bore to Saul, Armani and Mephibosheth. Now keep in mind, the king spared Mephibosheth, the son of Saul's son Jonathan. And then in the very next verse, it says that he gave Mephibosheth, and then says that he is Saul's son, over to the Gibeonites to kill. And it says that he died, right? They all perished together. Okay. So that's one. All right. Now let's look at all of Saul's kids, because Saul, I think his kids are in Samuel Chronicles. Hold on. 1 Samuel chapter 14. Let's see. Yeah. 1 Samuel 14. So here are Saul's kids. Now the sons of Saul were Jonathan, Ishvi, and Malchishua, and the names of his 2 daughters were Merab and Michael. Okay. Do y'all see a Mephibosheth there?
No.
Nope. So we have one the same fucking chapter saying that Mephibosheth was Jonathan's son, and it lists later that he was killed. He was handed over. That there was a Mephibosheth handed over to the Gibeonites and later died. Right. But in 2 Samuel verse 29, chapter 29, I think it's 29, maybe 23, 29. Hold on. 29, 23. Nope. Is it 22? Hold on, y'all. I'm sorry. No, wait. Let me go to my notes.
Hey, you guys, get these likes up to 300,000. Remember, Thinker has a gift goal of the love painting. Don't forget to subscribe and continue to share. We also have merch now, so click that link in your Thinker's bio.
Okay. So remember, this Mephibosheth died here, right? He perished here. Hold on. Close out. Where are we at? Okay, yeah. So here in verse 9, I think. No, verse. No. Let's see. He gave them to the Gibeonites. Yeah. So he perished here in verse 9 in 2 Samuel. What is it? 2 Samuel 21, verse 9. David spared him, right? Because he was Jonathan's son. But then he was given over to the Gibeonites as Saul's son. And then he died with his other brothers there. Here he is in 2 Samuel meeting with David. The Mephibosheth, grandson of Saul, came down to meet the king. He had not taken care of his feet or trimmed his beard or washed his clothes from the day the king left until the day the king came back in safety. When he came from Jerusalem to meet the king said to him, "Why did you not go with me, Mephibosheth?" But he's supposed to be dead.
Also, does feet mean feet?
Right.
Seems like it said he hadn't taken care of his feet. So he didn't wash his balls? Is that what? Sorry, TikTok. He didn't wash his testicles? Is that what they're saying?
That's probably what they're saying. Yeah, he had not taken care of his feet. Yeah, that's his balls. He hadn't washed his balls. He had not or trimmed his beard or washed his clothes. Yeah, he had not washed his ass. That's basically what they're saying. He had not washed his ass or trimmed his beard or washed his clothes from the day that the king left. But he also is supposed to be dead. You know what I'm saying? He's supposed to have been dead.
They just got this all messed up.
Somebody screwed up big time.
Shipdog said that's why he didn't wash. And then they wonder why we question the shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then if you ask, you're like, wait, why the fuck is this so confusing? Right?
Get them spiritual eyes.
Right.
And then his name really meant Mary Ball. Like his name was originally Mary Baal, which meant champion, Baal's champion, or champion of Baal. That's what that meant. They changed it to this in the Greek Septuagint, but prior to the Greek Septuagint, Jonathan's son's name was Mary Baal, and it meant champion of Baal. I didn't even catch that. Champion of unwashed balls?
I'm not mature enough for this
Oh my
conversation.
god. I didn't even see the comments as I was saying this shit. Y'all are y'all are crazy. But yeah, like like I was studying yesterday and I was like, holy shit. Like here's another one. Like you just be studying and you don't even be looking for this shit. But as you're studying, you're like, wait a minute, I thought he just died. It's crazy. But Moonshine,
He
hi,
only
how are you?
died spiritually.
Spiritually. He died spiritually with unwashed spiritual balls. Moonshine, hi, how are you?
Moonshine, I sent you an invitation to unmute.
You're welcome, Mother of Prep. Yeah, maybe they're asleep. Good morning, Nina. They're not connecting.
Okay, that's all I got on this side.
Let's see if there's anybody in the. This is gonna be new. Let's see. Ace Boogie. Why is the guest box doing that? Ace Boogie, did you join on accident? Good morning, Emerge. How are you? You changed your name? I think Ace Boogie joined on accident. Okay, yeah, she joined on accident. Okay, so the guest box is clear. This is new with almost 900 people in the room. Emergentism. Good morning. Hey, Gargar. Good morning to you. What? What are you talking about, H Boogie? I can't get the box to open. I keep trying to open it and it keeps closing as soon as I open it. I think there's an error happening. On my end, the guest box won't open. Y'all can't see who's in the guest box, can you? In the guest request? There you go. All right. There's Dr. B. Hold on. It's moving on me. All right. Good morning, Dr. Bowen. How are you?
I am well. I just had to come up and say that's the greatest name that I think I've heard on TikTok to this point, Ace Boogie. You recognize it, right?
What is it from? I've heard Ace Boogie
from
before.
Paid in Full.
Oh, is it from Paid in Full?
Yes, the main character's name, Ace Boogie.
Oh,
Can't play
I forgot
basketball.
all about that movie.
Yeah, but he becomes like the main dealer in the neighborhood.
I don't even remember that.
I ended up watching it
I
in
remember the
German.
movie Paid in Full though.
They
You
had
watched it in German?
Yeah, they had a German version of it on YouTube. And when I was getting ready I got a Fulbright scholarship to go to Germany. When I was preparing to go over there, I was like, I'll watch as much as I can in German to get my German up. So Paid in Full was one of the ones that I watched a whole bunch. Don't make fun of me.
I can only imagine. Oh my goodness.
hearing that DJ go, I see you, kid. Here we go. All right, sorry.
Oh my God. Lord said, Dr. B is a scholar. Oh my goodness. Tonio, hi, how are you? Tonio? Okay, not there. All right. If you are a Christian or a believer in the God of the Christian Bible, if you're deconstructing, if you're an atheist or a nerd, the guest box is open. Chicago, where did you go? You were in the guest box. What happened? What's up, Chicago?
Hey, good morning, everybody. Good morning, Dr. Boogie.
And my main man, Mitch.
I mean,
And that movie's going to be running through my head all day now. No good. No good.
yeah, we're gonna call you Josh, Dr. Boogie now, so that's fine. No, I was in earlier just to get to that one question about the robot part. Like God wants robots and agrees, but then my thing is, thank you, Joshua. My thing is, so what was this argument that was being used in the different decades? So, like the robot, like when does this robot stuff happen? Because before robots was even a thing, where they were like saying God don't want puppets, God don't want rocks, God don't want, before like.
Probably rocks.
Mm. So there was a deconstruction line back in, I don't know, 1300s, and then there was a thinker who had to pretend to be a man, talking on a line or something like that. So I don't know, but they do.
What? What?
No, that old movie, it was like a movie where like the woman, very intelligent, had to pretend to be a man and stuff like that to get her point across.
Not La muted him.
I know conference goes over her head sometimes, so I get it.
I was wondering if anybody was going to send a chase in the dream to take him down, since he's been like chasing the dream all damn night.
I know. I got
Not that I'm promoting that. I'm just saying, like, it would be wild if somebody did do that.
Yes, it would be wild.
I
Hint,
love
hint.
y'all would have to not be greedy down there, and besides Josh and myself, I'm sorry, me and Josh got to be the only ones holding it down and stuff, because we the only ones who care.
Hold it down.
But that's neither here nor there. I can prove me wrong.
Oh my God, it made me think of that. Hold it down. What did she say? P.O.P. hold P.O.P. hold it down.
Mama, I love you. Mama, I love you.
Oh my goodness. We love you, Chicago.
Sometimes.
Lala, I have enough beautiful women loving me, Lala, so one less one of you is fine.
Stop crying, Chicago.
Yeah, but I guess for real though, I guess with the God and the robots and stuff like that, it's just when the answers always come the same, it does seem like a robot. A robot was responding.
What's been y'all favorite conversation tonight so far? It's been a wild night. A plethora of different conversations, like a range. What was the best conversation tonight? Do you think it was?
That one guy that was from Africa who that wasn't pleasant, but it was just just the arrogance of the indoctrination that you see, where we try to incorporate the Africa into the Bible and stuff, and then you got people, even the African talk, she was down there too, you know, and I usually got to look at it where you need African to defeat African. So like sometimes to listen because he wouldn't get it point across, or he was trying to get it point across, but it just preaching.
So you like the shenanigans the best?
Oh, absolutely. I can care less. Like I don't believe in nothing. I just enjoy learning. So I can care less about everybody's soul or whatever's happening.
I think I don't know if he was the first guy, but the conversation that we had with the young guy that came up.
Yeah.
Huh?
I say yeah.
Yeah, I think that was the best conversation so far.
The young guy.
Yeah, we talked
Hard
about a
to,
lot of stuff.
yeah, it's hard to get fruitful conversations.
No, not the
You
boy who
know,
cried wolf. I'm sorry.
There was somebody who cried wolf.
What's his username?
But wait, we talked to somebody named the boy who cries wolf tonight.
Mm-hmm.
What did we talk about?
Nothing, because I dropped him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I was wondering because I don't remember that one.
I was saying something about you were lustful.
Oh, that fool.
Mm-hmm.
The one that was calling me clueless. The kid.
Yeah.
The one I didn't get to eat.
I'm sorry.
Bandith. I think this is another accidental. Bandith.
Hello.
Are you a kid?
No, I'm 16.
Then you're a kid. Have a good day at school, okay? He said, "No, I'm
Black,
not
I'm
a kid. I'm
OG.
16."
He
Huh?
must have been.
I was like, I'm not black. I'm OJ. Like, what?
Probably 16 in France. Isn't that like a illegal age or something? That's when they start drinking at 12 or 10 or something like that.
Chicago.
Look, I'm not. I am not a never mind.
How is there almost 800 people in here and the guest box empty? How is that possible? Like normally there's like 40 people in the guest box right now. Is everybody in here non-Christian, non-deconstructing? I don't think so. I don't know what's going on. Hey Sandra. You don't believe Adrian. Sandra talking about Atheists United.
Usually they start cracking around that 7 o'clock. Like you get at the 5 a.m. You kind of get that one person from somewhere not here, and then you'll talk to them, and then right around that 7 to 7:30, that's when the real ones start waking up, and then they start flooding in too. So.
But I'm saying like it's not just Christians though. Like if people have like if they're deconstructing, and it could be that they're deconstructing, and I think what I'm gonna do when it's slow like this, well the nerds know that they can come up and ask a question about deconstructing or sharing a deconstruction journey, and when it's slow like this might be the best time for the nerds to do it. But also I think what I'll do to like fill the air is to let people come up and ask off-topic questions about deconstruction, not about our lives, to like kind of fill the air. But we'll see. Law, did you join on purpose or on accident?
I joined on purpose.
All right. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I would say that I'm more spiritual. I try not to like claim a religion, and I see a difference in that. But
do you believe in the God of the Bible or follow the teachings of Jesus?
honestly, if you want like a straight answer, I believe that I pull from all sorts of religions and pagans and I'm more of just a person who's curious. I'm young as well, so I'm here to kind of just ask questions too.
Okay, so I don't talk about spirituality in here. Spirituality to me is whatever you make it, right? So if you do have a question, it would have to be about Christianity, right? Or the God of the Christian Bible. I don't discuss personal spirituality.
Well, I guess I'm curious, like how did everyone here kind of come to this point?
And see, those are the type of questions that we don't answer here, unless it's not when you come up, it's not like a that you can ask questions about like our personal journey or personal life. Like that's something, unless a person wants to share that voluntarily, right? So it's more so about the religion, the text, the history, things like that.
Okay, well, I'll answer your questions. If you want to ask me, I'll let.
So I don't have any questions to ask. Usually when you come up, it kind of sounds like you would better fit tonight, if that makes sense, where we do ask off-top questions and discuss off-topic things on Thursday nights. It sounds like you may suit that better, since you're not deconstructing from Christianity.
I wouldn't say that I'm not. I'm just not sure what exactly that means, and I thought that this would be the best platform to kind of ask that.
Okay. Yeah. So give me just a second. Chicago, I'm gonna move you back down to the comments. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. So deconstructing means that you're basically analyzing your faith, your belief system, and you're asking yourself the hard questions. You're studying, researching, and accepting the facts of the data of the information that you find. You're either choosing to deconstruct away from that belief system or reconstruct it in a different fashion, like a more healthier belief system for yourself, or something entirely different.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And so were you like, when you say that you wouldn't say that you're not deconstructing away from Christianity, were you indoctrinated into Christianity and then you kind of like moved into spirituality?
I grew up Christian. I grew up going to church, and then at one point my parents completely stopped, and so I've never asked them about it, but maybe, they've come to a lot of the same conclusions that a lot of other people have come to. So, that's another thing that I'm it seems like a lot of people are discussing the Christianity right now, and deconstruction seems to be a big part of it. So I'm just wondering, how is this
why is this happening right now?
Yeah, why are we all meeting here?
Oh, meeting here on my live?
Or not on this live,
I
but
think it's
meeting here at Deconstruction.
Oh, I was gonna say, I think I don't know, I can't tell you why they like coming here, but so it's the climate of the world today, right? I think people are just tired of being promised a lot from a God, and then having to kind of tell themselves or convince themselves that a God is doing things for them, right? Or having to make up excuses why what they've been promised from this religion, and they're not seeing what they've been taught the religion is or supposed to be. And so I think people are just tired. They're starting to see it for what it is. They're starting to ask themselves questions that they've already had. They're starting to see more people come out and ask questions. People who normally wouldn't say, hey, I don't believe in a God, coming out and saying that full chested. And so it's just making a lot of more people feel comfortable to be able to voice the things that they felt uncomfortable voicing before. And gotcha. I do think TikTok is making that just a little bit easier, because we can all gather together from all around the world and build communities and do it together. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. I would definitely place myself in the category of reconstruction. I don't think I'm completely deconstructing from any sort of like you said, spiritual or religion. I think I'm just trying to reconstruct. I still want to have a sense of values and beliefs that ground and have a foundation in my life. that I can go back to and draw off of. But with how many people are analyzing Christianity and how backwards some people view it, I would say that I'm just reconstructing. I'm not completely deconstructing. That's what I would say.
When you say reconstructing, that means you're going back to Christianity from spirituality.
I have looked into I've read the Bible, and I've read other texts, and I'm trying to figure out what it means to me personally. So could that not sound like both, like a personalized understanding or perspective of the Bible from a spiritual?
Well, I mean, not
individual
really.
nature?
When you say that you are reconstructing, that means you're going to reconstruct indoctrinate yourself back into this construct. That's what you're saying, right? So you're essentially making the statement that you deconstructed away from it, but you want to go back to it. Is that what you're saying you want to do?
I guess a better way would be to say that I was indoctrinated into it. I left it alongside my family, and now I'm just curious about it. I'm not going back into it. I'm just seeing why I was there in the first place, if that makes sense.
So you're just researching at this point, or?
Yeah, definitely researching. I mean, there's got to be a reason why so many people are following these religions. And then there's also got to be a reason why so many people are now choosing to deconstruct from them. So I'm just trying to figure that out.
Okay, so what you're not necessary, what you're doing necessarily doesn't have anything to do with your personal belief system, but you're studying the behavior of people who believe in religion.
Yeah, I might be better suited in a college course, but I mean, I believe if the basis of Christianity or any sort of religion is that you believe in a creator, I do believe in a creator. And so I guess if that makes me religious, then whatever.
That's not necessarily what makes you religious.
Okay.
People can have a belief in a God and not necessarily be religious. And deconstruction doesn't mean no God either. And that is the famous words of Rocksteady.
Okay.
Yeah, like just because you say, oh, Christianity is not for me, the God of Christianity is not for me, does not mean that you don't believe in a higher power, or you don't believe that there is a creator out there somewhere. You just said that one ain't it.
So do you believe, as the host who's hosting these questions, do you believe that the Bible is the religion to stay away from? Like, are you on the complete opposite
I can
side
only
of the
speak
spectrum?
for myself. I'm not going to make a blanket statement like that for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because I'm only responsible for making sure that I know why I believe in something and why I don't. Right? But for me, I have chosen not to. Well, not necessarily chosen. Like, for me, it doesn't logically make sense. It is a very disturbing book, a very disturbing religion. The history is horrible. Today's present landscape of this religion is fucking terrible. I don't like the people that are in it a lot. Not all of them, but a great portion of them I could not spend my life with. So it's nothing that is desirable to me. So I've made the decision for myself. I can't make that decision for everybody.
No, I understand where you're coming from. I mean, it's definitely turned into more of like a cult-like aspect lately. But yeah, I was just curious about the generalization of it.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming up. I hope you find your answers that you're looking for.
I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Have a good one. Did that change anything, James? Like you call it sin, I call it humans. So there's that. Hey, Chef Dog. You said you have a question for Dr. B?
Yeah.
Welcome to
Was
Ask
interested.
Dr. B.
Are you there, Doctor?
I am. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Hope you're doing okay as well.
Thank you.
Okay, so when God calls himself jealous, that word there, jealous, in the Septuagint, is that the same Greek word that's used later in the New Testament to describe the sin of, or the fruit of the sinful spirit?
I just want to tell you that I can't tell you how much it means to me that you think that I can sitting out here remember the Greek word in the Septuagint that's used to translate kana. I just think that just warms my heart that you think I have. No, I don't know. I'd have to.
I figured I'd give it a shot.
I'd have to go pull it up and take a look at
Okay.
it. I mean, I will say this. So I'm working on that Leviticus commentary, and actually just did some lexicography on jealousy yesterday in the Hebrew Bible, and one of the things that we tend to make this distinction. This may or may not have any bearing on what you were asking. We tend to make this distinction in English anyway between like jealousy and envy, which I still think is bizarre, but jealousy is often understood as like desiring something or longing for something or wanting something that is rightfully yours, and envy is wanting something that is not rightfully yours. Still think that leads down very bad roads, but it doesn't really hold up in the Hebrew Bible. So the word that's built on the root kufnun of, like kana, you can have bad jealousy. Like the Philistines are jealous of Isaac for all the wealth that he has. You can have like, don't be jealous of the wicked or the arrogant in the Proverbs and in the Psalms. But very frequently, Yahweh is he's called the jealous God. And one of the things that seemed pretty consistent, and I'll shut up after this because you didn't ask me any of this, sorry, is that there are several instances in which, I'm not an ethicist, I'm not a moral philosopher, but this is interesting to me. Why the morality in the Hebrew Bible doesn't seem to be based primarily on, in many cases, the act. So jealousy is not like either objectively bad or good, right? It's often determined by who's doing it. So there are acts like being jealous or holding on to wrath, this word natar. If a human does it, that's bad. If Yahweh does it, that's good. Seeking vengeance, nakam. Usually if a human does that, bad. If Yahweh does it, it's good. And you have specific commands against these things, like in places like Leviticus 19. Don't hold on to wrath, don't seek vengeance. And yet, you go to like Nahum, I think it's Nahum 1, he's very explicitly called, the one that holds on to wrath, the one that does avenge. And so I wonder how that factors into like current ethical theories and how they apply to the Bible. Because if it's not the action itself, like unaliving somebody unjustly, that is moral or immoral, but the agent who's doing it that determines it in the Hebrew Bible is very interesting to me, and I'll land here, I'm so sorry, in light of the fact that the text also says, here's this non-univocality, right? The text also says things like, will not the judge of all the earth do what is right? So there's not this, on the other hand, whatever God does is right idea in much of the Hebrew Bible. Like there is this standard seemingly outside of God to which he must adhere, at least in some of the voices in the Hebrew Bible. So it's all very complicated. And honestly, I've probably said nothing in the last 3 minutes that was of any value to you, given the question that you asked. So I'm very sorry.
It's absolutely valuable. Absolutely valuable. It got me thinking when you said God could do some things, it was okay for God and not okay for some other people. Would Jesus's teaching of men taking care of their children not contradict a Bible or a biblical view of it's okay for God and not for us? Because the teaching there, you know what I'm talking about, which one of your kids was thirsty would give him a stone, or hungry would give him a snake, or vice versa, or whatever it was. He says, how much more, if you being sinful men know how to give good gifts, how much more does your Father in heaven? So couldn't we apply that morally and say, okay, if this is wrong, if we think this is wrong, how much more does God in heaven? Which would add all sorts of contradictions to the text.
Yeah, and again, I think, if we're asking that question from like an academic perspective, understanding that the text is not univocal, then, it's just a really interesting question that we should, we can identify different voices and different theological perspectives within the text itself. But as, I think sort of what you're getting at is that if we're doing an internal critique on someone who holds to this univocality, that holds to the divine authorship, and therefore you can't have contradictory voices, ultimately, then I think these things, they at least throw up flags that they're gonna have to circle back to, and
I agree. I completely agree.
It's really interesting in light of that. And Thinker, just tell me to shut up or mute me if you need me to.
No, you're good. You're good.
I don't know if you guys are familiar with Stuart and Cliff Connectley. They are Christian apologists that go to different university campuses, normally like Ivy League schools, not always, but they walk around the campus and they like debate in the courtyards these 18, 19-year-old students quite often, which I don't care if you're an 18-year-old at Harvard, you're still dumb. Like every 18-year-old is dumb. Just kidding, but many of them are. But it looks really good, right? Oh, look, I'm an apologist and I'm here at Harvard. And I'm really laying out these kids on topics they've probably never thought of before. Yes, Six Flex. Anyway, he did an interview with Alex O'Connor talking about slavery and I don't know if I'm allowed to say shmenicide. And it was gross. Their answers were gross. But the thing that they are very consistent in doing, and it's something that I think we all, and you guys are actually pretty attuned to it anyway, but we should really hone in on this in these conversations, is people leaving the immediate context of a passage and moving to a broader theological interpretation, theological framework in order to address that issue. So the interviewer asked him about Exodus 21, 2-6, where the debt slave is given a slave wife, and they have children, and the wife and the children belong to the master, not to don't get to go free with the husband, father. And said, well, what do you make of that? And his response was, we have to read this in context. Now, reading that verse in context, you would think would be like, let's look at the other verses around it in chapter 21, or maybe we go back to chapter 20, He says, so Genesis 1. And then once we go there, we look at Luke chapter 4. And then we go to Galatians 3. And it's like, whoa, your definition of context is bizarre. Right? But from that viewpoint of the apologist, their concept of what context is, as you guys know, sorry, I'm not telling you anything you don't know, that is God's text. And so whatever it is that it says, it has to be consistent throughout. Therefore,
Can you say that last part one time again? You kind of broke up there.
Oh, sorry. This is God's text. And so there has to be univocality. So, that whole principle that they always talk about interpret the ambiguous text in light of the clear text. Well, that's super handy if you hold to this interpretive framework, because you can say, man, this sure does look like slavery back here. It sure looks like chattel slavery. But you know what? If I go up to Galatians 3:28, it says there's neither Jew nor Gentile, slave nor free. Well, that's pretty clear. So that must mean that back here in Exodus, it can't mean that. And I think what we need to do, and I'll land here, I'm so sorry. I think what we need to get really good at doing is asking them the question, do you think that Galatians 3 in this case says something different than Exodus 21? In other words, is there a principle? Is there do you think that they are at odds with one another? And of course, they're going to say no, right? There's just like additional clarity or something. If that's the case, if that's their position, then I think we need to say, then we're not going to Galatians yet. Explain this verse in its context, to its audience, to me. Make it make sense here to me. Only then can we go to this, what you consider to be the broader context of Galatians, right? Because what they're doing, even though they're paying lip service to, they don't contradict each other, it allows them to not deal with that verse. And it's one of the things, Thinker, that I really appreciate about what you do here is you hold people's feet to the fire when they try to go to broader context. Context, again, I use very loosely, but I think that's a really important thing. Sorry, again, I think I went way off topic there. I'm going to be quiet now.
I 100% agree. I appreciate you taking my question, Thinker. I appreciate you letting me ask my question there. That's all I got. I'll be back down in the comments.
You're welcome. I appreciate you for saying that too, Dr. Bowen, because sometimes I be feeling like, damn, am I really, really being hard on people because I won't let them do the thing that they're so used to doing? Because I know that's how they think, but it's also how they're used to being able to manipulate people into accepting their beliefs or their interpretation of a text. And sometimes, like, people in the comments, like, they'll be like, man, she's hard, or she's harsh, or she's rude, because I do hold people's feet to the fire. But I appreciate you for saying that. Show enough.
Hello?
Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
Are you Christian, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I don't even know how I got up here. To be honest.
That's okay. That's okay. We'll take you down and move you back to the comments,
That
okay?
just sent me packing. Oh, Lord.
I'm none of the above, though, for real.
Okay. Have a good day, okay?
All right, you too.
Oh, my God.
At least he didn't have a whole conversation like the last one.
Yeah, but he sounded confused. He sounded confused. like he's like, I don't even know how I got up here.
I love it.
Right, gotta respect the homies. Hey Joker, how are you?
All right. How are you guys?
I'm good. What you got?
I just had a question. I was in a live, another deconstructing live, and I guess, wanted to ask you guys' opinion on how valid you guys think of like a claim that I heard from a deconstructionist. It kind of made sense. The person, kind of assumed or, said that it seemed like all the books in the Bible kind of came from, different regions that wanted to, get their people more in control and more subservient to them and, what they were doing. And so they said that a bunch of different nations kind of like put, different books together to kind of make like a big, like, control all type of book. And I just wanted to get you guys' opinion on how valid you guys think that claim is, that, different nations kind of just put together a whole bunch of different stories to kind of control their nation, and it all just kind of linked together into one book type of thing.
I don't I've not read that anything like that happened. I know there was a council meeting where they assigned different territories to people, but it had nothing to do with the construction of the Bible. Dr. Bowen, have you heard anything like that?
No, I mean, I guess it depends on what they were referring to. If they're saying, the canonical version, like which texts were, inserted into the canon, which is, I think of where you were going with that.
So
that's not a question. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to clarify. I guess the assumption was that, each book was, a compilation of some random story that a nation made up to just pretty much like give a story to how people should kind of like blindly follow a leadership or the government. So that's why I don't know. I just heard the assumption.
No, they're saying that like people like had like a big meeting and they all like wrote these stories. It was like, oh, my people are going to believe this and my people are going to believe this, with the goal of intentionally like fooling people. Then no, that's not what happened. That's a baseless claim. That sounds like conspiracy theory.
Oh, okay. Because it just kind of made sense. I was just like, maybe it could explain all them contradictions. Maybe these people wanted their people to be subservient, but still, I don't know.
Well, I mean, I know like in Babylon, right? And Dr. Bowen, please correct anything that I say if it's not factual. But I know that the King Namu, I think that's his name, Namu. He was one of the first to say that his laws were given by the gods to make them divine. So like that's the first that in my studies that I've seen religion being used in this way to get people to follow a certain legal code, with them saying that the laws were given by gods. And again, Dr. Bowen can speak to that more.
Yeah, no, I mean, and in fact, I think you're probably right if it comes to like a law collection. But I mean, that of course, laws of Warnama go back to around 2100 BCE. But even before that, in the early dynastic period, so that like the first half of the third millennium, you have kings that are presenting themselves as the representative of the deity, and so each main city has its own deity, and so the ruler, one of the ways that he establishes that rule is he says, hey, look, I'm not really all that important, but the God has chosen me to represent him here on earth. Yeah, nothing in me really, but I'm here to represent him. And so what we're going to do is the God wants you to give him offerings, right? Not me. Give him, but I'm the one, since I'm his representative, I'm going to be like the collection point, right? So you give those things to the God. I'll take them, and look after that sort of thing. So yeah, I mean, certainly, I don't think that was done in innocence of heart, shall we say?
Yeah, so it wasn't like strategically done. Like they just threw some stuff in a book, pretty much.
I mean, the Hebrew Bible is a very the reason that many of the contradictions are extant in the text, has to do with a variety of traditions being brought together. However one views, for example, the formation of the Pentateuch, the first 5 books. I think everybody would agree that you have different source material that's being brought together, different traditions that are being brought together. And so, what that means is everybody would agree, for example, that you have 2 different creation stories in Genesis 1 and Genesis 1 and 1 in Genesis 2, 4 and following. And, they're being brought together into the final form of the book of Genesis. And because both traditions are revered, because both traditions are considered to be, at least very important, they want to preserve both. So they at times try to make them cohere. They try to make them flow together to some degree, but they still preserve, without any real problem in their minds, things that are clearly contradictory, right? So in Genesis 1, animals are created, and then after animals are created, humans are created. In Genesis 2, and the man is created, and then the animals are created after that, specifically for the man, and then after that, the woman is created. So these are things that are, you can't have both. But that's because you had 2 different traditions that are just being brought together. So I don't think we need to posit like different nations or different whatever it is that the individual you're referring to is asserting. I don't think it needs to be quite that complicated. I think there are other ways, more parsimonious ways that it can be explained.
Okay. So I'm guessing with that explanation, probably. I'm sorry, I'm extremely neurospicy, right? So I want to ask this question, but I feel like it was already covered. Can I just ask it anyway?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I was gonna ask. So how do you guys think the Bible is compiled? Then, like who, like, did more than one person make it? Like, was it a group of people? Because it's just all over the place. Like, and it throws me off. Like when y'all read the contradictions, I'm just like, the fact that both of those is in one book. Like, I don't know, somebody was bipolar as fuck, or like that was more than one, person who had input in that.
So, Dr. Ball, let me show you what she's talking about. So I showed them this what I found in my studies yesterday, where Mephibosheth.
I think in English most people say Mephibosheth, but you're saying it with more closely aligned with the Hebrew accent, Mephibosheth. So
Okay.
yeah, either works.
Wait, how do they say it in English?
Mephibosheth is usually how I hear it
Mephibosheth. Oh, okay. Mephibosheth. Thank you. Okay, so in which he is Jonathan's son, right? He's Saul's grandson. And okay, so here David spares Mephibosheth from the Gibeonites, because the Gibeonites told David to give him 7 of Saul's sons, right? To kill. David spares Mephibosheth here, but in verse 9 it says Mephibosheth was Saul's son and was given over to the Gibeonites, right? And that he died. Right? But Saul's children are listed here. He doesn't have a son named Mephibosheth. I tried to search to see if there was anywhere else in the Bible where he's listed as Saul's son, like some other child that he had, but there's not. And then you see Mephibosheth meeting David here, and this is the last time that he's mentioned. So when she says like to have these, different contradictions like in the same book, and she's asking basically like, what did different people write the same text, like the same chapter? And I think that's what she's asking.
Yeah, I mean, so the editorial history of really ancient texts in general is obviously complicated and fascinating. So, and it's going to depend on which part of for example, which part of the Hebrew Bible you're talking about, or which part of the New Testament. But there are sort of different principles at play in ancient editorial or redactional work. So things that we would be concerned about today if we were writing something like a history, right, or trying to keep consistency in a story, they're not, I don't think, as concerned about those things. A really good example of that, I think, if you've ever heard anybody talk about 1 Samuel 15 with the Amalekites, Saul and the Amalekites, they make an argument there that when it says wipe them all out, that it can't really mean that, because the Amalekites show up at the end of the book of 1 Samuel and in the beginning of 2 Samuel. And the reason I think that's, I think misunderstanding what's going on in the text is that's not evidence of all the Amalekites not being wiped out, or like one surviving or something. That's evidence of editorial redaction. So the way that the story, if you remember the story about Saul, Saul is rejected there in 1 Samuel 15. And the reason that he's rejected is because he doesn't actually carry out the unaliving of the entire group of the Amalekites. He saves the king and he saves some of the choice cattle. And because of that, he's rejected by Yahweh. What's interesting about this is that in the chapter prior, you have information that's sort of at odds with that. And the point that, I swear I'm going somewhere with this, if you guys haven't fallen asleep yet, the point that the editor is trying to make here is he's trying to juxtapose, he's trying to contrast Saul with David. So Saul is supposed to go fight the Amalekites and doesn't do it right. At the end of the book of Samuel, when David is supposed to be taking over, he does fight the Amalekites during that transitional period. He does fight the Amalekites, and he does it correctly. And so these two are they're contrasted with each other. So the point is it's like an ideological one or a theological one. David is the good ruler, Saul is the bad one, right? This is why he's rejected. And so they're less concerned with, oh my gosh, is there like a narrative consistency? How come the Amalekites are showing back up? It's sort of like, what would it be? It would be sort of like, I don't know, back, during World War II, if you had a story talking about like a German contingent, being beaten in a battle, and then later another German contingent comes up, and you might say, well, wait a minute, like, or stormtroopers in Star Wars, right? If you had one scene where you have stormtroopers, I don't know if I said it the first time, stormtroopers, they're like the perennial enemy, right? In the Star Wars movies. So, you have stormtroopers being beaten in one section, but then like later in the movie, they come back, and you might be like, wait a minute, like, weren't they wiped out completely over here? Well, yeah, but that's not really the point, right? Because that we need to have a foe. We need to have an enemy that they can fight. And this is sort of what's going on. So their concern is not so much, is there this perfect consistency and coherence between the stories? It's, does it make the theological point that we're trying to make? Did any of that make any sense?
Yeah,
okay.
that makes sense.
I would just hope that you kind of said the answer at the beginning, like people who just kind of redact the text and just kind of fix it up and pick what they want. So,
well, they were focused on a theological, like they had a theological purpose when they were redacting the text, and so they weren't really focused on making sure that it flowed consistently. And I think too, because they didn't have like books with like chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4, and it was like read to the people. There was one person who would read it to their audience, because most of them were illiterate, so they didn't necessarily focus on making sure everything fit in a line. Their focus was making sure that their theological message was in there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, maybe if I could give an example that might be useful here. It's not going to be perfect, but if you were, if there was like an accident out on the highway, and you were the officer assigned to, I don't know if this is how this works, but let's say it does. There's an officer assigned to like going and collecting witness statements and then putting a report together. If that officer went out and talked to the first person, and the first person said, yeah, you know what, I was here and I saw it from the beginning. I saw that red car flying down the highway, and it slammed into the dark blue car, and then told the story from there about what happened. And the officer wrote all that down, and then went to the next witness, and the next witness says, yeah, I heard the car collide, and I turned my head and I saw that orange car hit the light blue car, and then described. And then you had another person, they said red car, but they came up on the scene after the accident had already happened. And so now you have an officer who has, 4 or 5 different accounts of this event, and they don't all cover the exact same duration of the story. So somebody saw it from the very beginning, somebody saw it after it had happened, somebody came up on the scene later, somebody heard somebody else talking about it, whatever. And now he has to put all of these into a final report. And he says, so, the blue / black car, or, the light blue / dark blue car, was struck by the, red / orange car, as an example. He wants to preserve both statements, So when we go back and read it, we go, was it red or is it orange? Right? Is it light blue or is it dark blue? Like, which one was it? His concern in putting that report together is not, I have to have coherence throughout, so I have to pick one color for that vehicle. His concern is, I want to preserve both traditions, right? Both accounts. And so there's a bigger point than, or there's a supervening, I guess, motivation, one that is more important than having this like narrative consistency. And I think the same thing is true with these biblical texts. So even if you're talking about like the book of Isaiah, which, you know, is its editorial history is very different from what you see in like the first 5 books of the Pentateuch or the Torah. You know, they're doing things as they edit the text later, that they have theological motivations, ideological motivations that they're bringing to the book, and their additions, their redactions reflect that, and it doesn't always show up in, you know, narrative consistency, if that made sense.
Sorry, I'm fighting with the mute button right now. Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
I think like the two people in the comments, Scott and Miss whatever your name is, I think you came in halfway through me explaining what I found earlier, and I literally said that it says that first Jonathan is whatever the fuck his name is Jonathan's son, and then it says later that he's Saul's son. The text literally says that he's Saul's son by Rizpah. Like, there's no need for you to tell me that. It's in front of you on the board in the Bible. I also say that Second Samuel, First Samuel chapter 14, verses 49 through 50 list Saul's sons and his children, and he's not listed. I went through all of this. So for you to be in the comments saying that I'm lying when it's on the board in front of you, right? And I asked a question to Dr. Bowen when I explained it. Joker, did you get your question, your answer?
Yeah, I was just over here. I needed to stay on mute because I'm over here like, okay, snap, snap, stinker. Like, I'm over here cheering Joker.
Yeah, I don't like to be called a liar. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah. Especially when you got the information and it's like right in front of them. Like, that's crazy. But yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, guys. I gotta
You're
get going
welcome.
anyways.
Thank
You guys
you. Have a good
great
day.
Okay, get some rest, thinker.
I will.
All right. Bye.
Tomorrow is my grandson's first birthday party. I'm so excited. And he has a power wheel with the Bluetooth speaker, and we hooked it up to my cell phone, and the damn thing's got bang. Like, it literally goes boom. Like, it's got bang. And it's sitting on rims. Like, it's so cool. I can't wait to see him in it. And then, like, he gets a birthday present. 2 days later, he gets a little sister. He's probably not gonna be happy about that, but he'll get used to it. Shani Bucks, how are you? Shani? Okay, not there. You don't want to listen to your conversation. Thank you, Ray. I appreciate that. It's gonna be a busy weekend. And then I'm going to see my cousin, y'all, after his party tomorrow. My cousin who's in the hospital. So I'm going to see her for the first time. So I'm mentally preparing for that. So it's gonna be one hell of a weekend. Uh, Ramisha, Ramisha. 1 Samuel chapter 14, verse 49 through 50. Okay, Ramisha's not there. Did you get that, F dot? Congratulations, Ray. Yeah, they are. I don't want to tell y'all what my grandson did. Like, so bad. My son put him on the bed while I was sleeping. He thought he can go fix his bottle. I wake up, he has my vape, and he has it at his mouth going, oh, with the vape. And I was like, oh my God. Like, I don't know. Like, I just felt so bad. Right. I felt bad. Trying to be like Granny.
Everything.
Oh my God. Yes, they do. He was like, oh. I was like, oh my God. Drippy David. They do way too much. Okay, not there. If you are in the guest request box, 1 Samuel chapter 14, verse 49 through 50. If you're in the guest request box and you're in there on purpose, please comment and let us know. Help us out to keep the show running. You're welcome. Pretty Face Ray. This is so weird. What is happening? Okay, Pretty Face Ray, are you there? All right, not there. Did I cuss the bigot out too much? And people don't want to come up because I know I went off on that dude. Like, I get it. I don't like bigots. If another bigot come up, because I did make an announcement that if you are a bigot, don't bring your ass on stage. And it's been hard to get people on stage tonight. So is that like a confession of believers saying that they're all bigots? Like, what's happening here?
Sounds like a confession to me.
Right, Shepdog, I agree. You can never cuss a bigot out too much, but I did go off on that guy, Dr. Bowen. Let me tell you what happened. So a guy joined the live tonight, very bigoted towards homosexuality, and he did not like the scriptures that I brought up to talk to him about. He didn't like that I was defending the LGBTQIA. So he started speaking in tongues, and rebuking me in tongues, and I spoke back in tongues.
Nice.
And it just came out. Like, he said it and I said it back. And he said it again and I said it again. And we just went back and forth.
But did he have an interpreter?
He did not.
Nope.
Oh, man. I feel like Paul would be disappointed.
And then after that, like, I cussed his ass out. And it's been hard to get people on stage ever since. But they didn't leave. Like, they stayed. The numbers stayed the same. The views stayed the same. So they're still here. They just won't come on stage after that. I think they're like, who the fuck is this girl?
Don't be scared, Christians. Don't be scared.
I try my best to keep
I
a
try my
straight
best
face
to keep
too
a straight face.
while that happens.
Good morning.
Hi, how are you?
Not bad, and you?
I'm doing good. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I don't have a religion. I do believe religion.
So I can barely hear you. Are you able to like get closer
Sorry,
to
I
the
had to
mic?
close my window. I'm driving.
Don't
I
say
could
that
try.
on here.
1 second.
So don't say the D word when you're on here.
Can you hear me?
TikTok TikTok will
Nah,
violate the
it's a
law.
lot of noise.
Are you able to hear me? Hello?
Unfortunately we can't.
Oh, no?
It's a
No
lot of
worries.
noise. Like you sound far away, and then all we hear is the wind in the back.
Oh, my bad. I'm going to try to fix that. I'll go off. I'll put my microphone off for now.
All right, I'll take you down. If you get it figured out, just request again, okay? J Pure, are you in the box on purpose, love? Jonah, hi, how are you?
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Are you a Christian or believe in the God of the Bible? Are you
Absolutely.
deconstructing?
Thank God I believe
Okay.
in God of the Bible, yes.
Okay. Which topic did you want to discuss?
We can talk about moral standards.
No, there's 7 topics on the screen. Do you see that?
7 topics. Okay, we can talk about the second one in the yellow.
Okay, go ahead and recite the topic and then begin.
God can stop sin. God, He did stop sin through Jesus Christ, or He can simply
I'm
forgive.
sorry.
There is,
Recite the topic and then begin.
yeah, I'm trying. God can
No, you
stop.
started answering the topic while you're reciting it. That the reason why I'm asking you to recite it before you begin is so that I know you understand what that statement says.
Can I read it?
Recite it and then
Can I
begin,
read it?
please.
Can God can stop sin or simply forgive?
Okay, now begin.
Okay, God did stop the sin through Jesus Christ, and He simply forgive with no shed of blood. I don't think so, but Jesus, He already forgive us. God forgive us through Jesus Christ. Thank God, we have hope.
So there's no more sin in the world.
No, that I'm talking about that sin. Like if I die, my sins are
No, we're not
forgiven.
talking about dead. We're not talking about death. You said he stopped sin through Jesus Christ. So there's no more sin now?
No, when we say God forgive me for my sins, that means He forgive me.
So
And He
there's
will.
still sin.
Can you don't interrupt me when I talk, please?
Don't tell me what to do. This is why I asked you to
I don't
recite the
like to talk to
statement,
stupid
right?
people like you.
God can stop sin,
If you interrupt me, I'm
right?
not gonna continue.
Or then get the fuck off my stage. I don't give a fuck. I don't know who you are. You're not like. Am I gonna cry because you leave? J Pure, are you in the box on purpose? Him? Okay. like if you're gonna give somebody an ultimatum, you should make sure they give a fuck about the thing that you're telling them they're gonna lose. Like giving somebody an ultimatum, they're like, okay, that sounds like that free will shit. Like make sure they give a fuck about the thing that they're gonna lose first. Anonymous? Anonymous Muse. All right, she's asleep. I agree, Stefan. He said that's why I started watching and listening. You have some interesting people that come up. I agree 100%. Hey, Elevation.
Hi, family. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Okay. Excuse me. You know, I came on for a second because I needed some advice from the family about nephew.
What is nephew good?
Yeah, he's good, but at the school that he attends, they have sent a paper home for notification about introducing the 3 world religions in class. And the reason why I had chose the school was because it wasn't religious based. You follow me?
Mm-hmm.
So at this rate, I said, well, let me just kind of entertain some advice as far as, you know, what my response is going to be. Because I know I sent the teacher an email about my concerns regarding some of the biases that had been presented, you know, in regards to religion and how it has not been so kind to the native and indigenous people of the world. Okay. However, you know, that response had invoked it going to like the headmaster of the school to reach out to me and want to have a conversation.
So are they, when they are saying that they're going to introduce, are they teaching about the religions?
Well, so what it says was, I'm just going to try to provide a synopsis. So it says, as part of the study of the world history, the core knowledge program introduces students to different world religions at various grade levels. Then it goes on to say the intent is to provide context and vocabulary for understanding the ways in which world religions have influenced events and ideas in world history. The program presents historical knowledge from ancient times to the present and around the world. The inclusion of world religions in the teaching of world history is comprehensive and balanced over the course of the elementary grade. It is important to understand that Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, the religions presented in this unit, are presented as historical and cultural information rather than in manner that suggests the merit of correctness of any particular set of religious beliefs. And then they provide Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. They provide the symbols that represent the religion, like the Star of David for Judaism, the cross for Christianity, the star and crescent for Islam, the name of the books, which is the Torah for Judaism, the Bible, the Quran, and the building of worship being the synagogue, church and mosque. So I figure since you all great people were up here, including Dr. Bowen, who I hope to adopt as the uncle, can kind of help assist me in how to approach the response eloquently in regards to my concern.
So I'm just speaking from like what I would do if it was my child, and then as an auntie, and the advice that I would give my sister.
Okay.
Knowing that my sister does not want her child indoctrinated into any type of religion, right? And in my response to the school, I would want to see the curriculum, right? And make sure that it's not teaching a specific doctrine. Although the letter says that it's not focused on indoctrinating the children into a specific belief, I would want to double check that and make sure that there isn't anything in the curriculum that could lead to that. and make sure that it is solely focused on teaching the history of how these religions came about and how they spread and impacted and influenced society as a whole. And then it could talk. Like for me, it would be okay if it talked about the negatives and the positives of the historical facts of each religion.
Okay.
But I do think it's important for the children to know that these three exist in the world and how they show up in the world and what they look like, right? So I would want to see the curriculum, and I would also ask the teacher for discretion on which lessons my child was allowed to participate in. So like when you get to, for example, if lesson 7 is teaching something that you are not ready for your child to learn, or you don't want them to learn it from outside of the home, I would say I would request a different lesson, for my child to be excused from this lesson, and please give them a different assignment to be able to make up the grade. That's how I would handle it, and that's the advice that I would give my sister. But Selena, Dr. Bowen, Lala, y'all have anything?
I totally agree. I would absolutely need to see the curriculum, and I would absolutely even with seeing it as the lessons go on, I would need to be privy to what the lesson is and what they're talking about during each class. But from what you read, it sounds like almost with what they're wanting to do with critical race theory, teaching how religion impacted the world through history, and not teaching it as they do math or science.
Lala? I think Lala might be away. But yeah, and I do see some people in the comments saying that they would completely opt out of it. Like, do they give options at all?
I had to send you an invitation to unmute.
Hello?
But I do agree with y'all. I would definitely want to see. I can't. Hold on. I'm gonna mute you again because I'm getting feedback.
You are?
Yeah. Like I said, I would want to see like a play-by-play, just the entire, like a synopsis of what. I still hear something.
You still hear
I don't know.
something?
I'm a drop. Maybe it's me. Yeah, I could still hear something.
Here come Fee, and I know she has like the best advice when it comes to this.
Good morning, y'all. Y'all are
Good
far
morning.
too kind. I agree 100% with what Thinker said. I had something similar happen with my son. He was in private school for the first 3 years of his education. And it wasn't necessarily a religious school, but kind of like what you're saying, they did incorporate religions into their history and their world history lessons. One thing that I did was I found this book called Religions of the World. I'm of the mindset that keeping a child completely secluded from a topic or an idea makes them even more curious about it, and sometimes that curiosity can lead to susceptibility if they aren't educated enough about a topic. So I feel like sharing yeah, these are religions of the world. Yes, this is how they came about. But let's look at some more as well, because it's not just those three. So I've found, and it's been really, really helpful, or it was really successful. My son's 20 now, so I'm not sure how old your nephew is. But he was able to ask a whole lot of questions during those lessons that the teachers were not prepared for. So I think the more they know, knowledge is power. The more they know at a level that they're able to understand based on their age, the better equipped they are going to be to protect themselves from indoctrination. I don't care. Well, I'm not gonna say I don't care. I wasn't concerned about people telling my son, oh, this is what Jesus wants, or this is what the devil will do, because I had already talked to him about, yeah, this is what people believe, but let's think through it. Let's talk, how would that happen? How would that work? Why would it be that way? Is that fair? All the questions that we talk about now in these lives, we can share with our children on a level that they can understand. But I agree that curriculum, and I'm sorry, guys, hang on 1 second for me.
Okay, so I've been trying to take notes.
I would also, I'm not sure if anyone brought this up when I was away. I would also have them, when they come home, explain what they learned and go over it. So if there's any misinformation, you could nip it in the bud right then and there.
Okay.
But definitely, I would want a play-by-play of what they're teaching.
I know that.
Okay.
I'm sorry, y'all. I had to speak to somebody real quick.
Yaron context. You can come up and teach us what we need to relearn. We're open to that. Just to let you know, the guest box has been open all night. So if you have what we don't have, hop up and teach us, friend.
So, being that he's 7, they also are offering for them to watch the cartoon Prince of Egypt. So I did ask him, I said, well, how do you feel? Do you want to watch that cartoon? Or he was like, no. Then he said, yes, I want to watch it. I said, okay, you can look at it. Just know that that's entertainment. However, we have already went over some information as far as our stance and being more humanist opposed to being labeled in, regards to religious indoctrination. However, all the advice that I've received is going to be helpful in approaching it when I have conversations. So, like Fee had mentioned, I don't want to seclude him and him become more curious. However, I guess I just have to prep him on whatever they introduce, but I will inquire as to the curriculum that's going to be presented and the lesson plan that was also mentioned.
Yeah, and I agree with what Lala said too. Ask questions about it. Like I found children are children. So if there's something all the other kids in their class are doing and they can't do it, of course they're going to feel left out. And then and it's kind of like I grew, y'all know, I grew up Jehovah's Witness. We couldn't do shit, right? And everything I couldn't do, I was so curious about. I wanted to do it. And eventually, as I got older and became who and what I am, I probably wouldn't have been interested in that shit anyway. But I was curious because it was forbidden. So that's why I feel like when sometimes as a secular parent, we work so hard to insulate and shield our children from even knowing any of the biblical teachings or even the names of the books or anything like that. I didn't approach it that way. I let him learn anything he was curious about. I let him investigate it. And then we talked about it. And I taught him how to ask questions about these claims. He and his best friend, since before they were even in school, they went to the same private school. And they learned a lot of the things at the same time. And his mom and I would kind of commiserate over it because I think they're Jewish, but not practicing at all. So they're basically secular as well. And the kids came home one day and both of them were saying the same thing. Like, hey, this guy in our class, he told us about this dude. His name's the devil and he lives like in the ground and he burned you. Like they were so excited about this. And we didn't get incensed at the school or incensed at the kid who taught it. We just talked to the boys and we're like, what does that mean? What would that even look like? And then we started asking a lot of questions. And in like maybe a week, they were like, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. And they had moved on to something else. So that's why I say when we work with our children, we have to think about, well, for me, I can't say we have to. It was very beneficial for me to talk to Justin and discuss things with Justin at a level using vocabulary and vernacular that he could understand, but in a way that led to critical thinking at every single level. It's a lot of work, but it works because we're equipping them with the tools to be able to protect themselves from incorrect information and indoctrination, whether it's religious or any other system that this world offers that none of us support or want to participate in.
Okay. That's a good point. I think everything you all have presented will help and assist me in dealing with this later after 12 o'clock.
Well, good luck. Let us know how it goes and give our nephew a hug for us.
I appreciate that. Thank you guys for making the time to give me that wonderful advice. So I'll keep you updated in the comments the
You're
next time.
welcome.
I listen to y'all every night, waking up out of sleep. So you know how we get down. So
Yeah. All right.
okay.
Have a
I'll talk to
beautiful
y'all
day.
later. You all as well.
All
Thank
right.
you.
You're welcome.
Okay, bye. You got me.
Oh, I get it. I get it. Why you've been in the box all night and you haven't requested. It's because you're an Israelite, aren't you? Huh?
Hello?
Yeah.
Good day.
So how are you?
I'm
So
doing well.
the reason why you haven't requested, you've been in the comments all night, but you have not requested, it's because you're an Israelite, aren't you?
No, ma'am. I was green about exactly how this works.
Are you an Israelite? Because you just told Elevation to just say that she's an Israelite.
Yes,
Why
ma'am.
did you tell her that?
I
To
do
say
believe
that?
that. I do believe that
Why
I
did
am.
you believe that you are an Israelite?
Yes,
And
ma'am.
so, unfortunately, yeah. So I'm guessing. Let me explain this. So, like, I don't platform Black Hebrew Israelites
I'm
or the
not a
doctrine
black
that you
Hebrew
teach.
Israelite per se. I'm just an Israelite.
You're Black and you believe that you're an Israelite and that Black people are the true people in the Bible.
No. That's a misconception. I
Oh,
mean,
are you from Israel?
are you speaking the
I
actual
mean, were you
land?
born in Israel? Yes. Were you born in
No, ma'am.
Israel?
No, ma'am.
Were you born in the Middle East?
No, ma'am. Is there a Middle West?
You were born in America. You were
Is
born
there
in
a middle,
America.
ma'am? Is there a Middle West?
Were you born in America?
Are we using semantics? Is this
Were
America?
you born? Were you born in North America?
Is this America?
Were you born in a state?
This is semantics. I'm just asking, like,
Semantics.
yes, ma'am.
Where the fuck were you born?
I'm trying to be a gentleman here. I'm not really gonna
Where
cuss a lady
were you
out or
born?
anything like that,
Where were you born?
ma'am. Are we gonna speak on the topic, or are
Why
you
are
just
you
gonna
Where
ask me
choosing
about my
where were
family?
you born?
Nobody can force a person to tell them
Okay,
something. Same way
all right,
y'all
you're
don't want to
right.
be forced has
You're
a way
right.
of doing things.
I was trying to see if I was gonna let you stay on stage.
Nobody really
I
does
don't
that. It's a
platform Black
pleasure
Hebrew
to be kicked off.
Israelites. I don't platform Black Hebrew Israelites. I was trying to see if you fall within that, but you don't want to participate. So then, have a good day. Semantics, my ass. I'd rather be soft than ignorant. That's just fucking stupid. Hi, what's your name?
I'm Gostime, Big Daddy.
What's your name? I'm not calling you that.
I'm Big Daddy. I'm Big Daddy. That's my name.
I'm not calling you that.
Oh yeah.
You have a lot of noise in your background. Can you fix that noise?
Okay. Are you okay with that?
That's a lot better. What is your name?
Okay. Call me Gostime.
Gostein?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you a Christian, Gostein? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
I'm a Christian.
Okay. Which topic on the board did you want to discuss?
Mm, let me see. The devil belongs to the believer. I don't really understand that. Are you?
I mean, it says exactly what it says, that the devil belongs to believers.
Believers of, we have different believers. So is it believers in generally or believers based on those who worship him?
Believers who believe he exists.
Okay, that's fair.
Are you done? Are you done?
Done, I
Okay. Have
think.
a good day, Gostab.
All right.
Diabiblical. He said he in that room with the cassette tape, with the cassette tape dude sits in with the chair and the fan. Dimma.
Yes, Dimma.
Hi. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I'm deconstructing. Honestly.
Okay. What topic did you want to discuss?
God needs humans to talk and do for him.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Well, I'll be coming from West Africa, Nigeria, as like that's the case study because I've had a lot of I've been there. I was born and brought up there, so I kind of like relate to what they say. God needs humans. I feel it's not only do God needs humans to talk and do for him. I think humans also request validations from God to talk on their behalf. That's how I see most of my Nigerian people because my Nigerian people because almost everything, every discussion, they almost every time you want to discuss with most Nigerians, they more of saying they make it like a religious conversation, like how are you doing? We thank God. How are you feeling? Is God. And even got to the point where most of them, when they want to even propose to a lady, they even put God in it. Make it look like God told me that you will be my wife. And in this period of this deconstructing phase, I don't even know why most of my Nigerian people, they think that way. Like they like most of the time, even when a pastor is proclaiming testimonies, like of recent, there's been a video of a Nigerian pastor that says he drinks tea with God, and there's one that will say, if you do not pay, God told me, if you do not pay tithe, you will not make heaven, full stop. And sometimes I look at the whole thing and I just can't comprehend the place where they are coming from sometimes. And sometimes those days when I was like a Christian, when they keep saying all these things, I used to think that there is this physical manifestation from God that will be like, they will now tell them, God will now say, Dimma, my son, go to him and tell him that you have to pay some money. I used to think that way. But right now, I see the enlightenment and everything. So now people try to use the word like vision, trance, dream to replace it. And it still doesn't make sense. I just can't fathom how they do it. I just don't get it.
Okay, thank you. And so you're saying you agree with the stance, with the prompt that the God does need humans to talk and do for him, and that people are manipulating people in Nigeria to make them believe that God is telling them to do stuff?
No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it at all.
No, I know you don't believe it. You're saying you agree with the prompt that the God does need humans to talk and do for him, and that in Nigeria, people are using that as a way to make people think God is talking to them to get them to do stuff.
Yeah, in this prompt, it is what most Nigerians do. They think is God. Meanwhile, sometimes I feel like it's just a construct of their mind, like it's psychology. But to me, during this deconstructing phase, I don't even comprehend. I don't even believe that God like talks to them. But to most Nigerians, humans, they think God talks to them.
Yeah. Okay. Fee, Selena, Lala, y'all have any questions?
No.
No, not really. I mean, I think he's saying the same thing that we're saying. I'm sure that where you are in Nigeria, it's we talked about religion and Christianity on the continent several times before as well. So I don't think I have anything additional. I agree with everything he said.
Selena? Okay, she's not there. All right. Well, thank you so much.
I'm still here.
Oh, okay. Did you have anything?
No, because that was a long diatribe, and I don't mean to. It was a monologue, and I don't have any. I don't have anything. I just wanted you to know I was here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much Dimma, for coming up. I agree with you, and I do think that that is a huge problem in Africa. In fact, we held a discussion a couple of weeks ago with a couple of atheists on the continent, and we talked about a lot of the manipulative schemes that are running rapid on the continent right now during that discussion. So, but I agree with you 100%, and I thank you so much for coming up.
All right. Thank you so much. I
You're
appreciate it.
welcome. You have a good day. I don't know what kind of question that is. Do you believe in good and evil? Joel? Hello, Joel? Joel, did you join on accident? Do you believe in life after love? Yep, Lords, I do. I'm a healer. Hello, I'm a healer. I can feel something inside me say, I really don't think you're strong enough now. Okay, we'll take him down. Can somebody take him down? I can't see him because his screen is black. I can't disconnect him. Thank you. I'm him. Hello, I'm him.
Oh, you want to move that too?
This is ridiculous. 50 ice.
How's it going?
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well.
Are you okay? Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I'm agnostic.
Okay. Are you deconstructing away from Christianity, or did you deconstruct away from Christianity?
I did. I still run into issues with my family, but they've learned over, it's been 15, 16 years now. They've learned to kind of let me be. It was tough, growing up in a family that truly believes in God, Jesus, the Bible. But yeah.
Okay. Which topic did you come up to discuss?
So, I had one.
There's 7 topics on the board.
Yeah. So, it's the God needs humans to talk to and do for him, right? I do think that right there, that statement is true. I ran into your live yesterday, actually, and I was listening to it, and I followed you then because I wanted to hear more from you guys and everybody else here, by the way. But the God needs humans to talk to and do for him. This is the one that I find interesting because for a supposed being who is omniscient and all knowing, is everywhere, is all powerful, whatever. It's strange that he needs somebody else who's intellectually equal to myself to speak on his behalf when he's supposed to be of greater knowledge and power and such. And I don't understand how believers don't see this to be rather strange, right? And it's they say things like, "Well, this is a test." I find that odd. If it comes off like it's we're being forced to follow something that just isn't real.
I agree. But I think that, like, they're told, like, oh, it's a personal thing, and they believe like the internal dialogue is the God talking to them through His Holy Spirit. So they don't necessarily see Him using humans, because a lot of times when they come up here and they pick that topic, they say no, He doesn't, and they try their best to prove that He doesn't need humans to talk for Him. So I don't think they actually see it.
Yeah, it's the believing the voices in your head. And how do we know as people who are not in their heads that they're not just insane, right? Is it God that's speaking to them, or is it just you thinking that God is speaking to you, or is it just you just making stuff up? There's no way for us to actually be able to eliminate all the other possibilities and say, yep, this is God speaking to you. So we have to take their words, as they're being said to us, with them making a claim, just making a claim without evidence, without a shred of evidence, that an all-powerful being who knows what you're going to do in the future and in every moment in your existence is speaking to them and telling them something that you must hear.
Yeah,
that's very strange. But
I watched a video yesterday with James Baldwin, and I forgot the young lady's name who he was talking to in this video.
Nikki Giovanni.
What's her name?
Nikki Giovanni. I think that's the same one I watched yesterday too.
Yeah, and that was a very profound video. But what she said was even more profound. She said that God is humans' responsibility and not the other way around. Like, humans are not the God's responsibility, because there's only one of Him and billions of us. But right. I see it like I see the reason differently, right? Not because of quantity, but because of the fact that humans are the ones that can do and speak here, in this finite world, right? And I think it's more likely that humans created God than God created humans. And because humans are the ones that have the power to will this God's will, right? Then I think humans are responsible for the God and what the God does, because humans, it's always some human saying, a God said do this, a God said this is good, and a God said this is bad. And so when another human says a God said it, and then you have billions of humans believing what this one human said a God said, then the reactions from that, or the actions that come from that, right, is the responsibility of the human.
Right.
Yeah.
And what I've always argued, even with like my parents and stuff, to tears for them, unfortunately, I'm sorry to them, is the only thing that needs to happen for maybe a majority of people is for a said God to I wouldn't think that it's hard for said God to appear, where we can all point in the same direction and say there the God stands, right? But even then, I'm very skeptical. I would ask the question of, well, how do we know that you're not the God of all the other hundreds of religions, that you are this God for this religion, right? How do we know that? That would be another form of skepticism from me. But I would think that an individual who has created all of existence would make it easy for themselves, or make it easier for us to simply know that he's there. We would be born with the knowledge or with the eyesight, or our senses would see him, right? And we can all point to the same direction and say, yep, there he is. But that doesn't occur at all. So it's left on, in this form of ambiguous unknown. And it's odd that people want to stay like glued to this idea that a higher power exists that created everything, and that's only because, as people, when something in existence that we simply don't understand or we find to be impossible because we have our will, we cannot impose our will on it. We cannot move mountains or forge the sun or shape the solar system and the galaxy and the cosmos, because we cannot have that greater influence in existence alone. We want to say that, well, a higher power must have done it, because we want to feel like we're a part of something that controls all of that, right? So that's what I honestly believe, is that because people wish they had the means to actually control every aspect of existence, that they want to create a figment of their, a friend of some type, or a reason for them to control something about existence, whether control people or control resources, control a space, that sort of thing. That's why a god was created, as far as I'm concerned. But
I think it was more so like controlling people, like you said. Like, yeah, I agree. Controlling people, controlling a resource, controlling a space. I also think like this is why free will is such an important aspect of this religion, because it that whole concept of feeling important and feeling like they have some type of control or power over their own destiny, right? But while at the same time assigning the things that happen, like it's almost as if the free will is only enacted when defending this idea of the God, but the God also helps them escape accountability for the shit that they do.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah. That's exactly it, right? Because if they were to compare themselves, if a human and another human were to compare themselves, they're basically, we're looking at two equal existences in every aspect. So one would have to justify something that doesn't exist for why they should be seen above the rest, right? Or above the other. They would have to say, well, because a power that created the floor we stand on bestowed upon me this right for me to rule upon you or control the room we're in, or whatever. Like, so then the other individual would have to be fearful. In the end, it's about basically making sure that people are too scared to hold you personally accountable for some of the things you're going to want to control, right?
Because there is like this question of why go so hard to defend, one, something that you can't see, two, something that you know for a fact that it is you saying a God did something for you or a devil did something against you, right? And you, for some odd reason, you need those things to be true, regardless if you can prove it or not, right? So you're willing to go as far as to imagine or make up scenarios in your head and say, that must be God, or I got chills, right? Like I was feeling down and I got chills all over my body and it just felt warm. And I thought to myself, that has to be God.
Right.
That has to be God. And so you are assigning things to it. And like, you can't answer the question of, if I can love and respect other humans and not cause harm to other humans, right? Without me believing in your God, then what is the purpose of your God, right? Because at first the purpose of the God was, you can't be a moral human without a God. And that might have been necessary, for a large portion of society, at the late Bronze Age and the early Bronze Age and the Iron Age and the Greco-Roman period, right? When society had some of the most barbaric rules, right? Education levels were non-existent because the majority of people were illiterate, and in order to be educated mean that you were high status in society, right? And so religion may have been necessary back then, right? But today in society, like, you don't need a god to be a decent human. So if you have people who have proven that they can, be this decent human and respect other people's right to live without having a god lord over them, or a god whisper in their ear and say good morning, hold the door open, right? You don't have to have this pretend individual whispering in your ear. Then what's the difference between you and me as a human? You have a belief, I don't. And then the only thing now that they can go to is life after death. I'm not going to burn in hell. You are. And then they're not realizing that even that was communicated to them by another human, right? And even that is a hope.
Yeah. And it's fear mongering too, right? I'm trying to save your life by telling you that if you don't follow what I say, you'll be damned, right? But what it is in the past is because, again, this is also true today. In large numbers, when you restrict people from basically from resources, just standard things that are just basic human rights, food, water, education, right, health. Those things I find to be a right to for everybody. But if you restrict those things from people, and they lean heavily to one group or one person, a pharaoh, a king, an emperor, that sort of thing, the vast majority of the population will look upon such beings because they have everything, and they want to align themselves with these individuals. So they want to be close. So they praise them. They go see them when they're standing on the stage, to giving out a speech. They celebrate, because what they want is, or what people as a group, what they believe is that if they can show that they agree with what this person who's draped in gold and shiny things and drinks water and eats grapes and apples all the time, pork and that they too will get those things and not have to struggle through life. This was true thousands of years ago. It's true today. Right. So those individuals have gone from identifying themselves as messengers of a higher power, right, to kings, to emperors, to then declaring themselves as gods themselves, because they want to sustain that ability to influence a large number of people and control virtually everything that's happening around them. Again, because I don't think they believe in a god, but they want to use godhood as a reason for them to actually get the most for themselves. But they believe just as the rest of everybody does, and they need things that they've starved people of, right? But then people, by and large, the rest of us will all be there standing, listening to these people give speeches and talk about prosperity, because they're wearing the things we want to wear. They're eating the food that we want to eat, and they're drinking the water, the fresh water that we want to have for ourselves and our family. So if we can align ourselves with them, maybe that wealth will kind of trickle in a way down to us. So the God is the people's responsibility. I actually find that to be quite profound. I think that's a brilliant statement to have. And yeah, I don't know. My issue. I think when I started to distance myself from religion, I was a kid. I think there's two very specific memories I have. When I was a child, I was at church, and a pastor said, I was 7 or 8. He said that you don't know love unless you have God in your life. You don't know how to love your family members, how to love your brothers and sisters, your mom, your neighbors, unless you have God in your life. right? And for years I spent trying to convince myself that I can see this so-called God, that I can find this so-called God. And right there, and I realized that there's no need for me to look for something that I cannot find, because I cannot stand, I cannot make myself see something that doesn't exist, a medium that isn't there. So I had to give up on that. And it made me feel ashamed, right? That maybe I don't love my parents and my sisters and my family as much as I need to love them, right? I don't know. Once I grew up and I realized that, I think it was a very bizarre thing for somebody to actually say. And as a child to hear that and that actually worry you over your entire childhood if you have enough love for your family. And I found that to be unforgivable, honestly. Yeah.
Yeah, and you'd be surprised how many people have come up here and talked about how those antagonizing thoughts of making sure that you are living up to the standards of the God, right? And how, they would wake up in the middle of the night and pray and beg God to give them the love that they need, to be forgiven by him, or to be his child, right? Or to be this Christian. Yeah. So I think a lot of children, when they're given this religion at a young age, it affects them that way. But going back to, you talking about how the kings, ended up turning themselves into the God and becoming the God on earth. King James gave a speech about the delegated authority and the divine right of kings, because that's how they were able to do a lot of the things that they were able to do in Europe. But one thing that I wonder, why Christians don't ask themselves this question, is that if the God of Israel is the God of everybody, why then did it take for humans to take this God to other humans or into other lands? If this God is the one and only God, and this God has all power, this God is everywhere. Now, all of a sudden today, everybody in the world is believe that this God can all of a sudden talk to everybody today, when he couldn't in the late Bronze Age, where he couldn't in the Greco-Roman period, where he couldn't in the antebellum period. Now, all of a sudden, the God has enough power, or wants to talk to every human on earth at the same damn time. And that's because the religion, the word has spread, right? It no longer necessarily needs to be taken to other humans through other humans. The word itself has spread. Therefore, the God is that much more powerful, right? And it just, points right back towards God is humans' responsibility.
Yeah. No, I agree with that 100%. But yeah, that was my topic. I think he needs humans. I think anybody who presents this idea of a God that we need to follow, regardless of, we need to follow because we want to spend, afterlife and eternity. I think I've struggled enough. I'd rather, my afterlife should be me just resting in peace as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, these gods that people bring up, they do need us. Right. That's ultimately what it is. They definitely need us to continue to exist, because if we don't think about them, they don't exist. Right. Because they will never show themselves. They will never present themselves to us in any shape or form. So people create them for their own selfish reasons. But again, if people didn't do that, then these gods would never exist.
I also think that, like Thinker was talking about the purpose of religion, I think it probably started out with man's way of trying to explain the world around us, like phenomenon that we don't have a name for, like, back in the day. And I think it eventually morphed into these parts of the culture of different people. you see the overarching themes. Like, you have the sun gods of various cultures, you have the moon gods of various cultures, the water gods of various cultures. All of these things are aspects and elements of life on this planet as we know it. And they didn't have a microscope back then to try to understand it. There weren't telescopes. Like, it just simply, in my opinion, started as a way for ancient people to understand the world around us. But then it morphed into a way of, oh, well, if they're afraid of this, they'll do what I say. So it morphed into that control that thinker was referencing. But ultimately, I mean, in the same way that the Christmas elf on the shelf can do good things or bad things, that's all this God is. Like, because really it cannot and it does not do a thing without a human being. And I also find it interesting that its powers are limited in terms of powers that they say are demonstrated, are limited to what a human can do anyway. The miraculous stuff is only in this book. And that was recorded, like Thinker mentioned, back in a time when most people couldn't read. They had to take the word of other people and assume that it was true. But we're living in a time where that's not the case. We're living in a time where we can investigate these things and we can ask these questions. And while there still is very much a caste system, we don't call it that, but there is a caste system still in the States. We still see the vast majority of religious people being those that are uneducated, those that are in poverty. And there's a reason for that. It's just that trend or that pattern is just something that most people don't want to realize. And it's frustrating because we can see the damage, but all they can see is the perceived benefit, not even recognizing that the benefit only resides in their mind.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's someone in the comments right now saying, can someone point me to the resources for these claims, right? For the evidence for these claims. And Lords asked her, claims for what? Because like we're literally just talking about what we think, right? And she said claims that it's not real. But if we were to have her come on stage and ask her for a proof, right, of her claim that this God is real, right, that she can actually engage with this God in the physical realm, that she can talk to this God outside of her head, outside of another human, that this God can do something, right, in the physical realm without using a human, and she's not talking about the fucking sun rising, she wouldn't be able to do that. But she's asking us for claims for proof that it's not real. Like, stuff like that, when you talk about the level of ignorance that they allow themselves to participate in, the things that they allow themselves to ignore, right? Because she knows that we're telling the truth, that she can't speak to this God outside of another human. She knows that she can't see this God outside of another human, yet she's asking for proof of that.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody said your God is not real. And speaking for myself, I'm just saying I haven't seen evidence to convince me that he is. So I'm not making a positive claim that needs to be substantiated. You are.
Yeah. And life itself, I'm so sorry. And life itself, we can go through life without ever knowing that your God is real, and we'd be just fine. Right?
Outside, we stand eternally. I hope you know where TikTok is, and you can come over here and show me just how delusional I am. Yeah, I can read YouTube comments too, although you are behind me.
And you're so right about people are trying to make sense of natural phenomena, right? Back in the day, without having spent a lot of time studying it, you cannot explain what a sunrise is, right, or why it happens, right? So you have to, because you yourself cannot, cause the sun to rise. You have to then imagine a powerful force that would do that, right? You don't realize that the Earth is actually spinning because you have yet to determine or realize that you don't feel motion, constant velocity. You don't feel that, right?
And you know what? I'm sorry, I just wanted to plug this real quick. The thing that I think is really telling is it shows how ingrained a belief system can be in a culture, because we still refer to it as the sunrise, even though we know it's not moving.
Yeah.
So it's almost, it almost becomes baked into the culture or baked into humanity in a way that people just don't stop to realize it. Because you still talk to believers, yeah. Who do you think lifts the sun up in the sky every morning? The earth when it spins. Like that is the answer, but they still hold on to this belief.
Yeah. So frame of reference as well, right? So from our frame of reference, because we're standing on a surface that we just cannot feel that it's actually in motion because it's not accelerating. We'll just say the sun is rising because that's what it looks like from our point of view. But we know the reason for it. But we know that now. Thousands of years ago, people were trying to figure that out. With very limited instruments.
Do you think they
study
knew
this
that
stuff.
human beings couldn't actually live in a well for 3 days? Do you think they knew that back then? Like, do you think that they actually thought that a human could survive in the belly of a whale for 3 days and then be spit out and then go and travel to Nineveh to preach? Do you think that they actually thought that that was something that actually happened?
I don't think so. People know how infallible, people know how weak a human body is. I think that we've known this since we came to. It's just we have to make extraordinary claims to justify why people have to listen to us. I spent days inside the belly of a whale to come tell you my message, right?
Yeah.
So you have to listen to me. That's ultimately what it is, right?
Why do you think it is today that humans, like we stand eternally outside, we stand eternally, actually think that happened and would call us Jonas today in 2024? That why do you think believers today will argue that Jonah actually survived in the belly of a whale? Like, we have a lot more knowledge than humans did in antiquity, right? And I don't believe they thought that was a normal thing that a person could actually do. Why do you think today is in today's society that there are humans who will argue to the death that actually happened?
Because God has moved with new knowledge that we gain, right, built on top of things that we know. Every single time a God will shift towards something that is completely unnatural, right, or supernatural, right. So again, you have to. People will stick to the idea that Jonah stayed in the belly of a whale, even though we know that's physically not a possibility unless that creature is either unalived or something, right? Otherwise, you'll be digested. But we want to accept this because, again, we make the determination that anything that has to do with a being that exceeds nature itself would allow for his messengers to experience something that is above or supernatural. So this is magic, but ultimately that's what it is. It's just, we'll say that God is magical, because there's no other way that she would have survived in a whale. So we have to take accept that what she did is worth all the credit for us to actually just listen to, because she did something that otherwise no one else in the world could.
Yeah, which was like the typical story of how a human would become a demigod or how a god was born. It had to be some type of miraculous thing, or else they were not human. Like if a human in antiquity was able to read and they could explain things, they would say, "Oh my God, you're a god. You're half human, half god," because that was not normal to be able to articulate yourself. But today it's just, it is normal. I think it's also kind of crazy how it keeps people from actually using their brain, right, in the moment, right? Because for me to respond to a question that somebody just typed, or for me to respond to a statement that somebody typed less than 5 seconds ago, and then the next question is this live? And then somebody can respond back to you and say, no, it's a pre-recording. And you think that this is not live. And I literally just responded to your ass after you typed 5 seconds ago. This religion, these belief systems will stop people from literally using their brain and being able to think right there in the moment.
Right. And they take, rare phenomena like a solar eclipse, for example, because they happen not as frequent as we would see a sunrise and say, look, this is a higher power speaking to us, because we don't understand what that means. But today we do. Today we know it's just the moon transiting the sun, from our perspective. But back in the times, people didn't really understand. We can actually now predict when, these things are going to occur in nature because we studied it so much. But back then, people didn't know. So when it happened, it just seemed like an unbelievable occurrence. So fear makes people, run to some form of space that is safe, and mentally they'd want to again find a safe spot for themselves, and a God does that for them, right? So you can't really think straight when you're under some form of oppression that leaves you in a state of fear. So you want to find a safe zone, whether emotionally, mentally, or physically, and then you can just say, this is God doing, this is God's doing, and it'll affirm your belief basically in that higher power when that happens.
I also think society doesn't help.
I'm sorry, Maven. Maven is literally over there having to convince these people that we are live.
Huh?
Yeah, they think it's a recording. As I am responding to them.
Oh my goodness.
They think it's a pre-recording and a AI voiceover.
Yeah. And I think society, like the place religion has in society, does not make it any better, because it is often not held to the same scrutiny as other beliefs. Like if someone were to proclaim a human being was able to do X, Y, and Z, everybody would tear apart. Like, look to debunk it, make a video to prove why it's not true. Like, they do all of those things, but they don't do that with religion. And then the people that are inside of the belief system aren't held to the same scrutiny as the rest of society, because what other organization could have so much P3DO going on inside of it and still exist? And the Catholic Church isn't. I mean, once the allegations came out and the way they jumped on Diddy, they didn't do that to those priests and those popes. Like, they don't do that. So it's almost as if it has this position in society where it's above scrutiny in 2024, in a time like 50 was mentioning, that we do know things that we didn't know thousands of years ago. We can ask questions. We have a population that is, for the most part, not illiterate. They are literate, but the cognitive abilities to process what they consume through reading is just not there. And that's the part that's scary, because you have people will come on here using a cell phone, relying on Wi-Fi and using electricity and all of these inventions and discoveries, and say science isn't real. Then how are you hearing my voice if it's not real? And the things that you should be scrutinizing and questioning and being skeptical about, which is absolutely everything, you aren't. There's skepticism for every single thing except this God and this belief system, and they do not see that distinction at all. And it's truly sad and dangerous.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And that's what I'm saying, like, using your brain right there in the moment. Like that. Somebody said, I'm scared for our society. If we go back right to the election, as many people that was trying to tell the people that you're voting against your own interest, right? As many people that was trying to educate them about how tariffs work, they rejected all of that information, and now they're finding out. They're finding out how tariffs work after the fact, because they wouldn't allow their minds to work. All they cared about is what their belief.
Yeah, it's the again in order to enforce religion like Christianity, it has to be coupled with like severe consequences, right? So for thousands and thousands of years, people have known, right, in their need to understand again reality. They've basically made the determination that a god has to be responsible for things that they themselves have no control over, right? Now with time we get, with more learning, education and stuff, we know more, right? But you cannot let go of the idea that again, for where the limits of our knowledge, where it is, then a god must exist beyond that, because I cannot explain past a certain distance, right? Because that God exists, and the idea of that God and the consequences of not actually believing in such a God, or doing wrong, or acting against it, both of those things exist. People will not want to go against said community, because again they fear the what if God is real, and I know that if I don't believe or I challenge, I might risk my soul going to hell for eternity, right? That's why they won't. For example, the Catholic Church, even though it's got a lot of issues with essays and PDO3 and stuff, they still have the power of determination. They still hold that influence of, well, we can say we forgive ourselves, and you agree to that, because just in case you don't believe that the God we have been talking about exists, then your risk is upon you're unalive and your soul is going to go to hell. So a lot of people are still like held in that fear, so they won't break away from that community at all, right? And
I think they also think they have power, right? Like, and I think we saw that tonight when the guy came up here and started speaking in tongues as if I was gonna like melt away like that witch on Wizard of Oz. I think a lot of them are in it because they believe this claim that this Holy Spirit gives them some type of supernatural ability to like zap demons away. And they've been told, right, that the name of Jesus, like demons tremble and they run. So like when they come in here and they're pleading the blood of Jesus, or they're speaking in tongues, right? They think that it's actually doing something. So I think some of them actually believe that it's turned them into these superhumans too.
Yeah. And but the worst part is that they themselves have the power to determine what is good and bad, what is godly and evil, right? So they absolve themselves of any responsibility whatsoever. So they can perform horrible acts against other people, right? They can lead people to wars, they can rape people, they can do all of these things, and then be able to say, well, it was the devil, not me. All I have to do is just ask God for forgiveness, and I'm free, right? That's ultimately it, is that they have the power of determination, and have the power to say that what they're doing is not their fault, right? My responsibility is to spread the message only, but what I do, that's between me and the Father, I guess. And if I ask for this because I'm a firm believer and I get it, you cannot judge me for having essayed a bunch of children. That's what it is, and that's so wrong. It's weird, but that's what they want, is to have that influence over objective reality, to be able to circumvent what people would know to be wrong, right? They want that as a superpower of their own.
I also think that some just don't give thought to whether or not what they believe is true, if what they believe is comfortable. When we think about the role that religion plays, it's the nexus of community for a lot of people. It's the nexus, as Vash says, of belonging, and we are a social species. So this is where belonging happens. This is where community is formed for a lot of people. And to scrutinize that and potentially deconstruct the very structure that's giving you the things that you need as a human being innately, that's dangerous and that's scary for them. And then on top of that, like you were saying, 50, there's some consequences that are baked into this belief system that nobody wants. Like, who wants to burn forever? The thought of it is scary, that you don't even think about the logistics of it. How could you? Like, I have a fire pit. Christine will tell you, I burn the shit out of everything in that fire pit. Nothing burns forever. Like, that just doesn't make any sense. When we talk about, the belief system that they hold about, well, your soul goes there and your soul is immaterial. How do you burn something immaterially? Well, it's just your soul experiencing it. You feel it? Okay, how do you feel something without a brain? Like, there are all of these things that they will just cover over with, well, God can make it happen because he can do it. And these bad things are happening because of free will. Well, if my free will can trump your God's power, then your God is not omnipotent. It's almost like, I think we were talking about this before, free will ultimately is the Band-Aid that they put over the inability that their God has to do anything, but they don't see it that way. And being afraid to ask those questions I think is what keeps so many people stuck in this belief system. And then after a while, like, you're in it so much that you've convinced yourself it's true. So it's the self-gaslighting that goes on. And that's why we see that it holds the power that it holds, specifically in the States. Even in I think I saw a study somewhere that 60+% of Congress members are Christian, and that doesn't even account for the other religions of the world. So if you've got people who hold these belief systems being responsible for making and enacting laws in this country, why would you not think that Christian nationalism would be as prevalent as it is now? Our thoughts create our beliefs. Our beliefs create our thoughts, and our thoughts inform our actions. They are acting on these belief systems at their core, and those of us who don't believe this are paying the price for it. That's why we have these conversations.
And one would also have to wonder if the God actually loves them as much as he loved the Israelites, because he wanted the Israelites to know that he existed, right? Even though the Israelites saw the thunder and the volcano erupting or whatever, the mountain smoking, they were too afraid to go up. But he wanted them to know he was there. So he did miracles in front of them, right? So that they would believe, right? He showed himself for them in other ways, even though they could not see him or hear him. It seems like to me he said, fuck these Gentiles, I'm gonna make it harder for them. They're not going to be able to see or hear me outside of their own head, and I'm no longer doing miracles. Make it harder for them, even though I chose them second, and make this shit harder. And then I'm not going to threaten my beloved Israelites with hell, but them I will burn in the incineration, even though I'm not doing miracles anymore. I'm not showing up anymore like I did with my beloved Israelites. So do he love them as much as he loved the Israelites?
It's like the more people started to question, the claims being made by, within these scriptures, suddenly the less and less these godly acts appeared, right? So the more people started to look for all of these miracles, actively looking for them, the less and less they became a thing, right? And I would like to know too, why did God suddenly stop performing this miracle, talking through a burning tree, for example? Why a global flood doesn't occur where somebody would have to build a ship in by themselves in under XYZ time, right? So it's because people are looking, and they're actively looking for these miracles, and so people can't hide behind an ignorant population now, right? Now we have cameras, cell phones, we have supercomputers in our pockets. We have more eyes pointing at everybody else between myself and my camera and you and your camera. We're constantly looking and we see things in real time. And now there's none of these miracles happening, right? Everything that is occurring can be explained, right? An earthquake can be explained, a seizure can be explained, a hurricane can be explained through, as something that occurs naturally, not supernaturally. But yeah, so I think this God either doesn't love us as much to prove themselves that they exist, or is dumb enough to believe that, simply acting or performing miracles for a certain period of time, I don't know if it's 100 or 1,000 years or whatever it's been, is enough to withstand the many, many more centuries of human existence to come, right? Like, I don't think that book will hold, or any scripture will hold 10,000 years, 100,000 years of human life at all, actually. But
I don't think so either. I think it's on. You know how back in the day, like if you see a bug and you spray it with bug spray and it flips over and it's kicking its legs, I think that's what religion is doing right now. It's gonna be kicking for a while, but it's on the way out just because education, information, it's changing. Like I told y'all, Christina got me watching Game of Thrones. I'm in season 3 now. And I just got to the part where I can't think of anybody's names, but the mother was saying that the war has started, and the mother was basically saying that all of this is happening is because she couldn't love a child that her husband had with another woman. He was off to war, had a baby with this woman. The woman died in childbirth. He brought the baby back home, and his wife raised it. And she's blamed herself. She says that the gods are punishing her. And this was a period show where it's taking place centuries ago, but that is the mindset that people had, that the gods are punishing them for anything that happens that goes bad, or a child being born with some sort of abnormality. It's the God punishing them. Well, we can look at our chromosomes. We can do blood tests to figure out if there are any genetic abnormalities in our DNA. They couldn't do that then. So why is it that in 2024 we're still holding on to the idea that, oh, this happened, God must be punishing them. This happened, oh, they're not God's chosen people. At a certain point, I think it does become a choice. And I'm a firm believer that though most of us we don't choose our beliefs. Those of us who realize what is going on in our brains don't choose our beliefs. But those of us who just operate on instinct or just move through life without giving thought to what's going on around us, we will absolutely follow the masses and not ask the questions that need to be asked. And I think that we still see that happening to this day. These people coming up, making prophecies, in 3 days, this is going to happen. Well, in 3 days, it does not happen. Oh, well, in 3 spiritual days, it will happen. And none of this shit ever happens. Yet when NASA predicts an eclipse, go outside at this time, the sun's going to be in front of the moon's going to be in front of the sun. That actually happens, yet y'all call us crazy for believing it. I don't get that.
Yeah.
It's an anomaly.
You can't measure something that is outside time in space. So in fact, you can't say something like that even exists. If it's outside reality, it's outside reality, and you're just making things up. We're prone to be able to create stories. That's why we have a lot of books out there that are fictitious, right? And as far as I'm concerned, scripture can go right there as well in that list, until again the God himself or herself or itself presents itself, where we can all point towards the same direction and say, look, a solar eclipse, oh no, that's the God created existence. Until that happens, it's people's imagination. It's a wild thing, but I don't know why people want to believe in such things when you can go your whole life without ever knowing of any religion of any type, and you would be just fine, or you would still live, right? As you understand your existence within nature itself. So you'd still pursue, you'd still hunt for food or purchase or whatever. You'd still need water to drink. You'd still grow, right? That will happen. You will have compassion for your community members, your family. You'd still have love for those people, because that is innate in every human. You'll have dislikes and likes. That's going to happen whether somebody brought to you a Christian God or not, right? So it just, I don't know why people want to hang themselves on a thing that just seems like an imaginary friend. I was 7 or 8 years old. I tried for my childhood to find this existence, and it isn't there as far as I see it. Upon my time, if I'm standing in front of said God at Judgment Day, I'm gonna ask him the same question: why didn't you show up? Why didn't you make us, all of us born with the knowledge or the senses to see you when we turn around or we look to the side, and we can all say, there you are, right?
Yeah, and I don't think that's unrealistic. I don't think that's unreasonable. But every time we say something like that, oh, you can't ask God that question. You can't, who are you to question God? Like, well, who is God to create me with a brain that would ask those questions and then penalize me for asking them? Like, that doesn't make sense.
Exactly.
On Christina's live yesterday, we had such a great conversation with a young lady. I can't remember her name right now, but she was a believer, and she was saying how a lot of the things that she reads in the Bible, she does take issue with it. It is problematic for her, but she knows that she's had this experience with this, she has a relationship with this God, right? So I get that there are very real life, authentic reasons that people hold on to belief systems. I think they just create complexities that don't have to be there by trying to tie it to this book. And Thinker says this all the time in the lab, like, believe what you want to believe. That is a personal thing. What motivates you is a personal thing. And that can be different for everybody. I think about it like a recipe for macaroni and cheese. Like, tell me bake macaroni and cheese. You're going to have some people that are team, yep, eggs go in it, some that are not. That distinction is fine, because ultimately you're going to end up with the same thing. But how you make it is how you make it. You can't then go say, oh, yours isn't real because it doesn't have this ingredient. Yours is fake because it does have this ingredient. And it's the same thing with this connection with a God or whatever. That's fine. Have it. If it brings you comfort and you like the way it feels, that's personal, and no one is trying to take that away from you. But ultimately, you're trying to create this standardized recipe, if you will, for this God, and forcing everyone to see it that way or to utilize it in the same way. And everybody doesn't have the same taste buds. So you can't, and I think that folks don't see it that way. They call it personal, but you're trying to make it universal, and it can't be both. If it's a personal relationship, let it be personal for you, but don't tell me that I have to have that same or personal relationship with something I've never seen, heard, or interacted with. And it's that bridge that they can't seem to jump across, because they constantly come on these lives and trying to tell us we're going to hell and, we're evil and all these things, when if you have a personal relationship with this God, keep it, and also keep it to yourself, because I don't have need for it.
100%. Yeah. I don't know why the message has to be spread. That's the part where I'm a bit thrown off, right? Like you said, if it's a personal thing, then that's yours. Why does your God need their existence to be spread across all four corners of this world, right? Unless, again, there is a fear that without people knowing, he'll just cease to exist. And if he's all powerful, then he will ensure that doesn't happen by just appearing again. He doesn't need people with the ability to question whether things are real or not, who can actually not even question, but actually go out there and experiment and test actual real phenomena, natural phenomena, to then, he doesn't need those people in his own creation questioning whether the creator is a real thing. Like you said, why give us the brain if he knows we're going to question him? it feels a bit, it comes off a bit weird. Why create something that would then turn against you when you know it's going to turn against you?
The story has so many problems. I've asked that question before. I've asked the question of, when we talk about, when believers constantly, well, God has to follow the rules. Why would God have to do anything? Like clearly breaking his own rules is not a problem for him. So why is it that it has to be this way? And if in my finite mind I can look at a scenario and say, hey, this would have been more efficient if we did it this way, or it would have been more efficient doing it that way. Like if ultimately Jesus had to die for the sins of mankind, then come down to earth in the garden, off yourself, and then nobody has to die. None of us have to go through this shit. Why did it have to be thousands of years later? And then the answer is, oh, we wanted to give everybody a chance to be saved. Well, wouldn't I have a better chance of being saved if I was born perfect in the garden anyway? That still doesn't make any sense. But when you ask those questions, then the problem is, oh, you're using your carnal mind. Well, I don't have another mind. Like, I can't unplug this one, take this one out, and put this one in like a contact. It doesn't work that way. And none of it makes sense, but we're the problem for asking the questions. It just points to, it's a diversionary tactic to kind of get away from the fact that they can't answer these questions about these gods. And because they can't find answers, they just stop asking questions.
They have to be ultimately bored, right? I think if these gods were actual things, they're just, we're toys, basically. That's all it is, ultimately. They don't know what's going to happen in the future. They don't care. We're just things for them to relieve them of their boredom. That's ultimately what I've come to accept, because the stories are just so all over the place. Do they have, like you were saying about the rules, right? He doesn't have to follow any form of rules when he establishes the rules himself or itself, right? So
Yep. And are we not seeing that playing out in our political arena right now?
exactly.
It's nothing. It's not new, right? It's literally follow the money, follow the power. That is what it's about. Control the masses by keeping them afraid, keeping them divided. This other nation, this other nationality, they're going to take your stuff. You better take it before they do. It's the same thing, and it's happening in a time where it truly doesn't have to happen, because we can communicate with each other. We have the technology to ensure that we are all on the same page. We can have these conversations. So at this point, I think, definitely in the political arena here in the States, it's not about trying to restore America or society to this utopia, because it's never been that. And it's absolutely about capitalizing and taking advantage of the naivety of people and the fear that comes with that naive nature, and those naive tendencies to believe what you've been told without question, and to just accept that the goal is to avoid punishment. It's literally keeping adults functioning with the minds of children. Like you see stories of people telling their children, you got to believe really hard and Santa's going to bring it to you, but you really, really have to believe. You have to believe. And that's what it feels like when talking to Christians, specifically those who tend to lean towards the loving nature, the loving narrative of the Bible, as opposed to the retribution narrative of the Bible. You just have to believe, and then he'll ask with an open heart and he'll show himself. If I ask with an open heart and I believe, then I'm going to find evidence of what I already believe. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You're basically just gaslighting yourself. And there's just some of us that are not willing to do that.
Yeah. Well, this has been great. I hope to come back. I'm actually have to prepare for work. So I'll be listening, and I might jump in later on if you guys still hang around. So thank you so much for the conversation.
You're so welcome. Thank you so much for the conversation as well. This was a delight. So I appreciate you.
Yeah.
I hope you have a great day.
Yeah, you too.
Man, I just read a post from one of our community members in the Christian Love channel from November the 4th. Check that post out. And like, as y'all were talking, like, and I'm reading this and I'm reading the screenshots from a family member. Everything that y'all were saying, I'm seeing in the text messages from this family member to one of our community members. And it's like, as y'all were talking, the text would be like the exact thing that y'all are talking about. Like, it's just the manipulation when it comes to this belief system and how it's used to instill fear, uh, manipulative mind control, to try to convince people that they should not feel hurt by the things that you're saying or doing, and you should forgive them because that's what God would want. And we're family, and everybody is humans are not flawless. Like, we all mess up, and then when you set a boundary, because our members set a boundary, and when you set a boundary, it comes back and is, uh, you're the negative one. You're the people that are teaching you these things or are telling you these things. They're negative and they're trying to put the divide. But it's without them taking accountability. You hurt me. You did this, not the people that are being a support system for me. You're the one that hurt me. Can you address that? And then throwing up the fucking peace sign. Throwing up the peace sign. It's I have so much experience with that. It's not funny, but
it's almost like they're saying this divide is only here because you refuse to forgive. May God help you learn how to forgive.
That literally said that in the text. They literally said that to this person in the text.
Yeah, I've heard those words too. No, the divide is here because you did something to cause the divide. I don't know why we only moonwalked back to the point where I held my boundary, but let's keep going back a little bit farther. This situation exists because of a choice you made, because of your actions. Why is it that people feel that they have a right to dictate my response to their disrespect? My response to their boundary crossing? You chose to cross the boundary. That was your choice. Now the ball is in my court on how I want to behave. And if my behavior means you have been cut off, then the only thing you can do is accept that. You don't then get to tell me how to respond to disrespect. It doesn't work that way. And they don't like that.
They don't like it. And then I don't think, like, in their rage, right, when they're typing and they're saying stuff, they want to hurt you, but they make themselves sound contradictory and hypocritical at the same time, because and one of the messages, the person was like, if you want to cut me off, fine. I've lost count of how many times I've been hurt. I've been disappointed. I've been, in pain, blah, 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 like listing all of that stuff. And then when the person comes back and it's like, here's what I need from you. Right. And our baby is in therapy, and they're like, my therapist agrees with me. My therapist says this is what I need. And they're like, tell your therapist to call me, because ain't no way a therapist gonna tell nobody to disconnect themselves from me. Give your therapist my telephone number. What? And then when the person's like, well, all right, if you're not going to address these things, then we can't talk. And then the very next thing is, well, go on about your life. I'm gonna count my blessings. What blessings? You just said that you stopped counting about how many times we were disappointed, how many times we were hurt, how many times we were this, blah, 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 blah. What? Like, you just told me that you were hurt, right? Like, that you lost count of how many times you were disappointed, you were hurt, and blah, 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 blah. And because I'm asking you to take accountability for the pain that you've caused me, and I won't let you manipulate me, I won't let you cross the boundary. Now it's go on with your life, and I'll just keep counting my blessings.
Mm-hmm. Because in their minds, they are right, full stop, period. Just like the God. Where's the accountability for the actions of this God? They learn these behaviors from the God that they serve. And when you get to a point where, I had to tell a family member of mine, I'm like, I love traveling. I love experiencing different things. But one place I am not going is back and forth with a motherfucker who does not know how to respect my boundaries. You make that decision. I'm not telling you what to do. You make that decision with your full chest, with your full heart, with full anything, and it's your choice. but it is not my responsibility to lay down and let you walk over me repeatedly. You show me the first time who you are, and I'm absolutely going to adjust myself accordingly. And how you feel about that is also not my responsibility to mitigate. You need to sit in that. I hope that chair is comfortable for you.
Exactly. And that's why I'm so glad this community exists, because like being able to share, because like I can remember the days where I was going through it and it would hurt me so bad, and I didn't understand. Like I could not understand why my mother could not see the harm that she was causing me, the pain that she was causing me, the times that I would like cry myself to sleep. Like my daughters had to be the ones that I talked to. And I told them one day, I was like, I can't talk to y'all about this anymore because you're my daughters. You're not my friends. You're not my therapist. And so like, I used to like read the hateful text that my mom would send me over and over again. And I would cry. Right. And I thought something was wrong with me. But, you know, having this community and being able to say, look what the fuck I'm going through, is somebody being able to say, here's mine. Here's my, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're not alone, sis. You're not alone, bro.
And when it sounds exactly like what you've experienced, it's almost like this relief that comes over you where you're like, oh my goodness, so it wasn't just me. I'm not the only one that experienced that. And I don't know why. Well, that's not gonna say I do know why. I think it's baffling to me how there's so many people in this world who are so quick to point to do a thing, to say a hurtful thing, and then not feel like the effect of that thing is not on them. Well, it's not on me how you take it. And I get, you know, impact is always going to trump intent, but they don't want to look at the intent, and they don't want to sit in it's an abdication of any responsibility for their own actions. And it's all, well, God's going to forgive me. If God can forgive, then you should be able to forgive. Well, where's the accountability in that? Where's the responsibility in that? And that's why when they constantly talk about unconditional love, don't put that word in front of me. Don't talk to me about that, because there absolutely are conditions, and the conditions are they have to be on both sides. I would not expect anyone to allow me to disrespect them, to speak harshly to them, to speak cruelly to them, to hurt their feelings physically, to put my hands on. I would not expect someone to allow me to do that. So why would you expect me to accept it from anybody? And that's just, but they don't want to look at that. They want to gloss over that and go to oh, but you have to forgive. Oh, but God says you can't keep account of injury. Oh, but God this. Oh, but God that. I don't give a shit what God says. Well, I ain't said shit to me or you, if we're being honest. He's not said anything to either one of us.
Exactly.
You're just using it as an excuse.
And one of the messages, they talked about unconditional love all throughout the whole, you know, exchanges. But in one of the messages, this person said back to this person, I'm forgiving you because God would want me to, not because you deserve it. Like, what the fuck? And like, am I now supposed to be like, yay, I'm forgiven? Like, right. What? Yay, I'm loved. Like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah.
Like, you can't forgive me because you genuinely want to, or tell me what I need to be forgiven for at that. Right? I'm telling you hurt me, and now you need to forgive me for telling you hurt me.
It is wild. It's why these conversations are so difficult to have with a lot of believers, because they don't follow any sort of logical or rational pattern. It's not the tennis match that you want it to be. It's like, I'm playing tennis and you playing football. Like, why did you just kick the ball? Oh, that is not what we're doing. Can we come back to where we are on this court and go back and forth about this? But they can't do that. Doing that, I think, requires introspection. And introspection is not something that is easy. It's oftentimes not something that is pleasant. And it's definitely not something that somebody's going to do if they can point to a God for all the good things and then point to a devil for all the bad things. There's no introspection or accountability, in the mind of that type of individual.
I think too that's why the conversations tend to go the way they go on here, and they don't like it when we do hold their feet to the fire and we're like, nope, this conversation is going to go in a straight line because the goal is resolution. The goal is understanding, right? The goal is not agreeance, right? The goal is understanding. And the only way I'm going to understand you and the only way you're going to understand me, or even get some type of understanding from about, not from, but or about this text, about this religion, is if it goes in a straight line and we stick to the topics. But they see that as rude because we won't allow them to do the thing that they're used to doing to the people in their life. And that's mind fuck, manipulate, make themselves the victim. That's why they always, like, when they feel like they're like in a corner after, having the straight line conversation, and they feel like they can't get out, like there's nowhere out because we won't allow them to like do the whole twist and turn thing. Then their only move left is, well, what happened to you?
Right. Why are you so angry?
Yeah. And you can tell the ones, exactly. And those are the ones that would most likely send the type of text that our member put into the family chat. The type of text that like I would have, I used to get from my mom. And like, y'all know, like what's my little cousin is dealing with right now. And it was my mother who put in the group chat last weekend, oh, she only has weeks to live, right? After we had been told 2.5 years at the most. It was her who put in the group chat, well, they updated us, she has weeks, right? So last week, my brother asked a question in the chat, and I responded with accurate information that I had gotten from her brother and my cousin who talked to the doctor the day that I was on the phone with her. Now, granted, I respond with accurate information, right? My mom comes after that and goes, "We're believing God. It's not until God says no," with exclamation marks. And I'm like, where the fuck did this come from? Because you were speaking facts last week. Like, you're the one who told me weeks last week. Now it's we're believing God. Is it because I responded with accurate information? Yeah. That you felt like now you need to throw God in there? Now it's up to God? Like, so I just responded and I said, I understand. I said, I'm just, responding with accurate information. And after that, she didn't let it go. Well, Jesus has the final word and we're praying and blah. I just said, listen, I'm not trying to offend anybody in here. I understand, everyone's faith. I understand that, prayer for a miracle and faith. I said, that's okay to have. And honestly, I hope it happens. I said, but I need to communicate to y'all what I need in this moment. And what I need is facts, right? I don't need God's going to handle it, blah, blah, blah. Talk to me about her situation with the facts. Right. And then y'all do what y'all need to do for yourself. But that's what helps me. Nobody responded to it.
Oh, really?
Nobody responded to it.
Well, I'm good for you. I'm first so sorry to hear about your cousin. Like that's heartbreaking. And I'm glad you were able to hold your ground. And I think that the position I prefer to be, shock me with the truth before you comfort me with a lie any day. I don't want the comfort from something that's inaccurate because all I'm doing is kicking the can of hurt down the road. Let me operate on information that is factual. So like you were saying, I understand the need of thinking positive. I consider myself to be a very glass half full person to the best of my ability, but I'm not going to fill my glass up with some BS that I know is not true. And I don't take comfort. I feel like comfort with a lie is manipulative, and I don't like manipulation. So if these are the facts, this is what the scan is showing, this is the prognosis based on those scans, let's talk about that and deal in that reality. And at the same time, we can still have a positive mindset. Hopefully they were wrong. maybe the scam, all of those things that could be different because we've seen that before. So there's nothing wrong with holding those two positions at the same time, but to reject and ignore the data and only cling to the hope of what you want to happen, knowing that your hope does not create change. It brings you comfort. It may relieve your stress. It may give you moments of peace, and that's great. Nobody's taking that from you, but you can't ignore one for the other. Not in walking authenticity at the same time.
Exactly. And that's what they don't understand that about me. And I realize that that's the thing that they never understood about me. And that's the thing that made me demonic to them, is that I cannot, for the love of my life, ignore facts. And I think that's the difference between believers and non-believers. They think that we are just like choosing to rebel, right? And they're asking us to deny logic in order to accept this story or this claim. And that because we can't, our brains just won't let us. That makes us demonic.
And even with and then I think also there's a lack of understanding. Like somebody in the comments just said, evolution is a theory as well as the theory of God creating the universe. You pick whichever theory you follow. That's not even remotely close to being true because the creation is a narrative. It is a myth. It is absolutely not a theory because theory has data to support it. There are facts, there's evidence, there's testing. And if you knew what a scientific theory was, you wouldn't have typed that sentence. But it's those people who have, it's almost like a little bit of knowledge or a few words and an incorrect understanding of what a thing is, and then they take it and run with it. And then anybody that wants to truly, okay, what is this? Ask those questions. Oh, yep, thinker's demonic. She's got that spirit in her. But the spirit of what?
It's crazy witchcraft. It's crazy witchcraft, and they talk against witchcraft, but they're in the comments talking about we're under a spell of delusion. And earlier in the chat, somebody said God has sent a delusion to make them believe what's false. And they don't realize that when they say that they are saying that their God, right, intentionally caused us to believe a lie. Their God did that thing, while at the same time saying that their God would not violate the free will of another human to save a child from being SA'd, but their God would violate the free will of another person to make them not believe he exists. Exactly. It does not make sense
at all.
You don't make sense. And I think that you don't listen to the shit that you say. You don't think before you let your fat ass thumb type in the comments. You don't make sense.
And I mean, even I was thinking about this the other day. Even praying doesn't make sense to me. Like it just doesn't. Like you're ultimately, a prayer is nothing but asking God to help you gaslight yourself. Because believers say that they pray, not my will, but yours. But you pray for a specific thing, or you pray for that specific thing to be God's will so it comes true. So ultimately what your prayer is asking God to help you be okay with whatever the fuck happens, because you have no control over it. He's not going to do anything. But when you point out that reality, then again, you're the problem. You're the demonic person. You have the carnal mind. You don't have the spiritual eye. You need the Holy Spirit. Well, which one? Because y'all got about 7,000 of them.
I don't even think, I don't know. Like it's just all you can do at this point is just laugh, because what?
Yeah,
the Holy Spirit will take possession. This is what the fuck I'm talking about. Listen to this damn comment. Like, what the fuck? The Holy Spirit will take possession, and anything that takes possession is demonic. But this is the same person that was in the comments talking about the God has sent the delusion to make us believe was false. But they literally just said the Holy Spirit will take possession. Then they turn right around in the same fucking sentence and say anything that takes possession is demonic. So therefore calling their own Holy Spirit demonic.
And that's the part I don't yeah. I don't think I will ever understand it. I remember I had to be probably in my early 20s because I was still in Atlanta at the time, and I was still very much a Jehovah's Witness. I was a pioneer. That's the people who go knock on doors and, try to get you to take the Watchtower and Awake, and you have to get a certain number of hours in per month and all that BS. Well, I needed some extra time to meet the numbers for the month, so I was riding a bus to work, and I was I would always have like the Watchtower and Awake on my lap for the purpose of maybe letting somebody see it and starting a conversation. And this particular article was about whether or not Jehovah's Witnesses were a cult. And this guy sat next to me, and he was like, did those people give you that? I was like, no. I was like, this is mine. He was like, oh, so you are a Jehovah's Witness? I said, yeah. He was like, so you do know you're in a cult? I'm like, no, I'm not in a cult. And so I opened the thing and I started reading like, well, this is why I'm not in a cult. This is why I'm not in a cult. And dude came out with like all the markers of a cult. I don't know what his background was, why he knew it. But when I tell you, I sat there and I was like, but I couldn't even deny it. You know how you remember how you were saying like you weren't the Christian that would be like, nuh-uh, that's not true, and deny facts. Mm-hmm. I found myself in that point. I'm like, I couldn't deny it. And I believe that was like the first time like the light bulb didn't come completely on, but it flickered a little bit. And that first doubt came in because I'm like, that does not make sense. And that is what we are taught. And this does fit. So for a person to have an experience like that by listening to these conversations and then walk away from the point that actually resonated with them, it's almost, I think it starts to cement the cognitive dissonance for a lot of them. And
they really got to have cognitive dissonance if they think fucking typing repent now is going to make a motherfucker repent.
What? Oh, I see.
Like, it's just a waste of fucking letters to me. Like, how dare you waste letters from your fucking keyboard to type that shit? And then somebody said, I'm not going to judge. Right? She said, it makes plenty of sense. She said, it makes plenty of sense. I'm not going to say that you are demonic, but I know which God you are. So you think I'm a God? And you use the big G. I think the big guy would be pissed at you right now for using the big G to identify me.
That's crazy.
Like, do y'all hear yourselves? Do you see yourselves?
Travis, I'll repent now if you start reading now. Can we make that deal?
I read your comment word for word. How are you going to sit there and lie? I read it word for word. Anybody can scroll up and see what you wrote. And then, Sheba, I'm glad your dog is okay, love, but saying that your dog was sick and you prayed and asked God to heal your dog while my cousin is lying in the bed with stage 4 brain cancer. Like, please.
That's the one that I think makes me the most upset, Thinker, where, well, God help me find the house of my dreams. Yeah, and then somebody's baby passed away on that same day. So if you're myopic enough to only see that where this God benefits you and ignore where it neglects other humans, it's still not a God I'm interested in.
Yeah. Hey, everyone. I wanted to quickly share. I can't stay long, but Thinker, I'm so sorry to hear about what's going on with your cousin. I also lost a cousin to stage 4. Yeah, my cousin had stage 4 pancreatic cancer, and she actually passed this March, like literally a day before her birthday. So,
wow, I'm
but when
sorry
you
to
guys
hear
were,
that, Sandra.
thank you. It like when you guys are talking about just like the self delusion and like this kind of toxic positivity, like it's so frustrating because like when she got diagnosed, you know, she said, because she's, you know, very religious, whole family's very religious. She said that God gave her a message, and the message was healing has happened. Now, the definition of healing, you know, was a little fuzzy because to her and to everyone around her, healing meant one of two things. Either the literal sense of healing, as in there is no more cancer, it's in remission, or healing as in you're healed on the other side, right? That was always the model she went with. That was her hashtag for like the past 2 years as she battled this. Healing has happened, healing has happened, healing has happened. You know, and at first things were looking positive. You know, she did the cancer, she did, or the chemo, the radiation, all that kind of stuff. But slowly the treatments weren't working and she was regressing, and it was, you know, it wasn't looking great until the time that she finally did pass. And when her best friend called me to give me the news, the first thing out of her mouth was, healing has happened. And for like a split, like for a minute second, I was like, oh shit. Like, am I literally hearing a literal miracle? Like, oh shit, healing has happened. But then I recalled the tone of her voice, and it's like, oh, they don't mean that kind of heal. They mean the quote unquote heavenly healing. And I was just like, okay, you know, and I expressed my condolences and, you know, all the platitudes that you say. And then when I hung up with her, I called my husband, and I was like livid. I was sad, I was mourning, but I was also livid because the disconnect, the twisting of language that got me like for a minute instant, a spark of hope, only to realize, no, they don't mean it in the same way. It was so frustrating. It was so frustrating to hear that, because it's like, I feel like I got gaslit for just a second, because that was all they said the whole time. And it just kind of illustrates how we're not on the same page. We're not using the same language. We're like talking past each other, you know? And even at her memorial, to hear her pastor talk was just so frustrating, because it was like, oh, well, you know, as Christians, it's not that we don't suffer, but, you know, we suffer with style. And I'm like sitting there like, is he serious?
Did you say suffer with style?
We suffer with style, with class, with one of the two.
That's
And
something like that Jasmine girl said, like suffer with grace. Like what?
I was just like, ugh. You know, the whole stuff, because I haven't been in church in decades, at least a decade or two. So this is the first time I even stepped foot in a church. But just to hear how they openly gaslight themselves, it's just like, you are all delusional, and I get it, because we're all hurting. She was way too young to die. And this cancer, like stage 4, like not even like, oh, we found this, and she's the kind of person, she's kind of had health issues for a while. So she's been going to the doctor for a while. So for them to just finally find it at stage 4 is like, what the hell's going on? But it was just, yeah, it was a perfect illustration of, again, they're coping. It's a coping mechanism. And it's, yeah.
I'm sorry. I was just on. I'm sorry. Okay.
I'm sorry. Kravis, I'm about to block you. Okay. Not interested in sitting in heaven with you or your business, KKK, and company. I don't know who the fuck would name their business that and be okay with it. But also, if you want to see us in heaven, close your eyes and try to picture our faces, because you'll never see us again.
Yeah, he was wilding out in comments. And Sandra, to your point, I think that's why I say what I say about prayer. Like, prayer is literally just asking God to make you okay with whatever happens, and to frame it with this is what you wanted. And it is a coping mechanism. It's almost like a delusion of control that believers think they have. You know, they've got access to the most powerful being in the world, and asking them for something, but how they reconcile, I ask for it. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. And they don't see that as just life. Like, sometimes shit goes good, sometimes shit goes bad, but your prayer does not influence anything. It makes you feel better. It gives you an illusion of control. It gives you an illusion of direction or an illusion of connection, but you cannot demonstrate that it actually does anything. And like Thinker was saying, like, there's an attribution of a resolution. So if it works out, yep, God did it. If it doesn't work out, yep, he has another plan. And you are literally the one making that decision on what the God does and does not do. So ultimately, where it resides is in your mind. And that reality is something that I think too few of them are ready to accept and recognize.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, she used to post, she used to go live on Facebook, which is like updates on how things were were going. And like, I made the mistake of watching one of those like post-mortem and just hearing, her talk about the situation. And, she was like, don't send me any more cures or any more this, any more that. I already tried it. Just keep praying for me, and whatever happens, I'm okay. And just seeing all the comments talking about, oh, I'm praying for you. I'm praying. Like, that totally broke me watching it after the fact, because it's like, you like, none of you are okay with option B. You're telling yourself that, but you're fervently praying for the opposite, even as she is staring in the camera and telling you guys, yeah, this is the end. It was a lot. It was a lot. But yeah, it's like, what do you do in that? Like I never really, this is a cousin, like, I have a big family, so we actually just met recently. So we didn't like grow up together or anything like that. And like, her best friend, I met through her, I would only see occasionally. But like, I find myself, even though we didn't hang out that much previously, I find myself even more distant, because I don't know what to say, and I don't want to pretend like everything's all good, or like God is in control, and all the platitudes that they will spout at you as they mourn her. It's just like, we're not speaking the same language, and I don't want to say anything that's going to upset you. I don't want to say anything that's going to like make you just like ruffle any feathers, because it's like, you're living in this world where she has been healed and she's in heaven and everything's all good, and you'll see her again. It's like, I don't want to cramp that. I don't want to mess that up for you. But I also don't want to participate in it either, so I kind of keep my distance.
I wish I knew, like, this is my first time going through something like this, where we're facing it, and this is my first cousin, and we grew up together. Everybody say we look alike. Like, I honestly don't know. And that's what I told her brother. Like, I'm at a loss of words, and I'm going to see her tomorrow. And I honestly I have no idea what to even say. And like, I'll be brushing my teeth, and all I can do is just stop and just think. I wish I knew, but I know, like, I was telling my brother the other day, like, when we was talking about what was happening in the family chat, the whole like robotic copy and paste, we're believing in God, just keep praying, we're believing in God, just keep praying, like, back to back. And my cousin was telling me, he was like, this is so cold-hearted and condescending, right? And I get that this is what they believe. I get that this is what they need. I get that. But what I'm not looking forward to is that was just God's will, because I think I'm going to lose my shit. And that's what I'm preparing myself for, because if the miracle doesn't happen, if somehow stage 4 doesn't just dry up and go away, that's the only thing that they can say, is that it wasn't the God's will. And the first time somebody say that to me, I know I'm going to lose it. I know I'm going to lose my shit. So what I'm working on right now is preparing myself for that. You know what I'm saying? So like I wish I had an answer. This is my first time going through something like this, so I honestly don't know.
Yeah, Thinker, just FYI, Kravis is back under the name Jeffrey Soros. It's the same PFP.
Oh my God. Like, get the fuck away. Like, if we tell you we don't want you here, don't come back.
And he literally came back to say repent.
Anyway, I'm gonna hop down because I have therapy in a few minutes, so that's my coping mechanism. But yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I wish that, and I know you guys are working on getting like a therapist to be in Discord, but I also wish there was more groups to help with this kind of thing, to mourn in a secular way, to cope in a secular way, like, you know, where we don't have to use heaven as a way to make us feel better, you know? But I'm sorry to hear that.
Because we have two people that just lost somebody in the chat, in the group. And then Lowen messaged me, his grandmother is in hospice right now.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing.
Yeah. So, but we do have Zibe Slammy, who is a therapist. I'm meeting with them on Tuesday to, get the whole structure set up. I want to make sure that we do that correctly. And then as being a therapist, it could, dealing with like sensitive information, that a person says. So I just want to make sure all of that is set up. They're protected because they're volunteering. So I want to make sure they're protected as well. And then I do like the idea of, having the grief groups because, death is a part of life. Death happens, but being able to help each other get through the grief is a important thing too. And then dealing with stuff like this, when you're facing the death and you don't know when it's going to happen, but you've been told that it's coming. Like that to me, that if there is a God, that is some cruel shit.
Very, very cool.
Yeah, and then like to give people knowledge of a hell, right? To give the knowledge of what happens when you leave here to the T, but not give the cure to cancer. That's some cruel shit. You got to be a cruel ass dude to sit on that information and just sit back and just watch people die, knowing that they're dying. You got to be cruel. You got to love it. Like, that's some cruel shit.
Yeah, and that's why, when believers ask, what would it take for you to believe in a God? Like, it would take demonstration, but belief does not equate to worship for me. There's nothing, literally, quite literally nothing, any God that has all power over what happens on this earth that, in my opinion, would be worthy of worship. Because why do you let all this stuff happen? Why do you let babies go through the things that they go through? Why do you let folks go hungry? Why do you allow the rulers of all of these countries and nations behave in a way that is not even remotely close to being loving? And you have the capacity and the ability to correct it. There cannot be a reason in my mind that would justify that. So no, there's nothing that could make that okay. It's gratuitous and unnecessary suffering. I don't know. There is no end that could justify those means.
Agreed. And that, like, I try, like I said, I try to understand them, like, from where they're coming from. And I know for some people, death is, too difficult to even think about. So putting the God there is their comfort. I get that. But the trying to push that on other people as the answer, that I don't get, because these questions that we have are very real questions. And then to try to make it seem like a person is just an evil individual because they do have these questions, that I don't get and I don't respect. I don't respect it at all.
Yeah, and I tend to be a whole lot more tolerant as long as someone's not trying to force it on me. right? I look at it like I always use an analogy of cilantro. I love it. Some people don't. If you hate it, I'm not going to try to force you to eat it, but I need you to stop trying to tell me I shouldn't. So if this concept is what you need to get you through difficult situations and, difficult times, and it brings you comfort, I think I would be cruel to try to snatch that away from them.
Mm-hmm.
And at the same time, don't try to tell me that's what I should take comfort for, because the shit just doesn't make any sense to me. So,
Exactly.
I have to create my own mechanisms for what works and comforts me, just like you do. You don't have to understand mine, and I don't have to hear yours.
And they don't care really about other people, right? All they care about is themselves and their religion and their belief system. And that's why they can sit here, right? And listen to people have express genuine concern, genuine thoughts, right? Genuine feelings. And their response is, why do y'all only talk about Christianity? Like, they don't give a fuck. Like that's another thing that irritates me about their claim of this God and what this Jesus sacrifice did. Like, it literally makes them cold-hearted, disconnected, indifferent humans, because their primary goal, their primary mission is the God. And so when Jesus says that you can't be my disciple unless you hate everybody else, including yourself, put me first, that's what they do.
Yep. And then they just rebrand it, slap a label of love on it. When it's elitism, it's superiority, it's bigotry, it's all of these separating and siloing processes and systems, and then you call that love. That doesn't work for me.
Watch the next person that we bring up here. Audie is just, I don't know. Let me see. Exactly. Love isn't exhausting. It shouldn't be exhausting.
Somebody earlier said obedience is love. And that's what I'm talking about. Like, how is obedience love? Obedience
That's what their
to
God told
what?
them.
Yeah.
Obeying your parents is not showing that you love them.
Showing that you're compliant. What's wrong with y'all?
They think sacrifice is love too. If you're not willing to sacrifice yourself for the person that you're in a relationship with, or sacrifice your desires, your needs, your wants for your parents or for your sister or brother, then you can't be in a real relationship with them. Or if they sacrifice for you, that if you are not like worshiping them or constantly in gratitude for whatever they feel like they're sacrificing for you, then it ain't love. Like, most of the time you ain't even asked for the shit that they're claiming that they're sacrificing for you. They're doing it because they want you to see and be like, oh, thank you so much. Thank you. I'm so grateful. I'm so loyal to you. I owe you. And then when the person's like, I didn't ask for that.
Right.
I never told you to sacrifice your dreams. I never told you not to eat. And you out here doing this shit so a person can feel some type of loyalty towards you. It's manipulative. That's not love.
And then you see that same mindset repeated in all other relationships. Like, I love my partner if I do what they want. My partner loves me if I do what they want. But ultimately, we're just showing up as, what do you want to call it? As avatars of who they want us to be, not who we authentically are. So if obeying you is love, or you love me because I obey you, you don't love me, you love my obedience. You're not loving me, you're loving my compliance. Because what I'm doing ultimately is not what I want to do, it's what you want me to do. There's nothing loving about that. I'm not going to abdicate who and what I am in order to make it more comfortable for you. And if I'm showing you love by doing that, I'm damn sure not showing love to myself. And I'm not doing that for anybody.
I was thinking about that young lady that had joined the live a couple of weeks ago, and a couple of months ago, actually. I think maybe a month ago. And she was saying that she was basically auditioning for the guy that she was interested in to let him know that she could be a 2 Timothy wife.
Oh, I didn't hear that one.
Yeah, she was saying she was already playing the part and that they had a plan. He hadn't called her his girlfriend yet. He hadn't asked her to marry him yet, but she wanted him to know, because he wants a 2 Timothy wife. She wants him to know that she can be that 2 Timothy wife, so she's already being it for him. He's not going to fall in love with you. He's going to fall in love with what the fuck it is that he wants. And that is you being willing to be the 2 Timothy wife without being his wife. That's you being willing to allow him to control you, even if you were to become his wife. It's not him falling in love with you.
And then what are you signing up for? Like, at what point do you get off stage and be who you are? And at what point do you show up authentically? Like, that's why, yeah, that's so dangerous, because you can only play that role for so long. You can only walk in the footsteps of another, that another person has laid out for so long before you start feeling some effects of that. So I don't, again, when your identity is outside of you, when your identity is when you're able to look at your identity from your own eyes, it's not your identity. You're trying to fit yourself into that to become something for somebody else. And that is so dangerous, and it is absolutely temporary, because it's only so long somebody can do that.
And there was nothing that we could tell her either. She had her mind made up. I keep trying to add y'all to this live, but y'all are not there, or y'all keep like popping out. If you are in the guest request box on purpose, can you comment so that we know?
I think Vita said she sent a request.
Hey, Vita.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. How are you?
Hey, Vita.
Hi. How am I? I'm okay. I'm okay. I actually requested because of the very first prompt on the screen. The devil belongs to the believers. And then you guys got to talking about what you're talking about. I lost my aunt to a brain tumor, which was actually a stage 4 cancer. And we buried her this past Saturday.
I'm sorry, Vita.
That's okay. I mean, she suffered greatly beforehand, so I'm just glad she's not anymore. But with that said, sorry, I haven't been in a church in probably 10 to 12 years. And so her service was in a church, and the church belongs to my cousin. He's a pastor of the church. I don't like him, never have. And what baffled me is how many times he said the devil or Satan in his service. And it was, I couldn't even pay attention to what was going on, because I started mentally counting how many times he brought up the devil in the service. And so that every day since
That's a fun way to get through it.
it really helped, honestly, because it was ridiculous. I linked over to my husband and I said, so how many times he gonna, talk about hell and the devil? And he said, I was wondering that myself. He said, he ain't talked about God. He just talked about devil, hell, and basically letting him save everybody in the room, how funerals go. But I just was thinking that and coming to your lives every day and seeing that very first prompt is like, he really do. They're more afraid of the devil than they are of God, of their God.
Yeah.
They're more afraid of going to hell than they are of just living. And that's pretty much what I wanted to say on that subject. Is that's what I've noticed in my life is people are so afraid of hell, and that they're only good people within that belief system. They're only good because they're afraid of hell. What do y'all think about that?
I don't necessarily think that everybody in the belief system is good. But I think there are some good people in that belief system because they're afraid of hell. And it feels like their life was stolen by people who know that this religion is being used as a manipulation tool. It feels like thievery to me, and it pisses me off. It's also mental torture for them. That's why I say I try to like have empathy for some of them, because some of them are just genuinely afraid of what will happen when they die, so they stick to this religion. But like that, I agree with you that it seems like they don't realize that they just like they have to have faith in this God, or like they have faith in this God, they also have faith in this devil. And the more they talk about the devil or think about the devil, in so many words, they are worshiping the devil. I started to do some research, right? Like, so I was trying to find in the Old Testament the quote where Jesus tells Satan, it is written that thou shalt love the Lord thy God. And what I was looking for, because it's like when he says, it is written, thou shalt love, that you shall love the Lord your God, right? So, I mean, worship, that you should worship the Lord your God. And I was like, where is that in the Bible? And what it actually says is fear, like you should fear the Lord your God. And when I look for like research on, the word fear, and versus worship, because I'm like, Jesus misquoted that, because it says fear the Lord your God, not worship the Lord your God. And so all the commentary around it is like, it's a fear like worship, right? Which is why Jesus said worship, because the fear is supposed to be a reverence or a worship. And I was like, that to me is the same type of fear they have for the devil. They fear the devil. They fear what the devil can do to them, just like they fear what God can do to them. And therefore, they call that worship. And so, in so many words, they are also worshiping this devil because of the level of fear they have of this devil, the level of faith they have that this devil exists, and that this devil can engage with them here in the material world, that the devil can influence their minds, that the devil can possess their bodies. Everything that the devil can do, damn near, everything God can do, damn near the devil can do, other than give them life. Like, they
Right.
believe the devil can take their life. They believe the devil can take their soul, right? And so it's almost like, honestly, like just looking at it from that perspective, it's like they worship this devil too, because of their level of fear.
And I do think the fear is definitely a motivating factor for many of them. I mean, when you talk about when they come up here saying, you know, I just don't want you to suffer in hell. Like, you don't even know me. Like, you don't care about the suffering of your neighbor. Trust and believe. You don't care about me suffering. So I do think that threat of hell is a motivating factor for a lot of them. But like Thinker said, it requires faith and belief to think that that's real. That's a real place and a real thing. So the same amount, and I wonder if there is more faith in this devil in their minds than it is in the God, because they sometimes approach it with almost an assurance that this will happen when I die, but they're hoping to be able to get into heaven. So from that regard, I think it does require more faith and more belief in the conviction and the surety of hell being real and the devil being able to do all the things that their preachers have told them that it can do. But fear is a strong motivator. I mean, fear and uncertainty. And when you combine those two things, you can pretty much get people to do whatever you need them to do to protect themselves. I mean, evolutionary, we want to live. Like, we want to procreate. We want to keep going. We want to, remain here. We're sentient beings. So those things that we don't understand, where how life began and what happens after we die, we make up stories about it, and it cements itself into the psyche of humans, and we see what we see today, in terms of all these religions.
I just want to give shout out to my daughter, y'all. She just walked in here with a plate with pancakes, turkey bacon, rice, and eggs, and handed me the syrup. Thank you, baby.
Delicious. Did you say rice?
I appreciate. Yeah. Rice, pancakes, turkey bacon, and eggs.
I've never had rice for breakfast, but I'm also don't. I've never had breakfast rice as a breakfast item, but I also don't eat potatoes as a breakfast item either. So it just may be me.
Oh, you don't eat the breakfast potatoes?
I'm not a big potato person, period, though. Like, and unless they're like crispy, like the ones that are like crispy have a crunch to them, but just like the regular potatoes that are soft, I don't want that. But I'm a texture person too. So.
Yeah, the breakfast potatoes do be like the little small ones that we do fry them crispy. But yeah,
I'll eat those. Definitely with some pancakes. That sounds delicious.
You ever had a garbage plate?
Huh?
You ever had a garbage plate?
What is that?
It's potatoes, eggs, sausage, onions, green peppers. Some people put cheese, bacon, mix it all together.
You said all mixed together?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no. It's an immediate no for me. My food can't touch.
Yeah, it's basically layered. Yeah, it's layered.
Oh, it's layered. Like at Denny's, like the how Denny's had the what were they called? The I forgot what they called them at Denny's, but like they would have the sausage, the eggs, the cheese and all that layered in one skillet. It was like a skillet.
Yeah. No, a garbage plate here is mixed together. It's cooked together in this.
I couldn't do that.
I was just tickled when you just said that about your daughter, because my baby boy just walked in the house with a big box of donuts.
Well, they feeding us today.
You
said they're feeding us. They're feeding us today, showing their appreciation.
I appreciate it, but I don't think I needed all of that sugar. And I also wanted to bring up, I think I told you before that, I've lost 3 children in the last 3 years. And that prompted me, I went to grieving counseling, and the counselor, the program that I went to, I don't know how to explain it, but I also make journals. I make self-care journals. And I told them that in one of my counseling sessions, it was a group counseling session for mothers who lost children. And it prompted me, or encouraged me, I guess, to write my own grief journal. So I wanted to let you guys know that I do have a grief journal, and it's written with the counselors and the therapists help me come up with the prompts and the questions. So I just wanted to let y'all know that it does touch on every type of grief, including grief before the person passed. It's not biblical, it's not spiritual, you know. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you, Vita. If you can send me like a link to it, I'll put it in my bio.
I appreciate that. But yeah, I can send you. I was saying it directly for you, but yeah, you could put it in your bio. Maybe you can, you know, with this up until and after, during and after, you know.
Thank you.
And I also wanted to tell you the best thing that you can do for your cousin is tell her how much you love her and remind her of your history together. That's it. Just sit with her. That's it. What everybody else says and does to cope with it, let them. But for you, I believe that would be the best thing for you, is to just be reminded of your relationship with her. Remind her of her life, honor her life. And I hope I wasn't overstepping.
No, I appreciate that. I agree. Thank you. I think for me it's the acceptance, right? Like I think I'm still at that part. It just doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem fair, and like and I know that sounds crazy for me to say that, but I haven't gotten to the acceptance part yet. But I think I don't know. But no, I appreciate that.
I just want you to remember to allow yourself to feel exactly what you feel in the moment that you feel it. No matter what, that's how you stay true to yourself and your own grieving journey, because that's what you're doing right now. You're grieving. And she is still here, but you're grieving. And that's the part. You know, I understand accepting it. I mean, I'm still trying to accept, you know, the passing of my children, but I have accepted it, you know. It took a while, but I have. It's just out of order. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense when I say that it's out of order?
Yeah.
So I just wanted to give, you know, I'm always nervous. I won't, this only my second time. So I'm shaking.
I appreciate you. No, thank you very much. I appreciate you. I'm gonna grab one of the journals. So thank you.
Okay. You can let me down because I don't know how.
All right.
All right.
You okay, Thinker?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. Thank you. Let's see.
Can we get these likes to 350K? Thinker, do you want to reset a gift goal or no?
I think we're good. We're at 27,000. I don't think we need any more.
Okay.
If y'all want to gift Lala and fee for the rest of the live, please do so.
Also, you guys, don't forget we have merch. So click the link in Thinker's bio.
This box will not open.
You said the box isn't opening.
It just opened. Let's see. Gyra? Gyra?
Sorry
I
about that,
just
Thinker.
see
I
a
had a
black
call come in.
screen.
It's okay. Are you able to take him down, Lala?
Yeah, I got it.
The way this thing is moving is crazy. No, I just clicked on somebody's name and where did it go?
Oh, I
All
hate
right.
that when it just pops out.
Yeah. Carissa? Carissa? Okay, they're not there. Ultra Ball. Oops, I don't think they're there. Oh gosh. If you're in the guest request box and you're there on purpose, please comment. Save us from this torture. Please. Troy?
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm blessed and highly favored.
That's good. Which topic did you want to do?
What was that?
Which topic did you want to do?
I want to talk about gender identity in the USA schools.
Oh, no. You see that right there? What the hell?
Lala said, no.
I took his ass down.
What?
Yeah. I thought I made it clear that I don't want bigots on my stage. The Globe-Trotarian. Oh, you are really
They're
globetrotting.
walking. That was a good one.
Mm-hmm. Oh, shut the fuck up. Like, saying that your God sees everything and not doing anything, like, shut the entire fuck up.
Well, did God tell you this? There you go. You're blocked.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. I haven't been up on your live yet. Came in a little midstream, so I'm not quite sure what's going on, but it sounded like you had a loss, so I'm sorry to hear about that.
I haven't had a loss, but thank you. What's the reason that you wanted to come up on stage?
I just wanted to, there's a person down in chat here that has been saying some interesting things that I thought would be interesting to discuss. One of
So unfortunately, I don't care what they're saying in the chat.
Well, I don't have to mention their name, but
no, that's okay. I don't allow that.
Oh,
Evan?
okay. I just thought it was an interesting topic. I think it probably. Let me. I forgot about your list.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it would go along with the maybe doesn't stop harm done in his name. But I'm not opposition. So if you want to dump me down and get some opposition, that's fine. I just wanted to. There's some pretty alarming concept that was brought up there in chat that I wanted to go over with you, but that's okay.
I don't know. I don't allow people to come up and like talk to the comments. Is it somebody that we need to block? Like, are they saying some?
No. There was no. No, I've done some mods on other sites before, and it's not someone I would. It's just more, a philosophical, disturbing thing that we see a lot of when it comes to making excuses for Yahweh. So that's all it was.
Oh, we get that in here like all the time. But
Yeah.
if you want to tie it to the topic, of believers, which one you said? Why doesn't God stop harming His name? You can do that.
Yeah. Because I was mentioning to this person that I posed the example of, well, when it comes to, say, let's take childhood sickness for instance. That's something I think many people wonder. Well, because when some people argue that sin causes suffering, then I think for many of us it's easy to look at childhood sickness to say, well, what sin possibly could be caused by a child that deserves suffering? And so, but what the question that shot right back to me was, and I thought this was pretty interesting, was, what about was it the parent? Was the parent a member of a certain organization, and is that why the punishment was inflicted on the child? So you've probably gotten that before, but I just find that so bizarre.
Yeah, we have they have said that before, and the crazy thing is because like in this book, the God does, kill kids because of what their parents do, but then there is a verse in Jeremiah where the God is saying, I never said, I mean, not Jeremiah, in Ezekiel, where the God is saying, I never said that kids pay for the sins of their father. That ain't me. I don't do that. So they do have, in ancient Israel, sin was connected to illnesses and disease. That was their belief. That's why they had the suffering servant. So like they do believe, Christians do believe that children suffer for what their parents do. Like it's sadistic as fuck.
Yeah. Oh my. Well, I'm a huge fan, so I'm going to drop down and just let you continue on with your great live as it always is. Thank you so much for having me up.
Thank you, Evan. I hope you have a great morning. Okay.
You too. Thanks.
For somebody to say, like, I wish somebody would look at a parent in front of me and tell that parent that their child is sick because of something that some sin they did.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God.
I would lose it. I would lose
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, me
I
too.
think I have. Honestly, I really think I have. I think we have several
Yeah, we
times.
have. We done gone off on a motherfucker up in here for that. Like it's just. Hey,
Just
Aiden.
cold hearted.
Hey, how are you guys?
I'm good. I just noticed something, y'all. Like, How can something that's like, if Jesus is supposed to be about love, right? And peace and joy, right? Why the fuck is it that we've been talking about the behaviors of its followers for probably an hour and a half? And right now the mood just feels so somber. Like if it's supposed, if this entity inside of these humans is supposed to be love and joy and peace, then talking about them should produce feelings of love, joy, and peace, but it don't.
Right. It doesn't.
It's so negative.
And sometimes it's on the extreme side of things. Like their warped thought patterns it drives me up the wall.
Their
Mm-mm.
like their behavior, like their comments in the comments, like it's just yeah. I think we've probably said that word so many times and like because there ain't no other way to explain them anymore. Like goodness. But Aiden's here. Aiden's not a
No.
I'm not feeling, as I usually am, where I'm cracking up because what's it called? Not to pin it on the guest that had came up, but she brought up grief and it made me reflect. And it's been raining like for the better part of all morning, so I'm just like
Aw.
zero energy.
Aw.
I'm sending you a hug, Avion.
Yeah.
Um,
Hope you feel better.
I'm okay. I'm okay. I ended up crying because of what she was talking about. I was like, oh my god, I can't do this. Like, I
Aw.
was, it was, I'm not, we can conversate about the topic. It hit close to home, and it's like grief is something I'm still dealing with to this day. Um, and so it just, anyways.
You can talk
That's-
about it if you need to.
I, uh, I, I lost my grandma 2 years ago, and as I've said, I have two children. I have a 7-year-old and I have a 2-year-old. And with my 2-year-old, one of the biggest things that I wanted from my grandma, because towards the end of her life, I really wanted her to meet him. And unfortunately, she passed away 2 weeks before. Um, she passed away 2 weeks before he was born, and it was it was so surreal. Um, and it was something that, like, my grandmother, it's so fascinating because my grandmother was the most devout Catholic that you could ever meet in your entire life. There was not an evil bone in her body, and the way that she approached everyone, regardless of race, color, religion, sexual orientation, whatever the case may be, she treated everybody with the same amount of love and respect. And I when I think of her, I think that's all I think about. And I I she had cancer. She had about a 8-year long battle with cancer. Cancer kind of runs in my family real bad, between both sides, my mom and my dad's side. And unfortunately, that was something that after an 8-year battle, it really got to her. And she fought a long fight. She had breast cancer, ovarian cancer. I think she had something to do with lung cancer at one point, and it kind of just kept going until her body just couldn't do too much. And she, as the last person who came up, they experienced so much. I don't want to say torture, but it's so much pain towards the end that almost when they've passed is the most peaceful that you've seen them in so long. And that was what happened to me when I had seen her. I mean, it was. I didn't have a car at the time because my dad had called me and he was like, "Hey, dude, you need to go to your mom's house." I said, "What's going on?" He's like, "Go to your mom's house." He wouldn't tell me, so I had to take an Uber from my house all the way to my mom's house. It was like a $65 Uber, and I was so freaking worried the whole time. And I made it to my mom's house, and there was the ambulance, and it was just I hate to I hate to stick around this topic because I know it's not necessarily around the
No,
but
it's
when you
okay.
you know when you stick around the grief portion, and especially if I haven't necessarily spoken on uh, you know I need a minute.
It's all right.
It's okay. I I think that's the biggest thing was like the last time that I seen her, I had moved her into my mom's house, and I told her, I was like, thank you for everything you've ever taught me, and thank you for everything that you've ever done for me. My grandmother, she would move mountains to, you know, at her old age to make sure that I have everything that I need, and you know, it I told her, I was like, thank you for everything, and I kissed her on the forehead because she always said that to kiss someone on the cheek is to kiss their physical, but to kiss somebody on the forehead was a direct window to the soul, which I thought was so, as a child, I thought I didn't understand it, but as I got older, I understand the kind of the spiritual essence of that, which was so interesting how my grandmother thought. Um, so yeah, I am when the other person came up, that was such a thing to this day that I'm still I'm still struggling with. I always forget because I'm carrying the weight of my whole family on my back. So I'm like, go, 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 go. Get my kids what they need: Christmas gifts, clothes. And make sure they have food on the table immediately. And I think it might be taking its toll. I don't really know, honestly.
Yeah,
I
you got to take the time and allow yourself to grieve.
don't know if I can. I really don't know if I can. Honestly,
And
I don't
that's
know.
understandable. It took me 14 years to grieve my father, mainly because a missionary that was friends with my parents, like she was my mom's best friend. The first time I saw my dad in the casket and I touched his stomach and I felt it empty and I started to cry, and she nudged me and she said, you better not cry. You gotta be strong for your mama. You gotta be strong for your mama. And I sucked up my tears. It took me
Mm.
fucking 14 years.
Oh no.
14 years. Like, that's crazy. I don't recommend that to nobody. But and not that I didn't cry, but I couldn't grieve. I couldn't cry the way I needed to because she fucking took it away from me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It made me
absolutely.
believe that I had to be strong for my mama. And so uh I like I can't tell you to do something that I didn't do, but I recommend that you
Yeah.
not hold it in and that you allow yourself to grieve. And I think you'll find that you'll be able to better show up for your kids and the things that you feel like you need to show up for once you do let yourself do that.
I also
I
think, oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, please.
I was just going to say, I'm want to express my condolences for your loss. And I agree with Thinker. I think when we think about what grief is, it's a journey of understanding, expressing, and, adapting to feelings from loss, right? And when you're in a process or you're in a space of deconstructing how you understand things, it's hard to process through that vagueness or that cloud. So you seem to be the conversations that we have. You're questioning your religious worldview, your spiritual worldview, And when you don't have a solid foundation upon which to walk when you're processing grief, it makes it even harder, because it's like, do I think she's in heaven looking down on me? Do I think she's this? Do I think, like, you're processing more than one thing at the same time. But at its core is you're processing a loss of a person that was very significant to you. And how we do that is going to be very, very different and very individual. So I do agree with Thinker, that when you feel ready and when you feel capable, figure out a way to give yourself the time and space to sit in that discomfort and sit in that loss, because clearly she was a very important person in your life. And even though she passed before your youngest son was born, the parts of you that reflect her, you still have and you can give to him. So as you process that grief and you recognize the fact that I wish she was able to share this or see this, the parts of her that still live in you are still seeing that. They're still witnessing those first with your children. And I think one of the most harmful and almost cruel things that religion does is exactly what Thinker said happened to her. You're not supposed to cry because you know what's to come. But when you refuse to process because of a hope of what's to come, you completely ignore what is, and that is a broken heart. That is a sadness that sits in your body in a way that other things don't. When we lose those loved ones that are so important to us. So I think when you're trying to do those two things in tandem, it's difficult. And that's why when folks process that are in the religious framework, it's almost denial of the feelings and the loss, because to accept the feeling and the loss means to say that, oh, well, God can't bring him back, or I'm not going to get to heaven. It's all these other layers of BS that doesn't make it helpful for the person who truly needs to just go through and process the grief. So I agree. It's hard to do that when you're still having to live. It's like I said before, it's like repairing the plane while you're flying it. You still have to work. You still have your family, your wife, and your kids. But there's this big gaping hole as well, and you're not sure what to fill it with or how to even start addressing it. So my sympathies to you for that, because it's got to be very, very hard to do.
Yeah, I don't know if you know, Faye. I'm 24, so life is still kind of lifing, and things are still coming as they go, and I am trying my best to maneuver it as any grown person, not specifically that, but just maneuver situations as best as anybody else would, I guess. But I think it's, as you said, there's no label on how to deal with grief, and there's no specific way on how to do it. I think it's something important that she just said was, the way that she kind of lives on through me, to do the same thing for, to pass that on to my son. My daughter spent a long time with, not a long time, but she met my grandmother so many times, and sometimes when my daughter catches me in the room and I'll be by myself in real deep thought, I'll kind of sit there sitting on the bed and I'll just kind of be staring at the ceiling or staring at the wall. She'll be like, "Dad, what's wrong?" I'm like, "I'm just thinking." She's like, "Are you thinking about your grandma?" Because she knows that when she passed, I cried for days. And she was like, do you miss your grandma? I was like, "Yeah, sometimes I miss my grandma." And she was like, every time I met your grandma, she was really, really nice to me. And it clicked with me because I was like, even though my son wouldn't have ever met her because of the circumstances, the people that have met her will hopefully pass on the same thing, the same amount of love, and the same, you know what I'm trying to say? That's so pivotal.
And you know what, Aiden, you say you're 24, you're still figuring it out. I'm 50 and I am too. Right. I think that's part of life. Like there's no,
I think we all are, yeah.
yeah, like I think that, and we figure out the things that come to us at the stage in life that we are. But I mean, just having these conversations with you over the last, few times that you've been up on the panel, you are doing a great job. I mean, I know you don't know me from a house cat and you don't need to hear that from me, but it sounds as though you're doing the things that you need to do in order to live the life in the way that you want to live it, and to create the framework through which you want to walk through this world. And that's all we can do. And we're going to hit these hurdles and these bumps where we're like, okay, well, what do I do with this? How do I think about this? How do I understand that? And when you're deconstructing from a religious system that gives all that to you, as opposed to letting it organically emanate from you, it's a different feeling, and it feels heavier in a lot of ways. But that heaviness does get lighter as you get more rooted in, and I'm sorry, a more clear view of what that is for you as an individual. So there's no right or wrong way to grieve. There's no right amount of time. There's no limit to it. My dad died 10 years ago, and there's some mornings I wake up and I'm like, I'll pick up my phone because I would like, oh, well, it's been 10 years. But I do have the moments in time and pictures that I can look back on. And the crazy, my dad was a character. Like he was a very, very funny man. He was very energetic. He was an extrovert to his heart. So in a lot of ways we were very different, but I see a lot of like the things that I talk to with my son, the type of relationship that he and I have. I see that I reflected in the relationship that I had with my dad, the conversations I had with him. So when we talk about, losing people, yes, we lose them physically. Religion tells you you'll see them again in heaven. I mean, some people believe that, some people don't. And whatever you believe to bring yourself comfort, hold on to that belief, because ultimately we're all trying to do the best that we can to walk through this life that we have in a way that doesn't hurt anybody else or ourselves. So, your daughter being able to pick that up and share that with you, to me, that is your grandmother living on in that experience, because she brought you comfort, she brought you joy. And just by knowing how much your grandmother meant to you, your daughter was able to pick that up. To me, that's beautiful. To me, that's spiritual. So we don't have to let go of all the concepts that we got from our religious indoctrination. We just have to peel back the broken parts, the brown pieces, like the brown parts of the lettuce, peel that off and throw it away, but keep the core of what it means to you. We can absolutely do that.
Oh, you just say the right things to make me cry. I keep wiping tears off my. You're so right. Oh my gosh, you're so right. Oh my gosh, it's so funny because that's really how it is. I'll sit here and be like, I can't wait because I miss. There's one thing about that I miss about my grandmother, and it's the way that she would hug me, and I will often I'll be like, I can't wait for the day that I go to heaven and I get to hug her, and then there's the things that either make sense or don't make sense, and it's it yeah I haven't it's funny I have a necklace around my neck that I've had since I was 14. It's been 10 years that I've had this necklace and I haven't took it off. Only time I have is to let my daughter hold it, or let my daughter wear it, or let my son wear it. And I just agree. Yeah, it's the way these people live on through you and live on through. Yeah, you're right. I agree.
That's how, like, with for my dad. Like my grandmother died in 2022. My last grandmother, I took on her name. Her name was Ganny Poo, and so now I'm Ganny, right, to my grandkids. But also, like, I have an altar with all their pictures on it, candles. I see them every day, but I feel like they're still with me in my mind, right? They're my DNA. I'm their DNA. I didn't lose them. Like, they're still here with me, and it's just, I don't know how to explain it. Like, to me, they're still alive in me. Like, they're still here, and uh, I've said this before. Like, sometimes when I'm sitting here listening, like, to people talk, and like the facial expressions I make, or like if I put my hand on my head and I lean back, I feel like my dad. There are some things, some words that I say, I sound like my granny, right? Like they're here, they're with me because they're DNA. That shit doesn't lie and it doesn't die. Like it's still here. And that might be premature. I don't know, but for me, that just helps me. And I see their pictures every day, and I talk about them every day. Like they're still a part of my life every single day, and that just helps me.
No, that's super profound in and of itself. I definitely understand what you mean. That's eh, for me. I don't know why I feel so. I I I feel so. I don't, not that I feel so distant from her, but there's 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 a song. It's called "The Loneliness Comes in Waves," or that's like a lyric. It's either the song is called "Loneliness," and one of the things that one of the lyrics is "Loneliness comes in waves," and that's how it feels. It'll just come and it'll keep going and going and going, and I feel. I just I just I don't know. I feel like sometimes I mirror how she acts because she was so very kind to everybody she met, but she was so damn sassy. She was so damn sassy. They had if I may share this quickly, I don't want to spend too much time up here. I know that there's other conversations to be had, but I my grandmother and my grandfather they were at church, and my grandfather, with all due respect to him, he's a bit of an interesting individual. But my grandmother and him, they went to church together, and the pastor was like, "The man needs to be providing, and the man needs to be doing this and that and that and this." And my grandfather hadn't been working for maybe like 10 or so years, and my grandmother was one of the loudest people in there, screaming, "Yeah!" And oh my god, my grandfather was so upsetting. So, but that was my grandma. She could be so sweet, but at the same time, she knew how to use her words to get a little slick with you and be like, okay, this is where I'm a shine brightest, and I'm gonna get to you.
She was letting him know you practice what you
Oh
preach.
my god.
Yeah.
That was her. I loved it, and it's so. I just yeah, that I just yeah, it was it's a lot. It's a lot. But yes, I I originally wanted to hop on here and try to see if I could have a conversation, but I think I need to sit in the comments for a while and just conversate with people for a little bit. I so appreciate you allowing me to kind of share my little bit of a grieving story here. I can't wait for tomorrow to have some off-topic conversations and talk some shit with Lala. Um,
Well, tonight. That's tonight.
tonight, yeah,
Yeah.
tonight. Yeah, I'll be there. I'll be there. But I'll throw myself back in the comments. Lala, you don't need to kick me. I appreciate you guys, and I'll see you later tonight.
All right. Have a good day.
Thanks,
You too.
Eden.
No problem.
My grandmother. I was talking to my cousin yesterday. 2 days ago, about how our grandmothers are. Our grandmamas was crazy, and she has a grandmother on her dad's side. And she's talking about how her grandmama told her how she tried to like unalive her grandfather with putting put poinsettia in his food, poinsettia plant, and all it did was make him sick. And she was talking like she
What?
was.
Oh shit.
And I was like, what? She was like, yeah. And I was telling her what Guinea said about when I was going through what I was going through. My grandma told me to boil some rice, and she told me to throw the water on it. And I was like, they were savages.
Or
They were
hot grease. I
savages.
remember the
Yeah.
hot grease. Yep. Or hot grits. Now the grits, that's gonna get it. Cause you know them suckers stick. Yes.
Shit's crazy.
My aunt
Like
did that. She had poured, I think it was either the hot grits or the hot oil on her ex-husband.
that
Yeah.
is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
They do not. Our grannies, like they did not play around.
Yeah.
Them ladies. Mm-mm. You ain't gonna talk to them like they crazy. They they don't do this trad wife shit. This like they were okay being a wife, but at the same time, like you gonna respect me. Like
Mm-hmm.
they did not play.
Not at all. Not at all.
Hot hair removal wax. The only thing is, I didn't have the guts to do it. I just laughed at her. Like we were cracking up when I was on the phone talking to her and she was telling me what to do. But I never had the guts to do it though. I did hit him in the face one time with a slice of Little Caesars pizza.
Wait,
I
what?
slapped his ass. Yes, because we were in the car and he mugged my head and made my head hit the window. And we had just picked up a Little Caesars pizza from Kmart, and we was in the car at the red light, and I had the pizza on my lap, and had a slice in my hand. I forgot what the fuck made him mad, but he like hit my head, took my head and slammed it into the window, and I just took my hand and slapped the side of his face with that piece of pizza. Like cheese was dripping off his face. Boy, he was pissed. But I did slap his ass with a piece of pizza. What?
Yeah, that's hilarious. What did he say? Was he
We got
shocked?
to fighting. Yeah, he was pissed. We got to fighting in
Mm,
that car. But
damn.
yeah. But it was a reaction. Shit, he mugged my head. But if I have to like premeditate doing something, I don't think I could do it because I'll talk myself out of it.
Man, listen, not me. I'm gonna go through it. I'm if I have to, for real.
Mm-mm. That was crazy.
I
But it's
know.
been yeah, it's been a good night. We're gonna be back tonight at look RIP Kmart, right? Um, we're gonna be back tonight at 11 p.m. Central. He said, "So what did you eat after swallowing the pizza?" I didn't eat that day. Like we got into it. Actually, I got out the car and walked after that. But yeah, that was crazy. If I have to fight for my life, I'm gonna fight for my life.
Right.
That's one thing. Like I'm not trying to like premeditate harm somebody, but if I got to defend myself, I'm going to defend myself. I remember one time I drugged this girl down the stairs, like from like. Let me stop. Okay, y'all. We will be we'll be back tonight.
He's like, I'm telling too much. Oh
Look,
no.
and then you're like, let me remember the statute of limitations before I say too much.
Oh
Oh
my
God, yeah,
goodness.
yep, yep. We gonna be back tonight at 11 p.m. It's open forum. Y'all keep in mind, open forum does not mean to come up here and ask questions about our life. It's to ask questions about off topics, questions about deconstruction, Christianity, the religion, anything like that. And if we volunteer information, that's a different thing. But don't come up here trying to like force us to like answer your interview questions. Like that's not what that's about.
Right.
And then it is 3-on-3. Like look, dude, they said $20 a question. It is 3-on-3 as well. And I can't wait to see y'all tonight before the weekend gets started. Hope y'all have a beautiful day. I love y'all so much. Thank you to all the YouTubers that rocked with us all night. Thank you, Maven, for keeping the YouTube chat live and safe. I appreciate y'all over there. And we'll see y'all tonight.
Thanks for getting some rest. Bye, la la.
Bye, y'all.
Later. Thanks for subscribing.
Yeah, thank you for subscribing, Melly Mel.
Oh, we
Bye,
got a sticker.
Joshua. What sticker?
It said one sticker available.
A sticker?
No, we didn't.
Oh, you talking about one of the things?
No, I thought we got a sticker.
Oh, okay. All right. Bye, y'all.
All right, later.